Chapter 488. The endless mountains were destroyed. Great valleys, broken mountains, and the earth collapsed. Dozens of miles-long fissures appeared. All the mountains were leveled to the ground. Nothing was left. Crazy Ol's methods were heaven-defying. He did not use any divine arts. Instead, he slapped with his bare hands and flattened the mountains and earth. The boundless mountains and wastelands were all destroyed. Everyone was trembling, their bodies shivering. This type of power left everyone shaken, exceeding their imaginations. None of the 7 experts of the Yin-Yang sect survived. 3 Grand Elders and 2 half-step experts were turned into a pile of blood before they could even make a sound. As for the 2 mighty beings who could look down on the world, even though they fought back with all their might, shattering one grand mountain after another with their roars, they were still powerless to reverse the situation. They used their most powerful divine arts, but they were still smashed into meat paste by the giant hand. Only 2 human-shaped bloodstains were left on the flattened ground. What kind of power was this? A single hand annihilated a supreme existence, crushing a peak expert to death. This was a type of legend and miracle that caused people's souls to tremble. Even though many years had passed, people could not forget today's scene. A simple and unadorned giant hand reached out for more than 70 miles, covering the entire sky. It was like a deity. Crazy Ol did not make a move, but once he did, he shocked the world. He smashed 2 top masters into meat paste. This was like a fantasy. The eastern wasteland was going to be shaken. A cool breeze blew past the broken cliffs. The scene was desolate. The heroes died without leaving anything behind, which made the spectators shiver. Crazy Ol had already retracted his giant hand and stood there motionlessly. His thick black hair covered his righteous face. Only his hollow eyes could be vaguely seen. No one dared to breathe too loudly. This was an existence comparable to an ancient saint. Everyone was afraid of offending him. Only little Nan Nan was not afraid. She sat on Crazy Ol's shoulder and blinked her big black eyes. "Uncle, why aren't you talking?" An ancient saint who was 2 or 3 heads taller than ordinary people let a soft little girl sit on his shoulder. Many people could not stay calm. Who was this little girl? Being treated like this by a saint, everyone was surprised. No one would dare to bully her anymore. People looked at Yi Fan with a strange expression. They thought he was dead for sure. They never thought he would invite a saint who should not exist in this world. The divine physique was really unpredictable. Everyone was afraid of it. With such a god standing next to them, who would dare to provoke them? Even though his divine body had been destroyed, if he could travel with an existence comparable to an ancient saint, he would be able to look down on the entire eastern wilderness. Yi Fan was also shocked. He had already guessed Crazy Ol's methods, but he was still frightened when he saw it with his own eyes. Li Heishui rubbed his hands in excitement. With such a god, there was nothing to worry about in the future. The big black dog grinned and almost howled to the sky. He shook his head and squatted on the ground, looking for something. Then he stared at Crazy Ol, drooling. "What are you doing?" Yi Fan knocked on it and reminded, "I want to refine a type of treasure using a lock of the saint's hair." The large black dog drooled and accidentally revealed his thoughts. Even he himself was given a huge fright, and he hurriedly stopped himself. "Can't you be more ambitious?" Yi Fan glared at it. Every part of a saint's body is a treasure. Every inch of their flesh and blood can kill a supreme elite. The large black dog reminded Yi Fan, drooling. "Have you forgotten about the saint's bone powder on you? Even though it's been reduced to dust, it's still a precious treasure." However, it only dared to transmit its voice secretly. It didn't dare to speak out again for fear of slapping Crazy Ol in the face. Boom! Suddenly, the void in the distance split open. A golden bell rang and a black door opened. Space Gate. Everyone was shocked. This was the special realm gate of a great sect, something that would only appear when crossing the void. Inside the black door, the bell and drum rang together, and then a group of people walked out. The leader wore a purple robe, on which there were countless stars shining brightly. His black hair was like a waterfall, draping over his shoulders and back. His eyes were as deep as the starry sky, and every movement he made was filled with the dignity of someone who had been in a high position for a long time. He was like a supreme king. Above his head, there was a huge star that floated in the air like a precious wheel, protecting him in the center. Purple light flowed. He looked like a god, protected by a huge purple star. It was as if he had come from the lower realm of the celestial realm, condensing the power of the stars. And behind him, the people who walked out in a line also had extraordinary auras. Every one of them was like a star that had descended to the mortal world, extremely dignified. These are people from the Ziwei sect. The person with the huge purple star above his head seems to be the leader of the Ziwei sect. Everyone was shocked. The leader of a supreme sect in the central region of the Eastern Baron had come. This was a super big event. The Ziwei sect was very mysterious and had an ancient inheritance. Their cultivation methods were different from the other sects in the Eastern Baron territory, but they were extremely powerful. They were not holy lands, and their scale was not as large, but the people in the sect were all experts. Everyone had a common understanding that the people who came out of the sect were not weaker than the Holy Lands. This was an ancient and mysterious inheritance that could not be underestimated. Even the Holy Lands did not dare to provoke them. This is a true leader of a generation. Everyone knew the reason why the leader of the Ziwei sect had come. Their half-step cultivator had been killed here, so he must have come to demand an explanation. Even if they were all powerful cultivators, the difference was very big. Just now, the two powerful cultivators of the Yin-Yang sect had both ascended as supreme elders. However, they had just entered this realm and their lifespans were almost up. They could not compare to such a supreme sect leader. All the holy lords, the emperor of the eternal celestial dynasty, and such a supreme sect leader were the true masters of this world. Compared to the two people who had just entered the realm of powerful cultivators, they were many times more powerful. Who crippled my sect's disciple and killed my half-step cultivator? Behind the leader of the Ziwei sect, a few middle-aged men stepped forward and looked at everyone. They stared at Yifan first. Naturally, they already knew that he had crippled Zhao Efe. Their gazes were like sharp swords, frightening people's souls and piercing into their bones. Those who kill will die, and those who offend the Ziwei sect will be punished. Their voices were cold as if they were announcing the fate of Yi Fan and the Crazy Owl. They glanced at Li Heishui and the others, and finally looked at the Crazy Owl. Their eyes flashed with divine light, but they did not act rashly. This is... The leader of the Ziwei sect's expression suddenly froze. Shock appeared in his eyes that were as deep as the starry sky. He stared at the Crazy Owl and involuntarily retreated. "What's wrong, leader?" The people beside him asked in surprise. "Retreat, retreat quickly." The leader of the Ziwei sect had the majestic bearing of a king. He had an imposing appearance and was as divine as a celestial emperor. However, at this moment, his expression had completely changed. "Leader." The people beside him were all shocked. How can there be such a person in this world? The leader of the Ziwei sect staggered back, his expression extremely shocked. He directly opened the region gate. "Leader, are we just going to let them go like this? A half-step great elite of our sect and several great elders have all died here." Those middle-aged men did not speak, but the two children beside them did not have any reservations and spoke like this. "Shut up." The leader of the Ziwei sect was shocked, and he shouted loudly. Then he was the first to enter the region gate. When the others saw this, they all hurriedly followed. Swoosh! With a flash of light, the region gate closed. The group of people passed through and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The Ziwei sect had come with such a large force, and even the supreme sect leader had come in person. However, they had been scared away in the blink of an eye. Everyone was deeply shocked. This is the might of a saint. Just by standing here, he can scare away all powerful enemies in this world. Everyone present knew that retreating was a wise choice. Otherwise, if they dared to make a move in front of this existence that was comparable to an ancient saint, they would definitely die. "Everyone, have you seen enough? It's time to disperse." The large black dog howled proudly. Today, the crazy old man had made a move. In the future, who would dare to provoke him? Many people in the sky were speechless. What they had seen today was really shocking. The news would definitely shake the Eastern Barren territory. The appearance of an existence comparable to an ancient saint would definitely cause a great commotion. Yi Fan and the others continued on their way. After traveling for just over 1,000 miles, a region gate appeared in the void ahead. 7 or 8 people walked out, and all of them were supreme figures. Purple aura surrounded their bodies, and they were like gods that had descended. Every one of them had surpassed the peak stage of the dragon transformation realm. They were the supreme elders of the Purple Mansion Holy Land. These people swept their cold gazes over, staring at Yi Fan. Then they looked at the crazy old man, Li Heishui, and the others. Clearly, they had come with ill intentions. Swoosh! With another flash of light, a middle-aged man wearing a purple gold crown rushed out. His aura was like that of a god, and he was extremely majestic. He swept his gaze over those supreme elders, and said, "Retreat quickly." Their disciples had been humiliated, and they had come to denounce them. After learning that there was a great battle here, and even a half-step great elite had suffered a loss, they had sent out many powerful cultivators. At the crucial moment, the Purple Mansion Holy Land had received a secret report. There was an unparalleled figure here, and they could not afford to provoke him at all. That was why the final scene had taken place. Everyone from the Purple Mansion Holy Land had retreated. Not a single person stayed, and no one dared to step forward to denounce them. On this day, the news spread throughout the central region of the Eastern Barren territory. An ancient saint had appeared, and he had killed a great elite with one hand. He had scared off the Ziwei school and the Purple Mansion Holy Land one after another. The central region was shaken. Everyone was incomparably shocked. How many years had it been since such a figure had appeared? Even the Holy Lands could only retreat, and they did not dare to face him head-on. The most unexpected thing was that Yi Fan was traveling with that saint. Many people who wanted to deal with him were helpless. The Supreme Divine King was suspected to have fallen, and now such a strange person had appeared. They really could not afford to offend him. Even the Holy Lands and Supreme Sects did not dare to do anything to him. Damn, there's no justice in this world. The world has changed, and yet a saint has appeared. This is unbelievable. The saint has already killed himself. How did such a person come out? Could it be that he was dug out from some ancient temple deep in the mountains? Yi Fan's enemies were all indignant. Originally, they thought that he was already half-crippled, and they could take his life. They did not think that an even more ruthless person would appear to deter them. Yi Fan and the others headed north. From time to time, people would follow them and observe from behind. They all wanted to know the identity of the crazy old man, but unfortunately, no one could see through him. Before they knew it, they had once again approached the ancient city of Purple Sky Capital. They had arrived at the territory of the Feng tribe, which was also the territory of the Ziwei school. Let's stop here for a while and go to the Ziwei school as guests. Let's see if we can resolve our grievances, Yi Fan said with a smile. Little Yezi, you are too wicked. Li Heishui was slightly speechless. Now that the crazy old man was traveling with them, this was a supreme deterrent. Yet, Yi Fan wanted to go to the Ziwei school. This would definitely cause a huge commotion. Good idea. The large black dog shouted, wanting to see the world in chaos. Why do we always have to wait for them to provoke us? I feel that there is a need to pay a visit to the Ziwei school and properly warm up with them. Then, we will go to the Supreme Yin-Yang sect in the Middle State. I am serious. I sincerely want to reconcile with the Ziwei school. Let's go and take a look at where they are, Yi Fan said. You are too mean. This will scare people to death. The other Holy Lands will all feel uneasy. Li Heishui said. Chapter 489. Purple Sky Capital Ancient City had survived the Age of Desolation and the Great Dark Calamity. It had existed for a long time, and was one of the 10 great ancient cities in the central part of the Eastern Wilderness. There were many great forces in this area. Yi Fan and the others did not stay for long. They really began to head to the Ziwei sect to carry out a reconciliation. Along the way, the large black dog was extremely excited. When they asked people about the specific location of the Ziwei sect, many people revealed strange expressions. What did these gods want to do? Of course we want to visit the Ziwei ancient land. Do you think we will attack? The large black dog howled. Everyone's expression changed. These few had caused a lot of trouble in the past few days. They had a saint following them. Could it be that they really wanted to attack the Ziwei sect? There were many famous mountains and rivers in the central region. It could be said that they were a land of heroes. They gathered ancient purple qi and gathered thousands of veins of dragon qi to nurture the spirit roots of heaven and earth. In a mountain range thousands of kilometers away from Purple Sky capital, purple qi flourished. Clouds and smoke curled up, and ancient trees were evergreen. It was like an otherworldly celestial vein. It was very extraordinary. Yi Fan and the others continued forward and arrived at this celestial mountain. Figures could be seen behind them. Some cultivators had received the news and followed them. In the past few days, their group had attracted the attention of many people. Yi Fan had killed the Yin-Yang Saint's son with his sword, shocking the young generation. The old madman had killed a great cultivator. It was like a raging sea, crashing against the shore, affecting the nerves of many people. The supreme sects of the Middle State were disgraced in the eastern wilderness. The news had already spread, but the Yin-Yang sect did not dare to do anything. They were really stunned. "Doggy, don't run around. Walk with Big Brother and the others." Little Nan Nan was very quiet and obedient. She sat on the back of the Black Emperor. Seeing that it was too excited and running too fast, she reminded it softly. "Don't worry, no one dares to attack us." The large black dog was unconcerned. He ran along the cliffs, looking for supreme spirit medicines. This was a celestial land. Green pine trees stood proudly between the rocks, celestial cranes circled, waterfalls fell, and dense spirit qi lingered. Clang! Suddenly, a bone-chilling killing intent surged out. The sword ray split the mountains, and the sword pierced through the sky. It was dazzling and blinding, like a comet streaking across the sky. A peerlessly sharp sword. The large black dog was shocked and infuriated. He had never imagined that someone would dare to assassinate him even though he was traveling with the old lunatic. Moreover, the assassin was so swift and fierce, as if he wanted to kill him with a single strike. Woof! At this moment, the Black Emperor did not dodge this world-shocking sword strike, because it was already too late. Instead, he opened his bloody mouth and roared. A huge wave of air gushed out from its mouth like a volcanic eruption, causing the surrounding void to completely collapse. Boom! It was as if a magnificent army was galloping, the sound waves like the roar of a true dragon. It was extremely terrifying, collapsing a cliff in front of them. However, that sword ray was exceptionally sharp. It descended from the heavens and directly aimed at the little girl on its back, wanting to kill her. The large black dog was both shocked and enraged. His muscles and bones were as tough as steel, so he wouldn't mind even if he was struck by a sword. However, the little girl was extremely tender at this moment, so how could she withstand such a strike? The space between its brows split open, and the third vertical eye opened, shooting out a streak of terrifying black radiance. At the same time, it jumped up, blocking in front of the divine sword. Clang! The beam of light shot out from the third eye of the Black Emperor struck the killing sword. Sparks flew in all directions, slowing down the sword's speed. However, the killing sword was still slashing toward the little girl. In the distance, Yi Fan heard the large black dog's howl, and his expression changed. He used the Merak movement technique and quickly rushed out. At the same time, he successfully activated the All character, increasing his speed tenfold. He was like a streak of light, flashing past a dozen or so mountain peaks in the blink of an eye. He rushed forward, just in time to witness the scene of the killing sword slashing the little girl. Yi Fan's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. The people of the human world had appeared again, and they were attacking while knowing that the old lunatic was traveling with them. He saw the panicked expression on the little girl's face. Her face was snow white, and she was at a loss for what to do. The sword was pointed directly at the space between her brows, and his heart was filled with both shock and fury. Boom! Borrowing the power of the alt character, the golden lake between Yi Fan's brows seemed to be boiling. His powerful divine sense transformed into a small golden cauldron, and it rushed out to save the little girl from her predicament. Clang! The small golden cauldron struck the killing sword, causing it to tremble violently. At the same time, the light that shot out from the space between the large black dog's brows became even brighter, and it struck toward the sword. Pooh! The killing sword was blocked, but it also slid forward for a short distance. A bloody gash appeared on the large black dog's head, but it didn't hurt the little girl at all. However, right at this moment, a peerless killing intent descended. An ocean-like wave surged toward Yi Fan, intending to shatter him into pieces. There was a peerless elite hiding in the dark, quietly waiting for him to arrive, and then unleashed a domineering attack. He wanted to destroy both his body and soul, and make him cease to exist forever. The people of the ancient god dynasty of killers in the human world were extremely daring. They didn't even fear an existence comparable to the ancient saints, and they were waiting here to assassinate him. Right at this moment, the old lunatic who stood a dozen or so mountains outside exhaled softly. He didn't move, and the wave of air transformed into a streak of white light that rushed over. The heaven and earth seemed to have frozen, and time also seemed to have stopped. Everything had stopped, and only that streak of white light was moving, and it rushed over. Pop! The killing sword turned into powder, and a black-robed man fell out from the darkness. Both his body and soul were destroyed on the spot. At the same time, a withered body fell out of the void, cracking next to Yi Fan. It was slashed by the white light, and with a "pu" sound, it turned into powder. The corpse of an ancient great elite. Someone has entered it with a nascent soul puppet, and is controlling all of this. The large black dog was shocked. The ancient god dynasty of killers, the human world. Yi Fan's eyes were cold. The enemy wanted to kill him, and even dared to attack in this kind of situation. If the old lunatic hadn't spat out a breath of essence and destroyed the corpse of this ancient great elite, perhaps he would have been in danger just now. Big brother, are you hurt? The little girl was frightened, but she asked this first. Just now, the killing sword was pointed at the center of her brows, and it was about to kill her. The little girl's little face was snow-white, and her big eyes were filled with tears. She was very panicked. After all, she was only a 2-year-old child, and she had never experienced something like this before. If she was an ordinary child, she would have already burst into tears. Little girl, don't be afraid, I'm fine. Yi Fan walked up and comforted her softly. He patted her head lightly and then scratched her delicate nose. At this time, Li Heishui also rushed up and shouted, "Has the human world eaten the heart and gall of a celestial? They even dare to kill a cultivator who is traveling with a saint." In the past, the ancient god dynasty of killers ruled the world, and with a single thought, blood flowed like rivers on the earth. They even dared to kill ancient saints, so of course they have nothing to fear. The large black dog's heart was palpitating, and he sighed softly. But what era is it now? There are no saints in this world anymore. Could it be that they still have such a figure in their god dynasty? Li Heishui asked. They are testing us, Yi Fan said to himself. Yes, they are testing the might of a saint. The large black dog nodded and said, under normal circumstances, the strength of the disciples they send out is similar to that of the target, and the main purpose is to train themselves, so they rarely send out such terrifying figures. If they had sent the corpse of an ancient great elite to attack just to kill Yi Fan, it would be too much of a ruckus. The few of them guessed that they had come to test the crazy owl. Is the ancient god dynasty of killers not afraid of a saint? Yi Fan frowned deeply, and the few of them all looked slightly worried. The crazy owl walked over step by step, and just like before, he did not say anything. He was silent, as if nothing in the world could move his mind. Behind him, some cultivators followed here, and when they saw the scene just now, they were all very shocked, and began to discuss in low voices. The ancient god dynasty of killers is indeed terrifying. They even dared to kill someone protected by an ancient saint. Maybe the world is going to change. The celestial court has been destroyed, and both the human world and hell have been preserved intact. They have developed in secret, and who knows how powerful they have become. Maybe this is a message they have released that they will return soon. Yi Fan's eyes were cold. The ancient god dynasty of killers. The human world was too great a threat to him. They even wanted to kill little girl, and this was intolerable. Do you know where their ancient palace is? Yi Fan asked the large black dog. No one knows. It is an ancient palace built from the skulls of various kings. It is a tower of death. When the large black dog said this, he could not help but shiver. If we know where it is, we must ask the saint beside us to destroy them. Li Heishui gritted his teeth. It will be difficult. In the past, all the saints came together, but they still could not destroy the human world and hell. I am afraid it will be impossible now. The large black dog shook his head. This is a very bad sign. If the ancient god dynasty of killers came to kill me at this time, it might stimulate many people to hire them. Yi Fan thought of this serious problem. The trip to the Holy Cliff had to be carried out as soon as possible. He needed to obtain the perfect inheritance of the celestial court and wield the supreme scepter of killers to protect himself and resist them. The Ziwei sect was located in the deep mountains of the celestial vein. Looking from afar, the sky was filled with stars. A large purple star was in the center, and the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise were guarding it. At this time, the sky was not dark, and the sun was blazing high in the sky. However, there were stars like this appearing, which seemed very strange and mysterious. They have drawn upon the celestial bodies. This is the projection of the stars. The large black dog said. The Ziwei sect seems to be a bit special, Yi Fan muttered to himself as he stared fixedly. In front of them, there was an endless mountain range. 10,000 ancestral roots gathered here, and a purple aura swirled around them. Spiritual chi filled the air. On the ancient mountains, there were countless spirit herbs, and ancient trees stood tall. They are a supreme sect with a long history. Some say that they are related to the outer realm, Li Heishui said. What? There is such a saying? Yi Fan was shocked. The large black dog looked confused. He thought hard, and then seemed to think of something. He said, perhaps there really is a connection. An ancient emperor once mentioned this inheritance when he looked up at the stars. The mountain gate of the Ziwei sect was tall and majestic. It was built from a meteorite, and it had existed since the ancient era. It was almost 200,000 years old. When the people in the mountain gate saw Yi Fan and the others, their expressions changed. In the past few days, the news of a saint appearing had shaken the entire Eastern Barren territory. Everyone knew about it. At this moment, when they saw this group with their own eyes, no one could remain calm. The Ziwei sect was vast and boundless. It was formed from countless purple mountains. Celestial mist drifted about, and strange flowers bloomed. Medicinal herbs were everywhere, and the air was fragrant. This was a pure land, far away from the clamor of the mortal world. It was the ideal place for cultivators to cultivate. When the sect leader of the Ziwei sect received the report, he immediately stood up. He stood on the peak of a mountain and looked down at the mountain gate. His expression immediately changed. An existence comparable to an ancient saint had arrived. Had they come to denounce them? If that was really the case, even the powerful Ziwei sect would not be able to bear the consequences. The grand elders of the Ziwei sect all changed expressions. None of them could maintain their calm. This junior, Yi Fan, has come to pay a visit to the mountain. Yi Fan said to the guard of the mountain gate. These people were completely dumbfounded. They had brought an existence comparable to an ancient saint to pay a visit to the mountain. This was really torturous. Even the various holy lands would feel a headache and fear. Chapter 490. The Ziwei sect stretched as far as the eye could see, and auspicious aura filled the air. Purple mountain peaks stood side by side, and there was no lack of peerless spirit medicines growing here. Spiritual chi was dense. Yi Fan and the others walked into this ancient land, and they could smell a refreshing fragrance. On the precipice and beside the ancient trees, they could occasionally see a rare and precious medicine. There is an ancient dragon divine orchid on that purple precipice. It is at least 15,000 years old, and it is a peerless spirit medicine. The large black dog's old habit acted up again. His large eyes shone with a green light, and he wanted nothing more than to pounce over and snatch it. Mountains after mountains flowed with brilliant colors and were surrounded by clouds and mist. Cliffs and strange stones stood tall, and it was like a divine land. Apart from the strange and colorful stone mountains, many mountain ranges were full of vitality. Strange trees were planted on the mountains, and they were strong like young dragons, swaying and shining with green light. Large white waterfalls poured down from the mountain peaks, passing through the ribbons of clouds and mist. It looked very ethereal and magnificent. On almost every purple mountain peak, 1 or 2 precious medicines that were over 10,000 years old could be found. Not to mention other things, just these were priceless. The Ziwei sect had an ancient heritage, and it had existed for more than 100,000 years. It was natural for it to have such a heritage, but it still surprised Yi Fan and the others. This was an ancient land that had been carefully managed by the ancestors. There were many rare treasures that could not be compared to ordinary great sections. A few young disciples of the Ziwei sect followed and led the way. Every one of them was very nervous. That strange person with disheveled hair made their hair stand on end. According to legend, the ancient saints had boundless magic power and were omnipotent. No one could estimate them. They were simply gods that walked the world, and people respected them. Even in ancient times, it was very difficult for such a person to be born. Thus, they were revered as saints, and all races looked up to them. In the ancient land of the Ziwei sect, the sky was densely covered with stars, as if they were in the boundless starry sky. Even the main peak had starlight flowing, and it was very beautiful. Not long after, the Ziwei sect leader and many grand elders personally came out to greet them. Facing an existence comparable to an ancient saint, no one dared to be careless. Such a god had come to their door, and they were all extremely troubled. If he came to punish them, how could they resist? Should he use his so-called trump cards? But this was a living and scathed saint. He couldn't move it at all. Senior has graced us with his presence. Please forgive us for not going out to welcome you. These people all bowed respectfully, feeling apprehensive. As for the younger generation of the Ziwei Star sect, they did not even dare to breathe too loudly. They followed at the back of the group to pay their respects, cursing Yi Fan in their hearts. How did he manage to invite such a deity? Just barging in would scare people to death. Crazy, Ol didn't say a word. His empty eyes stared at the stars above the ancient land of Ziwei and the purple star in the center. He seemed to be thinking about something. Seniors, I'm sorry to disturb your cultivation. Yi Fan tried to smooth things over. He explained that Crazy Ol was walking in the human world and was in another kind of closed-door training, waiting for a breakthrough. Therefore, Crazy Ol didn't care much about the outside world. Maybe he was in a trance, so they didn't have to worry about him. Breaking through again? The super figures of the Ziwei Star sect all looked at each other. He was already comparable to an ancient saint, and he still wanted to break through. How could others live like this? Yi Fan was very humble. He didn't use Crazy Ol's saintly might to pressure them. It was enough for him to come here once. The Ziwei Star sect would definitely not dare to cause trouble for him in the future. It was impossible for Crazy Ol to travel with him forever. Perhaps he would disappear soon. Right now, he could only use Crazy Ol's influence to make the Holy Lands wary. Uncle doesn't like to talk. Big brother is telling the truth. Little Nan Nan said innocently. Then she began to climb the tree. She pulled on Crazy Ol's clothes, wanting to climb up. The big figures of the Ziwei Star sect were completely dizzy. In this world, perhaps only this little girl dared to climb a tree on an ancient saint. The big black dog walked up and carried little Nan Nan onto Crazy Ol's shoulder. The little girl was not afraid at all and sat on him herself. The people of the Ziwei Star sect didn't dare to disturb Crazy Ol. They let him wander around the ancient land. They pulled Yi Fan to the side and asked, "How did you get to know that senior?" "We are old acquaintances. He can be considered half a teacher to me. He once taught me the Merak footwork. Now, we are just reuniting." Yi Fan smiled. The people of the Ziwei Star sect were petrified. They immediately guessed the identity of the strange man with disheveled hair. He was the only remaining crazy old man in the world of Merak. The big black dog shouted, "Do you want to kill Yi Fan?" He spoke very directly, like a hothead. He was obviously doing this on purpose. He was playing the bad guy to force Yi Fan to abdicate. How is this possible? A big figure of the Ziwei Star sect wiped away his cold sweat. He glanced at Crazy Ol not far away and felt very guilty. If this saint was offended, he could overturn the entire Ziwei Star ancient land. Who would dare to offend him now? But we heard it with our own ears not long ago. The big black dog was not willing to give up. He spoke very loudly. In the distance, little Nan Nan, who was sitting on Crazy Ol's shoulder, said pitifully, "Grandpa, don't kill Big Brother, okay? Would we dare to kill him? Little ancestor, please don't be so innocent." The big figures of the Ziwei Star sect were shocked. Little Nan Nan was sitting on the saint's shoulder, and her pleading made their hair stand on end. "Grandpa, please don't kill us, okay?" Little Nan Nan continued to plead in a soft voice. This was really frightening. Sitting on the saint's shoulder and pleading like this caused the big figures to feel uneasy. All of them expressed their opinions. Everything is just a misunderstanding. That kind of thing will definitely not happen. Don't worry. Our Ziwei Star sect has always stood aloof from worldly affairs. We will not do such a thing. From now on, the youngsters of our sect will get closer to you. The big figures had never encountered such a thing before. Even the various holy lands had never questioned them about this. Now, a few commoners with no background had actually invited a saint over. As long as that didn't happen. "If you really want to kill us, the saint will not just stand by and watch," the big black dog said shamelessly. "Seniors, please don't mind him. Don't listen to his nonsense. Actually, I have come to apologize." Yi Fan knew when to stop. His attitude was very humble, and he said that he had come to apologize for what had happened to Zhao Fe. The leader of the Ziwei Star sect stood tall and straight. It was as if he wore a purple gold crown on his head, and he was dressed in a starry robe. His eyes were as deep as the ocean, and there were purple stars above his head. He looked like the reincarnation of a celestial emperor. Normally, he would not say anything to Yi Fan, but now, he put down his attitude, smiled slightly, and said, "Let bygones be bygones. Don't mention it again. From now on, you youngsters should interact more." The grand elders beside him also said. Yi Fan and the others entered the Ziwei Star sect, and in the end, they were personally escorted out by the grand elders. This caused a huge commotion in the central region. This was a major event. Are you kidding me? Bringing a saint to pay a visit? No one can bear it. Don't tell me they want to go to the central state next. If they pay a visit to the Yin-Yang sect, it will definitely be very lively. If the supreme sects of the central state fight each other, it will definitely be an earth-shattering battle. The outside world was filled with discussions. After the various holy lands received the news, they were all extremely fearful. They were afraid that Yi Fan did not know the immensity of heaven and earth, and would rely on the old madman to cause trouble in the various holy lands. If that was the case, the holy lands would lose face. To fight or not to fight, it would put them in a dilemma. Soon, the identity of the old madman spread from the Ziwei Star sect, causing a commotion. He was actually the last remaining unparalleled elite of the Merak sky. He is the old madman. He has returned to his youth. 6,000 years have passed, and he is still alive. How many years can he live for? No wonder it can only be him. 6,000 years ago, he was already invincible in the Eastern Barren Territory. Now that so many years have passed, he is naturally already comparable to an ancient saint. So he is the unparalleled elite of the past. Has his lifespan been extended again? Everyone was shocked. 6,000 years ago, the unparalleled existence in the Eastern Barren Territory was already undefeatable. Now, his lifespan had been extended again. This shocked everyone. With the current situation, the Merak Holy Land could not be considered destroyed. As long as the old madman was still alive, he could rebuild it with his unparalleled cultivation. Yi Fan's enemies were furious. The unparalleled divine king was destined to fall. They had thought that the opportunity to kill him had come, but they did not expect that a saint would appear out of nowhere. Now, even the Holy Lands did not dare to touch him. Back then, the old madman was invincible. If he went crazy, he could definitely destroy a holy land. Because this was not the past. Ancient saints could not be born anymore. He was a living saint. Who could compete with him? Yi Fan and the others left, preparing to go to the Holy Cliff. They had no intention of visiting the Holy Lands. He only wanted to borrow the old madman's power to survive. He did not want to cause trouble. However, on this day the Eastern Barren Territory was shaken. The Saint Lords came one after another to see the old madman. The Holy Lands were uneasy. The old madman's mind was no longer in a mess. Moreover, he was so quiet. He must have remembered everything in the past. In the past, the Holy Lands had emptied Merak. What would this saint do after understanding everything? If he was enraged and attacked the great sage's lands, blood would flow like rivers. No one would be able to calm down. When Yi Fan and the others entered the sky-gazing city, the entire street quieted down. Everyone retreated, leaving only the Saint Lords to greet the old madman. Everyone's expression was incomparably pious. They were all very careful and paid their respects. No one dared to be negligent. The Jiang clan Saint Lord, the Feng clan Saint Lord, the Ji clan Saint Lord, the Alcade Saint Lord, the Purple Mansion Saint Lord, the 10,000 Beginnings Saint Lord, the Jade Lake Saint Lord. On this day, the Eastern Barren Territory shook violently. It was as if a tsunami had struck the earth. The whole world was watching and everyone was talking about it. A famous saint had appeared and his lifespan had been extended again. Even the people of the middle ground knew about it and were in an uproar. The Yin-Yang sect was completely silent. They no longer dared to send anyone to the Eastern Barren Territory. They were even prepared to fight the saint in the middle ground. Ji Haoyue and Ji Ziyue were beside the Saint Lord of the Ji family. They had all obtained the opportunity to pay their respects to the saint of the present age because these two were their future hopes. Back in the southern region, the God King Physique had fought with the Yin-Yang saint. Everyone knew that the God King Physique had beaten the Yin-Yang saint to the point of vomiting blood before stopping. Now that he heard that Yi Fan had personally killed the God King Physique, Ji Haoyue carefully observed Yi Fan. The Ji family's little moon had dimples on her cheeks and her canine teeth were shining. She was relieved after learning that Yi Fan had severed his own cultivation and survived. She wanted to squeeze over but was stopped by the divine King Physique. She pouted and mumbled. Beside the Jiang family's Saint Lord was Jiang Yifei. His clothes were whiter than snow and he was very elegant. It was impossible not to notice him. He had left a deep impression on Yi Fan. Like Hua Yunfei and the Alcade Saint's son, he had his own unique charm. Now, Yi Fan was sure that Jiang Yifei was not the mysterious divine King Physique of the Jiang family. However, he felt that this person was unfathomable. He was not the divine King Physique but was definitely not weaker than the young divine king of the Jiang family. The Wind Phoenix was beside the Feng clan's Saint Lord. She looked at Yi Fan with a complicated expression. He had invited a saint and killed the Yin-Yang saint's son with a half-crippled body. She was deeply shocked. The potential of the divine King Physique was much greater than she had imagined. Other than that, the Jade Lake Saint, Dao Yi Saint, and Purple Mansion Saint had also come with the head saint to see the crazy old man. What do these Saint Lords mean? Why did they bring the strongest saint or saint of their sects? Li Heishui was shocked. Greetings, Senior. We are willing to send our strongest heirs to Merak to help the saint rebuild the glory of Merak and let it reappear in the world, the Saint Lord said in unison. F***C, how generous. They dare to do this. Even the large black dog was stunned. The sky-gazing city was extremely quiet, especially on this ancient street. Even a pin drop could be heard. Everyone was looking here, waiting. However, the crazy old man was very quiet and did not say a word for a long time. Some Saint Lords broke out in a cold sweat. They had robbed Merak clean, and now this saint had not only come back alive, but his mind was also not muddled. This made them very worried. We are willing to provide everything so that Merak can return to its former glory, a Saint Lord said again. The others did not want to fall behind, and they all agreed. They all earnestly asked for the glory of Merak to be restored and the glory of this extremely prosperous Saint Land reappear. The Saint Lands had powerful resources that could resist the peerless combat force of the world. However, after this battle, they would probably be extremely weak for a long time. This was because the crazy old man was the saint of the present age. He was not injured, and he was in the prime of his life. He still had a long life, and he could fight any kind of enemy. If he went on a killing spree, he would exhaust the resources of the Saint Lands, because he could fight for a long time. That would be disastrous. Let the dead die. The crazy old man finally said. A cool breeze blew over, and his thick black hair danced in the wind. His bronze-colored face was revealed. He had a very good appearance, with a straight nose and a square mouth. His face was as sharp as a knife, and he was extremely resolute. However, his eyes were bottomless, like two abysses. Suddenly, a large number of snow-white petals floated down from the sky. Each petal was as big as a palm, and they were all stained with blood. The human world. Many people's expressions changed. This was a high-profile killing move by the ancient god dynasty of killers. They only did this before the desolate antiquity era. Were they really going to make a comeback now? Absolute slaying Saint Body. These 4 words rumbled between heaven and earth like thunder. Then, a snow-white petal as tall as half a man floated down. The human world's must-kill order. This is a must-kill order issued by the god dynasty of killers after they accepted the commission of at least 10 people. Someone exclaimed and revealed the meaning of this order. The big white petal was engraved with scenes of the ups and downs of the human world, representing the human world. Behind it were 2 words carved in blood, Yi Fan. This was the must-kill order of the ancient god dynasty of killers. Even with the protection of a saint, they dared to kill him. This was very thought-provoking. If you want to kill me, come at me, shouted Yi Fan. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and countless black petals floated down. Like black jade, they were also stained with blood. What? Hell has also appeared? This is their killing order. Hell, the ancient god dynasty of killers, has also appeared. People exclaimed again, and their expressions all changed. In the end, a huge black petal fell. On it was engraved a god who had broken the shackles and rushed out of hell, representing the ancient god dynasty of killers. In addition, 2 words were carved in blood, Yi Fan. It was still a must-kill order. The ancient god dynasty of killers had also received at least 10 commissions to kill Yi Fan. There are actually so many ancient inheritances that are connected to the human world and hell. They want to kill the Saint Body. Everyone's expression changed. He clearly knew that he was walking with a saint, but he still dared to issue a must-kill order. The horror of the human world and hell made people shiver. Chapter 491. The snow-white petals were like flowers buried in a graveyard. They were stained with blood and fluttered about on the entire ancient street. The black petals represented death. Mist filled the air and emitted a destructive aura. They fluttered about in the air, sending chills down everyone's spines. The appearance of the 2 great ancient killer dynasties shocked everyone and affected everyone's nerves. The Saint Lords especially found it difficult to remain calm. Their ancestors had participated in the destruction of the god dynasty. Back then, the 3 great killer dynasties ruled over the world. For a long time, all the ancient inheritances in the eastern wasteland fell silent, not daring to anger them. Once they were provoked, there would definitely be exceptional figures assassinated. This was an unbearable burden that no holy land could bear. The 3 great ancient god dynasties were powerful and terrifying. They even dared to assassinate ancient saints, and they succeeded. Who wouldn't be afraid of them? That was a dark age. It could be considered a man-made disaster. The ancient god dynasties ruled over the world and looked down on the eastern wasteland, causing every holy land to feel unprecedented pressure. Petals fluttered about on the street, all stained with fresh blood. A formless killing intent lingered. The legendary order to kill had appeared, and no one had been able to avoid it since ancient times. I wonder how strong they are now. Before the antiquity age, as long as the order to kill was issued, No one could escape. The large black dog mumbled. Many people looked at Yi Fan with strange expressions. The ancient killer dynasties had an undefeated legend. They had issued the order to kill, and no one had been an exception until now. The two great god dynasties have been in seclusion for countless years. Now that they have reappeared, they are so high profile. I'm afraid they are powerful enough. The Saint Lord of the Wind tribe frowned. There were some words that he didn't say. The other party dared to issue the order to kill at this time, which was obviously to provoke the saints of the present age. They most likely wanted to establish their might. If this was really the case, the problem was quite serious. It proved that the power of the two great killer dynasties had already expanded to an extremely frightening level. Could it be that they have recovered to their former glory? The Alcade Saint Lord also frowned. In the past, in the ancient palace of the human world, the skulls of the kings had almost all been gathered, and not a single physique had been missed. They had killed all the heroes of the world, and no one could resist them. Meanwhile, the infernal realm was even more so. They were like a group of fallen and ruthless deities. They wielded divine swords that dripped with blood, cutting down all saints in the world. They were powerful and terrifying. In the underworld, the divine skin, bones, flesh, internal organs, and other things of the ancient saints they killed were preserved. The smell of blood was shocking, and it was the most mysterious and terrifying place. The Holy Lord of the Ji clan revealed a solemn expression as well. If the situation of the past really reappears, I'm afraid there will be another dark chaos. There will be a great disaster. The ancient divine dynasty of assassins specialized in killing. These people had spent their entire lives killing, and they were the most proficient in killing in the world. It was almost impossible for people of the same level to resist or guard against them. All the Holy Lands had participated in that world-shaking war before the primordial age. It wasn't that they didn't want to uproot the human world and hell, but only after truly fighting did they realize how great of a price they would have to pay. There were two saints in the supreme divine dynasty, the heavenly court, who were at the end of their lifespans. They could not exert their full combat power in their twilight years, but they still managed to make 3 supreme saints from the Holy Lands die together with them. The great sage's timing was good. They attacked when the old saint of the ancient divine dynasty of assassins was about to pass away and the new saint was about to be born. In the end, they still paid such a heavy price. Therefore, they no longer had the strength to destroy the human world and hell, allowing them to escape unscathed. A sky-shocking rainbow descended from the heavens, its diameter 3 zhang. This was a sharp sword radiance that hacked towards Yi Fan. It could be said to be world-shocking. What? He actually attacked in front of the saints? This is the saint-slaying sword technique of the human world. Everyone's expression changed. Had the human world really gone crazy? Or had their foundation expanded to an extremely terrifying level, and they didn't fear the unparalleled old madman? This was a killing technique of the Holy Lord level. It cut through the void and reality, and there was nothing it couldn't destroy. It drew out a trace of the great Tao, as if it was cutting the barrier between the ancient and the present. The old madman spread out his sleeves, covering the sky and blocking out the sun. He not only took the sword ray into his sleeves, but also the sky. Boom! The sky immediately collapsed, and a huge black hole appeared. The sword ray had shot out through the region gate. The cultivators of the human world didn't dare to show themselves. Another sword ray slashed down. A blood-red divine ray tore through the void. It was 6,000 feet long, and it slashed towards the little girl on the big black dog's back. Yi Fan's eyes were cold. It was one thing for the ancient divine dynasty of assassins to kill him, but they even included the little girl. This made him extremely angry. Bang! The old madman flicked his finger, and a finger ray pierced through the sky. Not only did it shatter the blood-red ray, but it also pierced through the sky and rushed towards the other end of the void. Boom! Suddenly, the tall and majestic saint moved his hands together. This was the first time he had used a divine technique in front of the crowd, but no one could see it clearly. There were also many complicated Tao patterns at the tips of his fingers. They were like foot-long true dragons swimming around. His hands shook violently, and the sky collapsed in an instant. In the sky-gazing city, except for the divine lords, almost everyone collapsed on the ground. They couldn't bear this kind of pressure at all. This was a suppression that originated from the spirit. Boom! A terrifying wave of Tao power suddenly traversed the void and struck towards the other end of the void. No one knew how he did it. This is not opening the region gate, but killing the enemy across the endless void. The divine lords were all stunned, and their faces were full of shock. The old madman didn't use any great technique. This was just a secret technique he casually used. The sky was smashed like a broken drum. The Tao power shot by the old madman crossed the void. 2 screams came from the other end, and then it was completely silent. The saints of the present age couldn't be humiliated. This kind of nature-defying technique was really shocking. A top cultivator opening the region gate to assassinate them was unknown how many miles away they were. But the old madman had calculated their position and used his peerless Tao power to pierce through and kill them. This kind of combat power made everyone deeply afraid. The people from the world of man and hell didn't appear again, but no one was calm. They were shocked by the old madman's technique and the courage of the 2 ancient divine dynasties of killers. Today, they announced their return. In the future, a massacre in the Eastern Barren Territory was inevitable. Many ancient heritages couldn't sit still anymore. Just now, they were just testing the waters, but daring to attack the saints of the present age was sending a terrifying message. Yi Fan was furious. The divine dynasty of killers had attacked him again, and even the innocent little girl was involved. This made him want to kill them all. It's okay, Nanan isn't afraid. The little girl pulled Yi Fan's sleeve and raised her head. Her big eyes were clear and pure. She was clearly panicking, but she forced herself to say this. She looked very pitiful. Nanan, you really don't need to worry. They're nothing. Yi Fan smiled. At this time, many cultivators in the sky-gazing city stood up again. Apart from the old madman and a few people protected by the saint lords, the rest were limp on the ground. This was the power of a saint. Every move they made could affect countless living beings in the world. They had unfathomable power. When many people looked at Yi Fan, their gazes were strange. 2 ancient killer divine dynasties were nothing to him? In the past, no one would have dared to say this. In the past, no one could escape the must-kill order issued by a single divine dynasty. Now, 2 divine dynasties issued a must-kill order on him at the same time. This was a situation of certain death. The Saint Lords urged him to stay, but the old madman remained silent and didn't say anything else. No one dared to say anything else and let them leave. Here, Ji Ziyue finally found a chance. She teleported to Yi Fan's side with the Great Void technique and handed him a purple jade cauldron. Ji Clan's little moon's skin was fair and translucent. She was even more beautiful now. She was dressed in purple and looked as graceful as a fairy. Her beautiful hair danced in the wind and her eyes were ethereal. She wrinkled her nose in dissatisfaction and pushed Yi Fan. Put it away quickly. What is this? Yi Fan asked. At the same time, he was very surprised. This was the first time he was so close to Ji Ziyue since they parted that year. This is a life-prolonging medicine I secretly borrowed from the Saint Lord. It was refined by an unparalleled divine king in my clan. Yi Fan was shocked. This must have been stolen by Ji Ziyue. He was touched and wanted to laugh at the same time. This proud daughter of heaven actually did such a thing. What are you laughing at? Put it away quickly. Ji Ziyue grinded her little canine teeth and hammered him. Then, she revealed a moving smile to little Nan Nan, revealing her dimples. Her big eyes curved into the shape of crescent moons. Come with big sister, okay? Little Nan Nan quickly ran back and hugged Yi Fan's leg. She tilted her head and looked at her as if she was afraid that Ji Ziyue would kidnap her. She blinked her big bright eyes and didn't say anything. Little one. Ji Ziyue lightly scratched her nose and then disappeared in the void in a flash. That big sister has a treasure on her. Little Nan Nan secretly told Yi Fan. Yi Fan immediately laughed. What could the little one know? She actually said this. However, a glimmer of brilliance flashed through Crazy Ole's hollow eyes. Something from the bronze immortal palace. As soon as these words came out, Yi Fan's heart trembled. His myriad chi origin root came from there. That was a graveyard of peerless experts. He had heard some legends that the peerless experts of the eastern wasteland all entered but never came out. Apart from him and Ji Ziyue, there was only one person who successfully came out alive. He brought out a corpse that was suspected to be an immortal, and it was divided equally by the Holy Lands. As the Saint of Merak, Crazy Ol must have seen the corpse pass down. Could it be that the secret treasure on Ji Ziyue was related to that immortal body? However, how could little Nan Nan sense it? She could actually discover that Ji Ziyue had a treasure on her. The little one was becoming more and more mysterious. Yi Fan and the others headed north. Many people followed behind them. This was a pilgrimage, but no one dared to go forward and disturb them. In the past half a month, the world of man and hell appeared 4 times. Not only did they want to kill Yi Fan, even little Nan Nan was implicated. 2 times their killing swords slashed at her. With a saint accompanying them, they naturally wouldn't be in danger. Those killers weren't real bodies. They were all ancient strange corpses with primordial spirit puppets as their masters. Which ancient inheritance invited the world of man and hell? Li Heishui pondered. There must be some holy sons. Maybe that ruthless person Hua Yunfei will be among them. There will most likely be people from the Yin-Yang sect. Looks like many people suspect that your injuries have healed, the large black dog mumbled. Yi Fan rubbed his chin and didn't say anything. He knew that there would definitely be a great battle in the future. Now, he could only make himself stronger first. Then, they began to traverse the void. After a few times, they left all their followers behind. Finally, the Black Emperor carved Dao patterns seriously and prepared to head to their final destination, the Holy Cliff. Seeing him so serious, Li Heishui felt a headache because he saw the chessboard Dao patterns again. Those were left behind by the Void Emperor. Damn dog, hurry up and put them away. We don't want to go to the Western Desert or the Northern Plains. Isn't it enough that you harmed Pang Bo and Tu Fei? The large black dog was furious and said, "You don't trust me that much?" Little Nan Nan showed a rare look of worry. She squatted on the ground and said seriously, "Dog, you have to be careful. You make mistakes every time. Don't lose us." The large black dog was embarrassed. He didn't say anything and continued to carve the chessboard Dao patterns. During this process, the crazy Ol stared at the Dao patterns very seriously. Yi Fan knew that the large black dog must have done this on purpose. He wanted this saint to judge. "All right, go to the Holy Cliff. There's no mistake. We'll be there soon," the large black dog said. "This is the formation pattern to the Western Desert." The crazy Ol suddenly said, Damn dog, you're too unreliable. Are you trying to kill us? If we fall on Mount Meru and smash the Tempest Temple, those Buddhas and Bodhisattvas will fight us to the death," Li Heishui said angrily. "This is obviously the Holy Cliff." The large black dog didn't understand. He rolled his eyes and asked the crazy Ol. The crazy Ol didn't say anything. He just touched the formation pattern with his hand and corrected it. "So there's a problem here. No wonder I felt something was wrong," the large black dog murmured. Swoosh. With a flash of light, they crossed the void and disappeared. The formation pattern they left behind disappeared automatically. A long time after they left, a blurry figure rushed over from the mountains in the distance. He stood there for a long time and then let out a cold laugh that seemed to come from hell. All the birds and beasts in this mountain range died instantly. Not long after, another person appeared beside him. The figure was even more blurry, almost transparent, as if it would disappear in the wind at any time. He stared at the void and didn't say anything, but his killing intent made all the plants in this mountain range wither. Yi Fan and the others didn't know how many miles they had traveled. From the central region of the eastern desert, they came to a place that was close to the northern region. The Holy Cliff was located at the border between the central region and the northern region. It was a very special location. Usually, no one would come here. The reason was that this was an ominous place. The blood of a consummate saint body dyed the dry cliff in his later years. He died here, which made everyone afraid. One had to know that he was a supreme being that could compete with the ancient emperors, but he ended up like this, becoming a historical mystery. Although the name sounded like a cliff, when they got closer, they found that it was extremely vast. This was a mountain range, towering and heavy. It was completely black as ink. Even the endless ancient trees on it couldn't hide it. There were more than 50 mountains standing side by side, and it was a majestic scene. A consummate supreme saint body is too powerful. This was cut off from the immortal mountain and used as his seclusion place, the large black dog side. Yi Fan and the others couldn't help but be shocked. Presumably, the consummate saint body was invincible in this world after his blood and qi declined in his later years, which was why it was taken advantage of by some unknown being. Otherwise, with his unparalleled divine might, when he was at his peak, he could be compared with the emperors. It would be very difficult for anyone to kill him in this world. A hero is past his prime, and his hair is not allowed to grow old. This is the world's greatest sorrow. The large black dog sighed. Little Yi, you have to find an immortal divine herb and plant it to live 2 lives. I heard my grandfather say that the later years of a consummate saint body are not very peaceful. You can't wait until your blood and qi decline. Li Heishui also said. Chapter 492. More than 50 black mountains stood side by side, giving off a strong sense of oppression. Seeing them was like re-entering the immortal mountain. Big brother, is there also enlightenment tea here? Little Nan Nan raised her head and asked. The little fellow still remembered the naked old tea tree. No, but there is something more mysterious. Yi Fan stroked the little fellow's head. What's strange inside? Li Heishui asked the big black dog. Normally, no one dared to approach this place. It had always been like avoiding ghosts and demons. It's hard to say what's here. Anyway, it's a bit strange. After entering, there might be strange deaths, the big black dog mumbled. What do you mean? Li Heishui asked. Specifically, after entering, you won't even know how you died. It's very strange and mysterious. It's hard to understand, the big black dog added. In that case, it's also a bad place. You don't even know what you're going to encounter? Yi Fan was surprised. This place was very unusual. He didn't know what they would encounter. However, they were not too afraid. After all, they were following a saint. If even the crazy old man could not enter this place, then no one in this world could. A woo! A long howl of a lone wolf was heard. The sound was mournful and sorrowful, echoing in this black mountain range. Your relatives appear here. Li Heishui poked the big black dog. The big black dog bared his teeth and bit his wrist, refusing to let go. F***CK, I'm just telling the truth. Why are you so excited? Let go. Li Heishui screamed. Caw. A few old crows filled with an aura of death flapped their wings on a withered old tree outside the black cliff, letting out horrifying cries that were full of sorrow. Why do I feel that this place is so ominous? After Li Heishui shook off the Black Emperor's big mouth, he felt a chill on his neck. Don't worry. I don't believe that this black cliff can really be haunted. Although the Saint Physique Saint died here, it has been more than 100,000 years, after all. Even if there are some mysterious existences here, they have already disappeared under the power of time. Nothing can live for so long, the large black dog said with some guilt. The only thing he believed in was the battle prowess of the crazy old man. Let's go. Yi Fan picked up little Nan Nan, placed her on the back of the Black Emperor, and then walked forward with large strides. Plop. A white rabbit scurried out, followed by a weasel. It was so old that it couldn't be any older. The fur on its body had almost all fallen off. Hiss hiss. Then, a bony snake that was as thick as a water tank slowly crawled out and wriggled towards the cliff in the distance. How could it be such an ominous creature? The few of them felt very strange. These creatures were naturally nothing to them, but in the folklore, they were very particular. When they approached the Black Saint Cliff, the strange aura became even stronger. It was as if they had arrived at a graveyard, making them feel cold all over. Ooh! Suddenly, a loud cry rang out. It was very sorrowful, and the sound traveled more than 10 miles. Beside them, there was a withered old tree, growing at the edge of the St. Cliff. It was so big that even 5 or 6 people couldn't wrap their arms around it. On the tree, there was a frightening bird nest. It was actually built from withered bones. It was about half the height of a person, and it was very gloomy and surrounded by wisps of black fog. Damn, what kind of bird is this? Li Heishui was shocked, feeling that the cold on his body had become even stronger. Next to the bird nest built from human bones stood a strange, demonic bird. It had a pitch-black body like a crow, and it had a human face. However, it also had a bird's beak, and its black hook was like a knife. Its body was more than a meter long, and it was as black as ink. The gloomy aura on its body was extremely heavy, as if it had a dead person's head. The whole withered ancient tree was a bit cold. This place is really King strange. The big black dog's body trembled, and he couldn't help but curse. He said, "This is an ancient bird, almost never seen even in the ancient times. It specializes in eating the bones of powerful warriors. According to legend, those who have been cried by it don't live long." Flap, flap, flap. The strange bird spread its wings and flew away. From its beak, a half-eaten human skull fell down, looking a bit ferocious. "Why do I feel like this is a bad start? It's a bad omen," Li Heishui muttered. Whoosh! A fierce wind blew, and the crazy old man suddenly attacked. His sleeves swept through the heaven and earth, and countless plants and rocks were swept away. A low roar came from afar, making people's souls tremble. Yi Fan and Li Heishui were shocked. A humanoid creature covered in long black fur that caused people to feel apprehensive flashed into the depths of the sacred cliff and disappeared without a trace. Damn, there really is something. What kind of creature is that? The big black dog was shocked. In the surroundings, all the ominous sceneries disappeared. The voices of the old crow, Gu Lang, and the others also disappeared, and this black mountain recovered its calm. "Let's go in and have a look. In a while, it will all depend on your attainment in formation patterns," Yi Fan said. The group finally stepped into the undying mountain. Yi Fan took out the ancient scroll he had obtained in the northern region's Lizhou, and looked for the location marked with the 9 secrets. "It's the deepest part of the St. Cliff." They gathered together and observed carefully, and then frowned at the same time. In the instant they stepped into the St. Cliff, they felt like they had entered the undying mountain, and there was no difference. "We can't fly anymore." Li Heishui was the first to discover the abnormality. They couldn't leave the ground at all, and couldn't leap into the void. There are ancient emperor formation patterns here, and they weren't carved by the Void Emperor. They were laid out by someone else. A strange light flickered in the big black dog's eyes. "We have to be careful. Even the Crimson Dragon Taoist was trapped in the deepest part for 1,500 years, and was almost refined into ashes," Yi Fan reminded. "Don't worry, this time, I have absolute confidence. With my attainment in Tao patterns, we can enter this unstoppable place." For some reason, the big black dog's confidence suddenly multiplied, and he said, "Follow me." The big black dog took the lead, but he had only taken 2 steps when a bolt of lightning suddenly descended from the clear sky, striking him until he foamed at the mouth. He staggered and fell to the ground, black smoke rising from his body. If it wasn't for the fact that Yi Fan felt that he was unreliable at the crucial moment and carried little Nan Nan back in advance, the little guy would have also been struck by lightning. "Doggy, are you okay?" Little Nan Nan blinked her large eyes and asked, "Emperor, why did you strike me as well?" "It hurt so much." The big black dog lay there, his 4 large paws twitching continuously, and he murmured, "Emperor, why did you strike me as well?" "I just realized that no matter what you do, you damn dog. You said you could enter the unstoppable place, but look what happened in the end. You kept acting, and now you're struck by lightning, right?" Li Heishui mocked. "Woof, mother****. The big black dog wanted to bite him, but he couldn't stand up after struggling for a long time. He was severely injured, and many of his bones were broken. This made their hearts tremble. The mysterious and terrifying St. Cliff was even more powerful than they had imagined. They had just entered, and the Black Emperor, who had an extremely high attainment in Tao patterns, was almost struck to death. Swoosh! The crazy old man pointed with his finger, and the big black dog was enveloped by a ball of light. Instantly, his bones creaked, and his injuries healed quickly. He rolled to his feet and cursed, "Motherf asterisk cur, why did you strike me as well? What's wrong with this formation pattern? Let me study it carefully." The big black dog studied it carefully, and a doubtful expression appeared on his face. Then he relaxed and said, "So there's a slight change. I know what went wrong. This time, there's definitely no problem." He walked forward again. At first, there was no problem, but when he took the 13th step, another thick bolt of lightning descended from the sky. This time, the big black dog was in an even worse state. His whole body was charred black, and white smoke was coming out of his ears and eyes. His mouth was also coughing out bursts of sparks. His whole body was almost cooked. "Oh, it hurts so much, motherf asterisk kerwoof." The big black dog kept howling, and every inch of his flesh was convulsing. "Damn, this damn dog is going to play himself to death. Luckily, it's not us this time." Yi Fan was dumbfounded. He had seen unreliable people, but he had never seen one as unreliable as this one. "Doggy, are you okay? I smell roasted meat." Little Nan Nan asked with concern. "It smells so good." Li Heishui was a weirdo. At this critical moment, he couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. The big black dog was instantly flustered and exasperated. He shouted, "Motherf asterisk cur, what's with your eyes? What do you mean?" When two weirdos were together, it was hard to have peace. They would always quarrel endlessly, no matter what the situation was. This time, with the help of Crazy Old's treatment, the big black dog stumbled to stand up. However, his satin-like fur seemed to have been plucked, full of bumps and hollows, and no longer smooth. "There's no justice in this world. Why is it striking me as well? I've really been unlucky for 8 lifetimes." The large black dog was extremely furious. "Do you know who laid this formation pattern?" Li Heishui looked at him suspiciously. "This is the Wuxia formation pattern. I clearly saw how it evolved in an ancient book. How can it still be struck?" The big black dog ground his teeth. "Nonsense. How can the formation pattern of the great ancient emperor be recorded in an ancient book? It can't exist in the world at all. Besides, even if it's left, even if a great cultivator studied it for 10 lifetimes, he wouldn't understand it at all." Li Heishui didn't believe it. But Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. He thought of something the big black had said. In the past, Great Emperor Wuxia had come here to pay his respects. If so, it was most likely that the formation pattern was carved by Great Emperor Wuxia. But this damn dog knew too much. Could it be that he had followed Great Emperor Wuxia? But how could he live until now? Even the great ancient emperor couldn't. During this process, Crazy Old didn't say anything. He stood on the side, staring at the ancient land, as if he was thinking about something seriously. The big black dog didn't dare to walk in front himself. He urged Li Heishui to go forward, and he would point the way. "Motherf asterisk cur, you ridiculous dog, you don't even dare to walk, and you want to kill me." Li Heishui wouldn't agree no matter what. In the end, the big black dog braced himself, grabbed the jar of divine spring that Yi Fan gave him, and walked in front. Boom, crack, almost every dozen steps, the big black dog would let out a shrill cry. He was constantly struck by lightning, and it was unknown how many times he had cramped. "Great Emperor, you were often struck by lightning back then. Could it be that your resentment is so great? Why are the formation patterns at the outermost layers so terrifying? They almost turned me into ashes." The big black dog bared his teeth and kept nagging. Finally, after crossing a black mountain, they came to a land of nothingness. There were no formation patterns in this area, but the aura was very mysterious. This was a very open valley, located between the black mountains. There was a lake in the middle, which was as smooth as a mirror. At this time, the sunset had dyed the horizon red, and even the lake was dyed with a layer of golden luster. Peerless spirit medicine, more than 20,000 years old. Li Heishui pointed at an azure plant in the lake, flowing with dreamy luster. The big black dog also ran over. They were about to pick it, but at this moment, The lake water rumbled loudly, and waves soared into the sky. This was a humanoid creature, its hair as white as snow, and its skin was also deathly pale, without a trace of blood like snow. It was practically like a zombie, and it reached out a large claw to grab them. What is this thing? The few of them were all shocked and quickly retreated. This is an ancient corpse, and it has been dead for at least tens of thousands of years. In recent years, it has gained intelligence, and it has the cultivation level of a half-step almighty. The big black dog shouted, "Uncle, save us." Little Nan Nan was very nervous, and she grabbed the old crazy man's sleeve and shook it. If Yi Fan and the others came in alone, they would definitely be in danger. With their cultivation level, they would not be able to resist at all. The old crazy man pointed lightly, and a green light shot out from the tip of his finger. This ancient corpse was instantly fixed in place, and could not move at all. Boom. However, at this moment, the lake water became violent, and the sound of iron chains swaying could be heard. There was still a terrifying creature below. Divine light shot out from the eyes of the few of them, and they instantly sucked in a breath of cold air. 3 more ancient corpses rushed up from below, and they were also comparable to half-step almighty cultivators. Moreover, in the depths of the lake, there was a huge shadow. It was actually an iron carriage, and the poles of the carriage were all tied with iron chains. It was very eerie and frightening. These 4 ancient corpses are only the bearers of the carriage. What kind of existence is in that iron carriage? The few of them were shocked, and their scalps became a little cold. The old crazy man still raised his hand and pointed, and the 3 ancient corpses were fixed in place. Then he stared at the depths of the lake and shouted softly, "Duo!" His voice was like thunder, and there was an indescribable mighty force, like a god subduing a demon. The boiling lake water immediately calmed down, and the black iron carriage swayed a few times, as if it was very unwilling, but in the end, it stopped shaking. Yi Fan and the others were scared, and felt that this trip would not be too smooth. They had just entered, and they already encountered such a tyrannical creature. They did not know what was in there. A gloomy and cold laugh came from the black mountain in front of them, and they could vaguely see a humanoid creature flashing and disappearing. 2 beams of light shot out from the old crazy man's empty eyes, piercing through the black mountain ridge. The humanoid creature let out a malicious laugh, and disappeared completely. They climbed up a large mountain, and their hearts jumped. There was actually a collapsed black mountain in front of them. Seeing this scene, the big black dog was even more shocked. What's going on? Who destroyed that mountain? I remember, that's not right. Legend has it that great Emperor Wuxia once carved a seal character there, suppressing a terrifying creature. Did it escape? Don't worry, it's already been more than 100,000 years. Even if there was an extraordinary existence, it has already turned to ashes. No matter how great a person is, they can't resist the power of time, Yi Fan said. That's true, but I think we should be more careful. I don't feel safe. The big black dog showed a rare expression of nervousness. Chapter 493. Numerous black mountains stood side by side, flowing with the aura of the ancient underworld. They were majestic and lofty, giving off a feeling that the sky was pressing down, making one's heart tighten. One of the black mountains was broken, and it was particularly eye-catching. It was as if a colossal creature had broken out of the mountain and pushed the mountain apart, creating such a scene. Are you sure that great Emperor Wuxia once sealed a creature in the belly of the mountain? Li Heishui showed a doubtful expression. If it was true, that creature was extremely huge. What's the point of me lying to you? As powerful as great Emperor Wuxia is there still an enemy that can't be killed and needs to be sealed here? Yi Fan's heart was beating like a drum, and he was very restless. In the past, present, and future, there is no enemy that great Emperor Wuxia can't kill, whether you are an ancient creature, an unparalleled saint spirit, or even a god. You can only be a stepping stone on his path. How nostalgic! The large black dog's saliva flew everywhere. A god is here. Why don't you say a deity has descended to the mortal world? What are you nostalgic for? Li Heishui glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. The large black dog coughed dryly and said, "What I mean is, if I followed great Emperor Wuxia, how carefree would it be? I would be able to dominate the world, and who would dare to oppose me? If it's a dragon, you'd have to coil up. If it's a phoenix, you'd have to lie down. Doggy, don't brag." Little Nan Nan's words instantly made the large black dog unable to continue. "Do you know what creature was sealed?" Yi Fan asked. "I don't know, but the battle was very fierce. The battle in the outer space lasted for 2 whole hours. According to the large black dog, when great Emperor Wuxia fought with others, he could usually suppress them with a raise of his hand. No matter how powerful the enemy was, he could almost defeat them in a few moves. In his life, there were only a few battles that lasted several hours. That's great Emperor Wuxia, one of the most powerful people in history, and he actually fought in the outer space for 2 hours. Yi Fan was shocked. Even Crazy Ole's hollow eyes glowed. Apparently, he was moved. Emperor Wuxia originally wanted to kill it, but then he felt that he might have a use for it in the future, so he sealed it here. No one knows what kind of existence it is exactly. Mother, grandfather, if that's not an ancient king, then it's an unparalleled saint spirit. It's definitely an ancient emperor-level existence. There's no need to even think about it. Li Heishui sighed and said, "People really can't be compared to each other. A real man should be like Wuxia. There is nothing in this world that can restrain him. Those who dare to block the way just have to be swept away." The few of them continued on their way. There were no formation patterns on this part of the journey, so it could be considered smooth. They arrived in front of the black broken mountain and felt a strange aura. It was as if an enormous life form had just left not too long ago. It was as if its body temperature and aura were still present, causing them to involuntarily tremble. Damns! Could it be that it's still alive after more than 100,000 years? And in this black sacred cliff? Even the big black dog couldn't stay calm. "It's entrenched here for a long time, leaving an indelible mark," said Crazy Ole. He only took 1 step and arrived at the broken mountain, looking down. He is not affected. He can still fly in the sky and burrow into the ground. This terrifying forbidden land can't affect him, but we can't even leave the ground. Li Heishui was extremely envious. Yi Fan and the others climbed up obediently. Pieces of black stones were stained with the marks of time. Occasionally, 1 or 2 stalks of spirit herbs grew between the stones, all of them very old. "I feel the aura of that supreme existence. Something's wrong." The big black dog was even more uneasy. They stood on the broken mountain and looked into the hollow belly of the mountain. It was like a bottomless abyss, dark and endless. "There's a treasure." Li Heishui pointed down. In the deepest part of the darkness, there was a divine light shining. Crazy Ole reached out his hand and pulled up the light from the abyss across the endless void. He threw it on the ground with a clang. "This is the aura." The big black dog screamed. His body went limp and he quickly retreated. Yi Fan and the others also felt like a peerless sword was pressed against their throats. The sharpness was bone-piercing, making them tremble all over and retreat involuntarily. It was a silver scale as big as a palm. It was sparkling and bright, with a silver sacred flame dancing on it. The fluctuation it emitted made people's hearts palpitate. The supreme existence can compete with emperors. This is its scale. Even though the big black dog was trembling, he still drooled. He pounced forward and pressed it under his big paw. He shouted, "I'll take it." Without a doubt, this was a sacred item for forging tools. It was hard to find in the world. 1 scale was worth more than 1,000,000 kilograms of source stone. Just like the golden horn sealed in the divine source stone that Yi Fan gave to the divine lord of the Wind Clan, its value was immeasurable. Crazy Ole frowned and actually spoke. He said to himself, "What a powerful being." Yi Fan suddenly stared at a rock and knocked on it. Then, with a piu sound, it was cut open, and a soft light shot out like the moonlight. This was a source stone that looked like a star. It was as big as a fist and very sparkling. It floated in the air but did not sink. "Divine source stone," Li Heishui exclaimed. This source stone was similar to the divine source stone cut out of the blood sacrificial altar and sealed with the primordial girl. It seemed to be condensed from the light of a star, which was very different from ordinary divine source stones. There is a source stone in the Black Mountain. Doesn't that mean the Undying Mountain does not lack divine source stone? Even Yi Fan himself was surprised. Of course, there are quite a lot of them. The big black dog said excitedly as he put away the scale. If you become strong enough, you can go to the Undying Body to dig for divine source stone and collect undying divine medicine. There are treasures everywhere. Hee hee. The sinister laughter came again. The humanoid being in the mountain ahead flashed and disappeared again. Crazy, Ol shot out a divine light, but it did not hit it. It disappeared into the void and became a part of the eternal law. What on earth is that? It's a being made of flesh and blood. Its body is covered with long black fur. Listening to its laughter, it sounds like a demon from hell, which makes people shiver. They left the broken mountain, and the big black dog began to suffer again. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts struck down continuously. Every time they moved more than 300 meters, the big black dog would howl like a wolf. This was not a solution at all. Even though Yi Fan brought out many divine springs from the forbidden zone of the ancient desolation realm, he could not save a big dog that was always struck by lightning. If this goes on, I will die. The big black dog said no more. He did not know how many of his bones were broken. Fortunately, Crazy Ol helped him reattach them. No wonder the red dragon Taoist was trapped in the depths of the holy cliff for 1,500 years and almost died. Yi Fan said to himself. They were still in the outer area, and they had not completely entered. Who was the red dragon Taoist? He was half a generation older than all the Saint Masters, and he was already more than 3,000 years old. As long as he stood out, even the lords of the great sage would have to retreat. Don't you know the formation patterns of this place? Why are you still being struck so badly? Li Heishui asked. It was easy for him to talk. F***ck, come and try. These are the formation patterns set up by an ancient emperor. Even if you know how to evolve them, you can't comprehend them. Whoever walks in front will be struck by lightning. Every time they passed a black mountain, the power of the formation patterns would become 10 times stronger. With the big black dog's strength, he could barely endure it now, but if they entered the next area, he would be turned into dust with a single strike. Show the formation patterns you know to Senior, Yi Fan reminded. The big black dog had thought of this long ago, and agreed happily. He spread out an incomplete ancient scroll on the ground for Crazy Ol to study. It's just a corner, not even 1/10 of it. Li Heishui rolled his eyes. Do you think it's cabbage? This is the killing formation of an ancient emperor, and it doesn't exist in this world at all. It's already good enough to imprint 1/10 of it. As long as you comprehend it, you can do whatever you want in this world, the big black dog said proudly. The formation patterns are incomplete, but it's just a corner. How can we enter? It doesn't have much reference value, Yi Fan said. That's where you're wrong. This corner just happens to be the place where we can enter. As long as we comprehend it, we definitely won't encounter any danger when we enter, the big black dog said with absolute certainty. The big black dog's empty eyes were filled with brilliance, as if he had come back to life. He sat cross-legged on the ground and stared at the ancient scroll, not moving at all. Yi Fan and the others didn't disturb him and waited quietly at the side. The big black dog mumbled, "Don't underestimate it just because it's just a small corner. If it's the Saint Masters, even if they comprehend it for 10 lifetimes, they still won't understand it. Only saints can comprehend its secrets." 1 day, 2 days. The crazy old man actually sat there for a whole 9 days. He didn't move at all, and his eyes flickered with divine light, almost piercing through the void. During this time, roars came from the Black Mountain range from time to time, and strange black winds blew past them a few times. It's just a corner of the formation pattern left by an ancient emperor, and even saints need to comprehend it for such a long time. Li Heishui was speechless. The key is comprehension. Many people can comprehend it for many lifetimes, but they still won't gain anything. If they're lucky, they can also gain something in a few months, the big black dog said. You mean we might have to wait for a few months, or even a few years? Although he's a saint, this is a killing formation left by a great emperor after all. At least we have to wait for a while. The big black dog nodded. The formation pattern left by great Emperor Wuxia was profound and mysterious. Not many people in this world could understand it, and it needed to be studied bit by bit. At this time, the crazy old man suddenly sighed. He stood up and stared blankly at the sky. "Uncle, have you comprehended it?" Little Nan Nan asked, looking up at him with her young face. "Although I can't comprehend it, I can go in and out." The crazy old man pondered as he walked forward. "Luckily we have a saint, or we won't be able to do anything in this life." Li Heishui felt lucky. Rumble. In front of them, there was a sound like a tsunami. The black wind uprooted many thousand-year-old ancient trees and swept them high into the sky. "It's this strange black wind again. Why does it always appear not far from us? It's coming again." The strange black wind made one's hair stand on end. It swept up huge rocks that weighed tens of thousands of kilograms into the air. It was as if the mountains were collapsing and the earth was splitting apart. Yi Fan opened his divine eyes and looked carefully. Instantly he shuddered. In the eye of the black wind, there was a pair of cold and vicious eyes staring at them. Chi! The crazy old man had obviously sensed it. 2 beams of divine light shot out from his eyes and slashed forward. A large crack in the void extended, instantly breaking this area of nothingness. The strange black wind disappeared, and the pair of eyes also quickly extinguished, hiding into nothingness and disappearing without a trace. In the sky, there was a tuft of long black hair fluttering down. Apart from that, there was nothing else. "This," they all gasped. No wonder the Black Emperor said that if they came to the sacred cliff, they wouldn't even know how they died. There would be a strange disaster. The divine light released by the saint did not destroy the existence just now. It only cut off a strand of black hair. They didn't see what it looked like. And this was not the deepest part. God knows what kind of terrible creatures they would encounter. Everything was so strange and inexplicable. Boom! When Yi Fan and the others stepped into a valley, they immediately felt a terrible heat. It was as if they had jumped into a furnace, almost turning into ashes. Yi Fan hurriedly took out the Bodhi bead and held it in his hand to help the others except for the crazy old man to resist the terrible heat. In front of them, a tall black mountain blocked their way. It was the same height as the other mountains, but it was much wider. It was like a black wall as tall as the sky, and there was no end to it. On this black mountain, there were many ancient caves that spewed out flames. The heat came from those caves, and it was unbearable even from far away. The true fire of the sun here is just as Emperor Wuxia said. It will not be extinguished, and it will become stronger and stronger, the large black dog said to himself. What is the true fire of the sun? This is one of the most terrifying flames in the world, and it has actually been born here, Li Heishui said in surprise. The flames in those ancient caves contain a lot of true fire of the sun. The purity is probably very high now. The large black dog fixed his eyes on it. Caw! Suddenly, an ear-piercing cry was heard. Flames rushed out from the ancient caves on the black mountain wall, and black crows flew out with soaring true fire. Oh no, this is bad. More than 100,000 years have passed, and the true fire of the sun has given birth to fire god crows. There seems to be a lot of them. We have to leave quickly. The large black dog's expression changed. Caw, caw, caw. In front of the mountain wall, black crows rushed out from the ancient caves one after another. They flashed with black light and flew over with towering flames. So many crows, heavens! The large black dog was scared. Li Heishui could only watch helplessly. The fire god crows covered the sky like a dark cloud, and they swooped down with boundless flames. On the whole mountain, those ancient caves were completely boiling. Countless fire god crows flew out and swooped down towards them. The heat was terrifying, and even the rocks were melted into ashes. Damn, there are at least 1 million of them. 1 million black fire god crows covered the sky. This was a power that could destroy heaven and earth, and it was almost impossible to resist. There were too many of them. These crows had all become spirits, and they were not ordinary birds at all. They were born from the true fire of the sun, and they were extremely terrifying and destructive. Boom! The crazy old man stood still, and a terrifying aura burst out from his body. His thick black hair danced in the wind, and he looked like an immortal god. Within a radius of 30 meters, nothing could enter. Neither the true fire of the sun nor the fire god crows could enter. If they tried to force their way in, they would be turned into ashes. Yi Fan's heart trembled. Even the Bodhi seed might not be able to block the millions of fire god crows. The true fire of the sun was too concentrated, and it was enough to turn them into ashes. If there was no saint with them, they would definitely die. Caw-caw. The millions of fire god crows cried out together, and their voices resounded through the sky, causing everyone to shiver. On the Black Mountain, in the middle of the ancient cave, flames surged, and a pair of golden eyes flickered, staring at everyone. This was an extremely terrifying aura, as if an evil dragon was looking down at sheep. It was extremely powerful and terrifying, and even the large black dog couldn't help but tremble. Endless killing intent appeared in the golden eyes. This was an extremely terrifying existence, and it wanted to swoop down towards the crazy old man and the others. Heavens, what kind of being was born that even dares to kill a saint? The few of them were all shocked. However, in the end, that existence resisted the urge and closed its golden eyes, letting them pass. Could it be that the legendary three-legged golden crow has been born? That's a heaven-defying existence. The large black dog thought of this possibility and muttered, "The great emperor once mentioned this possibility." There was indeed a golden divine bird with 3 legs. Little Nan saw it, Little Nan, and said innocently, "Swoosh." The existence in the ancient cave heard these words, and suddenly opened its golden eyes again. Endless killing intent spread out, and it stared coldly at the group. Boom! The millions of fire god crows went crazy, blotting out the sky and covering the earth, drowning this place. That terrifying existence was like a god, looking down at Little Nan and in the ancient cave. Chapter 494. The Black Mountain was like an endless wall, blocking the way forward. In the middle of the cave, it was pitch black, completely different from the other caves spewing out the solar fire. There, only a pair of golden eyes could be seen, especially terrifying in the darkness. It was like a god from hell, full of murderous intent. Swoosh! Crazy Ol waved his sleeve and rolled up Little Nan, placing her on his broad shoulder. Then, he turned to face the black cave. The murderous intent surged like a tidal wave, drowning the group. The pair of eyes in the darkness stared at Little Nan. Is it really the 3-legged golden crow? Li Heishui and the others were stunned. How could it appear in this world? It was the immortal spirit in the ancient legends, comparable to the true dragon, phoenix, and purple qilin. It was invincible. The creature born from the solar fire should only look like the 3-legged golden crow, but it's definitely not a real immortal spirit. They knew that it was impossible for such a creature to be born in this world. Even the ancient saints could not appear anymore because the world had changed. If there were no accidents, the ancient emperors would become a legend forever. As for the 3-legged golden crow, it would be impossible for it to appear in this world. It would only exist in form. Caw, caw, caw. The flaming crows covered the sky like a black tide, carrying the monstrous solar fire and melting the ground as they swooped down. The group was shaken. Millions of flaming crows were drowning them. Their terrifying power was unparalleled, destroying everything. Except for the Black Mountain that looked like an endless demonic wall, all the other peaks had collapsed. This is a cliff cut out from the immortal mountain. It's said to be indestructible, but it's about to be melted. How terrifying! Boom! Fortunately, Crazy Ol was powerful enough. Within a radius of 30 meters, it was tranquil as if a spring breeze was blowing. No matter how many flaming crows attacked, they could not get in. Rustling sounds lingered on as many flaming crows fell to the ground and turned into ashes. The area within 30 meters of Crazy Ol was like a divine land, inviolable. Swoosh! Suddenly, a terrifying howl that made one's scalp go numb came from the black ancient cave. The pair of golden eyes became even colder. At the same time, the million flaming spirit crows seemed to have received an order. They hung in the sky and each shot out a ray of black light. That was one of their life divine feathers. There were over 1,000,000 black divine feathers, and every single one of them was condensed from the life essence of a divine crow. Their destructive power was so great that it sent chills down one's spine. Poof! The void was immediately blasted apart. Millions of crow feathers shot out in unison, drowning out this place, concentrating on those individuals. The terrifying consequences were absolutely horrifying. Boom! This was the first time Yi Fan and the others had experienced such a scene. Every flaming spirit crow had become a spirit, and it was equivalent to facing 1,000,000 cultivators. Had it not been for Crazy Ole's presence, they would not even have been left with their bones. 1,000,000 firebirds would have turned everything into ashes, and all of them would have perished. Pop! Crazy Ole fought against millions of fire ravens alone. He waved his hands in the air and shook them hard. Mournful cries came from the sky, and the feathers of the natal ravens that were shooting down were crushed into powder. Swoosh! From the dark ancient cave came the soul-shattering bird cries again. The golden light in the golden crow's cold eyes shone even brighter. Clang! It waved an ancient golden staff and swept forward. The endless true fire of the sun was tens of thousands of times hotter than before, turning everything in its path into ashes. Crazy Ole shouted coldly and stretched out a giant hand to grab the staff. The golden staff was broken in an instant. The bird cries were shrill. A golden sun shot out billions of beams of light from the ancient cave, each as sharp as a golden needle. Yi Fan and the others could not even open their eyes. This was an indiscriminate attack that swept in all directions. It was enough to kill thousands of soldiers and horses. No one knew how powerful it was, and it was about to reach Crazy Ole's divine land. Bang! Crazy Ole rolled up his sleeves and caught the golden beams. He took a step forward and dashed straight into the dark ancient cave. It was the first time for Yi Fan and the others to see a being as powerful as the ancient saints taking the initiative to attack. It was enough to prove the unimaginable power of the golden crow. With a shrill cry, the golden light became even brighter, but it could not stop Crazy Ole at all. He stepped into the ancient cave. Boom! With a deafening sound, the black mountain collapsed on the spot. The top of the ancient cave collapsed, and huge rocks pierced through the clouds. Smoke and dust filled the air, and the true fire of the sun soared into the sky. When everything was quiet again, only 7 or 8 golden feathers fell down. Each feather was as dazzling as the sun, and they were stained with golden blood. They emitted terrifying waves that deterred people from getting close. What a terrifying being! It's a pity that it ran away. The large black dog was both excited and regretful at the same time. He rushed over and sealed the 8 blood-stained divine feathers with a fearful expression. These were the feathers of the golden crow, a divine material for refining tools. They were hard to find in the world, and their value was immeasurable. With them, I can refine the golden crow fan. With one fan, I can burn everything in the world. The golden crow fled, leaving a pool of golden blood on the ground. It disappeared into the earth veins, and rushed into the underground magma that contained the true fire of the sun. What is this? Li Heishui found a black beast bone in the broken mountain. The true fire mantra. The big black dog's heart jumped. He recognized some ancient characters on it. Is it a mantra comparable to the ancient scriptures? Li Heishui's eyes lit up immediately. This is an incomplete mantra. It's an ancient technique derived by ancient cultivators. It's not complete at all. I don't know how it ended up in this ancient cave. The golden crow must have studied it, the big black dog said. Although it was incomplete, it was still very precious. The true fire mantra of extreme yin and extreme yang in the ancient technique was very profound, and it was derived by the predecessors. They gathered together and studied it carefully. They felt it was very profound, and they were all greatly inspired. Even the Crazy Ole read it carefully, so its value could be imagined. In the end, Li Heishui carefully put it away and said, "If only I could collect the complete true fire mantra." It said that this is one of the most powerful mantras of ancient cultivators. The big black dog nodded and said, when the ancient emperors created their own ancient scriptures, they were all inspired by the ancient technique, and it has the ability to steal the fortune of heaven and earth. The crazy owl led the way, and he was no longer as unreliable as the big black dog, who was always struck by lightning. They passed over several large mountains without any mishaps. In front of them was a pitch-black canyon. They could hear the howling of ghosts from far away, coming from the depths of the darkness, as if connected with the netherworld. Why is that deep canyon erupting hailstones? Damn, it's not hailstones, it's human skulls. When they came close, they were shocked. The black canyon was so deep that they couldn't see the bottom. The ghostly wind whistled, and many white skulls were blown up, smashing on the ground. What's down there? Is it really connected to hell? Why are there so many human skulls? Around the canyon, it was a vast expanse of whiteness. Who knew how many skulls were rolling on the ground? Little Nan Nan was very nervous. She sat on the crazy owl's shoulder, and her little hands clenched tightly. Her big eyes were full of anxiety. Whoosh! The fierce wind blew, and more skulls were blown up, making people's hair stand on end. The snow-white skulls kept rolling on the ground. Not even a blade of grass grew here, and it was a world of death. That thing has appeared again. Yi Fan discovered the existence in the strange black wind. His vicious eyes were unforgettable. He moved about in the great valley and hid in the strange wind. Waves of cold laughter rang out. This was a challenge to the dignity of a saint. The crazy owl put little Nan Nan on the ground, and with a swoosh, he disappeared directly into the black canyon. It was as if a 10,000-year-old ghost was screaming miserably. The whole Black St. Cliff was shaking, and more than 50 mountains were shaking at the same time. Boom! A large part of the Black Canyon collapsed, and the endless sea of white bones formed a frighteningly pale sea. No one knew when or for what reason they were left here. A jet of black blood gushed up, corroding the ground and leaving a large pit. The unknown existence with fur all over its body screamed and disappeared into the nothingness. Crazy owl flew up from the canyon, like a god or a demon, and wounded the unknown existence severely. Unfortunately, he didn't kill it. It escaped from the hands of the saint. How powerful must it be? Yi Fan and the others were all stunned. What exactly is it? The few of them were bewildered. It's the arm of a corpse, said the crazy owl. What? Everyone is dumbfounded. The arm of a corpse had a true spirit, and it was already so terrifying. If its body was still alive, how terrifying would it be? I know what it is. The Black Emperor shivered and said, in the past, the darkness of the undying mountain was in turmoil, causing the earth to flow with rivers of blood. The Void Emperor appeared and killed a supreme existence. He used the Void Mirror to destroy both his body and soul, leaving only an arm that fell into the undying mountain. When it said that, the few of them immediately understood. The holy cliff was cut off by the undying mountain, and that arm followed it here. The flesh of the great ancient emperor was immortal after death, so it was not strange that the arm could be preserved without rotting. However, it had a true spirit and turned into a corpse. This was a bit scary, and no one except the saint could kill it. When they passed by a pond, the crazy owl stood there for a long time, looking down at it without moving. Only after a long time did he tremble and step back in a daze. Uncle, what's wrong? Little Nan Nan walked over and tugged on his sleeve. Yi Fan and the others were also very surprised. What was wrong with the crazy owl? Why was he like this? They walked forward together. Don't come over, this is the reincarnation lake. The crazy owl shouted. Yi Fan and the others immediately stopped, all shocked. The large black dog even shouted, the reincarnation lake, such a nature-defying thing really exists. It can see through one's past and future. At this time, little Nan Nan looked at the lake curiously and mumbled. Nan Nan saw herself on a 5-colored altar. No, on a large purple star and, don't look at that. The crazy owl hurriedly stopped her, pulling the little girl away from the reincarnation lake. Don't look at your past and future, or it will affect the present state. The large black dog showed an extremely serious expression and said, Great Emperor Wuxia once said this. There is only one reincarnation lake in the world. Legend has it that it is related to the illusory celestial realm that no one knows whether it exists or not. Only great emperors can see it. The crazy Ol said a few more words, which was rare for him. He left decisively without any hesitation, heading towards the depths of the holy cliff. Although the 50 or so mountains occupied a large area, they were not unreachable. The crazy Ol walked in the front, passing through land after land, and finally reached the depths. The giant mountain in the center towered into the clouds. It was completely dark red, as if it had been soaked in blood. There was even a hint of the smell of blood. There's a stone coffin on this mountain. They stood in the distance, looking up and down at the legendary holy cliff, all looking surprised. Could it be that the corpse of the consummate Saint Physique is buried on this mountain? Yi Fan's heart beat rapidly. The list of deification. Why is the list of deification made by Great Emperor Wuxia sealed on this mountain? The Black Emperor shouted in surprise. The others were also surprised. They moved to the other side of the mountain and saw a golden ancient scroll. On the giant pitch-black mountain, there was a golden ancient scroll sealed on the mountain, flowing with a mysterious aura, and there was a vast pressure. Wait, when was it sealed here? Why didn't I know? The expression of the large black dog changed again and again. Chapter 495. The large black dog's eyes were wide open. He paced back and forth, murmuring nonstop. Obviously, he was extremely shocked. How is this possible? Why was it sealed here? Back then, *CK, this doesn't make sense. His eyes were deep as he stared at the investiture of gods. He couldn't even move his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking about, but he couldn't help but shiver. Then, the large black dog lay on the ground and didn't say anything. He fell into deep thought as if he had fallen into a distant memory. Investiture of gods. Yi Fan muttered to himself. He didn't have an excited expression, but he was almost petrified. These 3 words were definitely not unfamiliar to him, who came from the other side of the galaxy. He looked calm, but a huge wave surged in his heart. Why did the products of the early Xianxia practitioners appear one after another? The investiture of gods had a great origin. Why did it appear in the hands of Great Emperor Wuxia? What did he use it for? No, the time doesn't match. He was stunned. Although ancient China had a long history and the early Xianxia practitioners were mysterious, Great Emperor Wuxia was a person from hundreds of thousands of years ago. Since he used the investiture of gods to suppress this place, it couldn't have appeared in the future on the other side of the galaxy. What is the investiture of gods? Li Heishui asked doubtfully. It's a secret treasure that was personally refined by Great Emperor Wuxia. Its power is unimaginably great. The large black dog said, baring his teeth. Something's wrong. Yi Fan felt that this ancient list was different from the divine list on the other side of the galaxy. Damn dog, keep bragging. Li Heishui didn't believe it. The ancient scroll on the Black Mountain was shining with a golden light. It didn't look like it had existed for hundreds of thousands of years. Yi Fan's heart moved and he asked, what is the use of this list? It's far too useful. It's a holy artifact, and once it's pressed down, it'll be the same as Emperor Without Beginning's hand pressing down on a huge black mountain. Even if a god were to come, they wouldn't be able to do anything about it. What? So powerful? Damn dog, you're not just spouting nonsense, are you? Li Heishui's heart was pounding. Yi Fan also felt a wave of dizziness. The golden ancient list sealing this place was equivalent to Great Emperor Wuxia's palm pressing down on this place. It was just too horrifying. That's the truth. The large black dog exclaimed with widened eyes. How was it refined? Is there anything particular to it? Yi Fan asked patiently. Grand Emperor Wuxia's cultivation was profound. He wanted to refine a sacred item to seal immortals. At first, he wanted to call it the Immortal Bestowment Board. However, there are no immortals in this world, but there are ancient creatures that are suspected to be gods. Therefore, he changed it to the Investiture of the Gods. That's even possible? Yi Fan was dumbfounded. Grand Emperor Wuxia was simply too powerful. He even wanted to seal immortals. You guys didn't live in that kind of era, so you can't understand just how heavy the name Wuxia was. It could crush the ages. The large black dog sighed. This is a treasure. If it's really equivalent to Grand Emperor Wuxia pressing down on this place, it's not much inferior to an extreme Dao weapon. It's a supreme sacred item. Li Heishui was like the Black Emperor of the past. His eyes glowed with a green light, and he was almost drooling. This name is really similar to the Qi practitioners of the Preqin dynasty. Its function is completely different, Yi Fan murmured to himself. What? The large black dog was given a fright, and he exclaimed, Brat, you've also heard of another investiture of the gods? What do you mean? Yi Fan was also given a fright, and he suddenly turned to look at him. According to legend, when Grand Emperor Wuxia was refining the investiture of the gods, the Black Emperor finally didn't say the words, according to ancient records. This time, he used the words, according to legend, to explain. Grand Emperor Wuxia had once said that he had seen an ancient scroll that was also called the investiture of the gods. However, it was too useless, and he wanted to refine a true sacred item. After hearing these secrets, Yi Fan's eyes immediately widened. Just what kind of background did the ancient emperors have? They even knew about the legendary sacred items on the other side of the galaxy? Wait a moment. Yi Fan was dumbfounded. Could it be that Grand Emperor Wuxia had gone to ancient China? Or perhaps he had gone to other galaxies and seen the real investiture of the gods? Was that why he wanted to refine another investiture of the gods? This is too frightening. Could it be that the ancient path of the galaxy was opened up by this kind of being? The more Yi Fan pondered, the more he felt that the ancient emperors were unfathomable. They were oddities, and it was impossible to guess them. No wonder they were often struck by lightning. He thought of many things. In ancient times, there had been saint emperors who offered sacrifices to the heavens on Mount Tai, and there was a 5-colored sacrificial altar there. Could it be that they had all come to the galaxy? There were many famous Qi practitioners from the Preqin dynasty. Until now, he still did not know where those people had gone. There was only a shadow of them in this world. So tall. Little Nan Nan raised her head and looked at the black mountain that towered into the clouds. Before they knew it, they had already come close. As they walked around the huge mountain, they felt an indescribable aura. There's something in this mountain, Li Heishui said. Do you even need to say that? Grand Emperor Wuxia even used the investiture of the gods, so there must be a supreme creature sealed here. The large black dog bared his teeth. No one knew what he was thinking. There were many dark red bloodstains on the Black Mountain. It was unknown how many years had passed, but even now, the bloodstains had not been erased. Instantly, Yi Fan felt a little dizzy. This was a mountain that towered into the clouds. Just how much blood had flowed from the completed saint physique? The entire mountain had been dyed red. Isn't little Yi Fan's blood bright red with golden light? The completed saint physique should have golden blood, Li Heishui said doubtfully. What do you know? The completed saint physique has already returned to its original state. The golden blood has turned into the most original bright red. Drinking a mouthful can increase one's lifespan by 100 years. The large black dog was drooling. Little Yi Fan, you must live well. When the time comes, you can raise an immortal divine medicine to help yourself, and then use the saint blood to help us, Li Heishui said. That's right. The large black dog nodded his big head. Yi Fan took out the ancient scroll that he had obtained in Lizhou of the northern region and carefully examined it. He said, The 9 secrets is on the peak of the mountain, on the true Saint Cliff. They began to climb the mountain. Here, the formation patterns were even more terrifying. The few of them followed behind the crazy old man, not daring to take a wrong step. Just now, Li Heishui used a weapon to test the formation, but the result was that it disappeared without a sound. The terrifying scene made him scared, and he was afraid that he would make a wrong step. One wrong step and your body and soul will be destroyed. You must be careful. Emperor Wuxia's killing formation can't be broken apart from a corner of the Dao diagram he left behind. The large black dog reminded them solemnly. His expression was extremely serious, because this was truly related to everyone's life and death. Not to mention them, even if the Saint Lords came, as long as one wrong step, they would be doomed eternally, forever erased from the world. Even with an existence comparable to an ancient saint leading the way, they still walked very slowly, because the crazy old man was also thinking. Every step had to be precise, without the slightest mistake. What if we accidentally take a wrong step? Little Nan Nan asked innocently. Little ancestor, please don't say that. The large black dog was nervous, really afraid that something would go wrong. He said, if we take a wrong step on this mountain, the killing power we will suffer is equivalent to being hit by an ancient great emperor. Li Heishui was even more scared, and his legs were cramping. He said to himself, we are walking on a tightrope between heaven and hell, no one should speak carelessly. Boom! Not far away, a terrifying black hole appeared, and the devouring power made people's hair stand on end. Did we take a wrong step? No, a leaf was blown up this sacred mountain, and triggered a trace of formation power. This is too terrifying. A leaf can trigger such a black hole. If we make a mistake, we will really be turned into ashes on the spot. After a whole 4 hours, they only reached the middle of the mountain. At this time, it was actually foggy, and ribbon-shaped black fog curled up, making everything look extremely dark. The fog on the mountain peak was even thicker, and it was impossible to see through it. Please don't let anything happen. They all had a bad feeling in their hearts. Little Nan Nan saw a few people, men and women. Little Nan Nan suddenly said, pointing forward with her little finger. And the crazy old man had already stopped, facing the people in the thick fog. He did not move, and his expression was solemn. Yi Fan opened his divine eyes, but he could only vaguely see that those people were all wearing ancient clothes, as if they had come from the ancient times. They were all very old, and there was no vitality in their bodies. They were lifeless, but just standing there, they gave off a very oppressive feeling, suffocating people. For the crazy old man to face them like this, it was definitely not good. Could it be a few saints? The bad feeling intensified, and their hearts were beating like drums. They were extremely nervous. The mountain breeze blew over, and those ancient people in the thick fog were like fossils, not moving at all. Only their ancient clothes fluttered in the wind. Damn, there can't be any saints in this world. Where did these gods come from? The big black dog was scared, and almost stuttered. The crazy old man thought for a long time, and then started walking again. He walked around the people, and headed up the mountain. At the same time, he transmitted his voice, don't look back at them, and don't sense their chi. Just follow me. They didn't even dare to breathe. Following the crazy old man's footsteps, they walked up the mountain step by step, not daring to look back. However, they felt a chill on their backs. They could clearly feel the cold eyes of those people in the thick fog, and their ancient clothes made them look mysterious. After walking for a long time, the tense atmosphere finally relaxed. Li Heishui asked in a low voice, Senior, who are they? Ancient dead people. That was all the crazy old man had to say. Supreme masters who have been dead for many years? But I can clearly feel their cold eyes. They all felt strange and puzzled. Nanan, why do I feel like they're alive? Their cold gazes are all on us. The little girl was a bit timid as she whispered. Yes, I have the same feeling. Li Heishui was also puzzled, and couldn't help but look back. In an instant he felt like falling into an ice cellar. His body could barely move and his face was pale. He couldn't say a word, like an ant being looked down by a dragon. Don't look back, don't look back. They are people who have been dead for a long time. Crazy, Ol shouted. He waved his sleeves and turned his body around. Oh my God, it's too scary. Little Yezi, little Nanan, don't look back. I just looked back and I didn't see anything, but those eyes almost broke my heart. Li Heishui said to himself, on the verge of breaking down. They didn't believe those were dead people, but crazy Ol said so. They didn't dare to look back. No matter what happened behind them, they chose to move forward. The fog was getting thicker and thicker. They couldn't even see the outline of the giant sarcophagus on the mountain top. Their spiritual senses couldn't penetrate the strange fog. Shit, there's another person up there. He might be alive. The black dog's black fur all stood up. In the distance, there was a figure that was immovable like a statue. He was incomparably tall, but his eyes were extremely intimidating, able to pierce through the mist. It was a pair of cyan eyes, without sclera or pupils. They were like two cyan lanterns in the fog, looking down at them. Don't look at him. Treat him like a dead person. Crazy, Ole warned again. At the same time, he changed his route and climbed up. Suddenly, a golden light flashed beside him, passing through the fog. Because they were taking a detour, they came to the other side of the mountain. They saw a lot of dark red bloodstains and the list of deification up close. Let's stay away from the person up there. Even if it's an ancient corpse, it doesn't look ordinary. It might cause a big fight, said Yifan. Crazy, Ole didn't say anything, but he was thinking seriously. He changed his route step by step, walking towards the list of deification, and went up the mountain. The golden light was so bright that even the fog couldn't cover it. The stone wall was full of marks of time, and the ancient list of deification was stuck on it. It was very firm. Even after hundreds of thousands of years, there was no sign of it loosening, and time didn't leave any mark on it. Blood pit. Li Heishui was surprised. In this area, there was a blood pit that hadn't dried up. This is the blood of a divine body, a priceless holy object. The black dog screamed and almost pounced on it. But he couldn't walk around, so he resisted the impulse. Unfortunately, the essence has already dissipated. Yifan shook his head, but he couldn't help but be shocked. Hundreds of thousands of years had passed, and the blood of a divine body hadn't dried up. How powerful was it? There's an incomplete spirit medicine root. Li Heishui was surprised. In the blood pit, spirit medicine had once grown, but unfortunately, it was picked by someone. Needless to say, spirit medicine nurtured by divine blood must have amazing medicinal power. There are words, Red Dragon was trapped here. The black dog read and then cursed. So it's that demon Taoist. He saved his life with this medicine. Yifan was shocked. The Red Dragon Taoist was trapped at the St. Cliff, so it was here. He actually came to the middle of the mountain, no wonder he was sealed for 1,500 years. From what he saw just now, it was already a miracle that he could come out alive. At this time, they were getting closer and closer to the list of deification. They could see it clearly. It seemed to be made of gold, and it emitted a strange wave. A supreme holy object made by the great emperor himself. I've seen it with my own eyes again. The black dog actually felt a hint of sadness and sighed. What a pity. Even the most outstanding person of all ages can't withstand the passage of time. There's a stone carving beside the ancient list. Little Nan Nan stretched out her small hand and pointed forward. F*ck, who's so wicked? Why did they carve a bald man beside the list of deification? The black dog was furious. Sakyamuni. Yifan was shocked. The stone carving was almost the same as the Buddha he saw in the temple. This is the mark left behind by this person, the old madman suddenly said. This damned fatty left a mark in front of the list of deification for no reason. But this old baldy is very powerful. He can come and go here. The black dog was furious, but he was also shocked. There's another stone carving. Little Nan Nan pointed to the other side of the list of deification. It was an old man riding a green bull, and there seemed to be a purple aura drifting westward. It was extremely lifelike and lifelike. Who is this old man riding the bull? Why is he carving here? The black dog asked angrily. Chapter 496. The fog above the black mountain became thicker and thicker, and one could barely see their own fingers. However, this place was peaceful. They really have no sense of civility. How can they scribble here? Do these two old geezers really think they're very heroic? The large black dog cursed. The investiture of gods glowed with a golden light that was eternally untainted. It dispersed the thick fog here, and a supreme aura of the great Tao pervaded the air. Who is this old baldy? He looks kind and amiable, but he doesn't seem like a good person. And that old bastard riding the bull has a monstrous demonic aura around him. He's obviously not a good person, the large black dog cursed. Yifan was speechless. The large black dog was too outrageous. Sakyamuni was called bald, and the purple aura from the east was also called monstrous demonic aura. Can't you say something nicer? Yifan said. What's the background of this baldy with bumps all over his head and this old man who herds cows? The large black dog's mouth was full of nonsense, and his words were really out of tune. Dog, don't talk nonsense. Little Nan Nan patted him lightly. The little girl was only slightly taller than his knee, and was tender and childish. I'm very annoyed when I see this baldy and this old man who herds cows. F*ck, they're too immoral. How dare they scribble on the investiture of gods? They're really asking for a beating. The large black dog was very angry. He felt that scribbling in front of the seal set up by Emperor Wuxia was really a disgraceful behavior. Yifan thought of the identities of Sakyamuni and the old man riding the bull, and when he heard the large black dog's nonsense, he had the urge to spit out his food. This damn dog was too immoral. Don't let me see them, or I'll beat them up every time I see them. The large black dog spat. Yifan was really defeated by him. He said, Don't be so arrogant. You can't even defeat the old man riding the bull, let alone these two people. F*ck, isn't it just a water buffalo? Cut it, it's not even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. The large black dog was extremely unconvinced. Even if you were 10,000 times stronger, you still wouldn't be a match for them, Crazy Ol suddenly said. He stared at the mark with a serious expression. Yifan felt the Bodhi seed heat up and hurriedly took it out. He held it in his hand and carefully sensed it. He found that the two marks on the black mountain seemed to be alive. In a trance, he saw a merciful Buddha sitting cross-legged under a Bodhi tree. Endless chanting reverberated, calming one's heart and soul, making one want to take refuge in the Buddha. On the other side, purple energy came from the east. A green ox headed west, carrying an elder. Great Tao energy flowed about it, incomparably distant, inaction emerging into the world. It could be said that the Gautama Buddha and the old man riding on the green ox both had a supreme and lofty Tao rhythm. Even if it was just a strand of imprint left behind by them, it was enough to make one's heart palpitate and make them want to follow them. It was extremely profound. Yifan's heart was not calm. It could even be described as boiling. How many predecessors of ancient China had come to this side of the starry sky? Perhaps his path home was not cut off, and he should be able to find it. He found a few more strands of hope. Perhaps one day he could return to Earth. Damn baldy, old bastard. Yifan was pulled back to reality by the large black dog's curse. He did not find any cultivation technique in the marks, only proving that the two of them had been here. Stop shouting. Even if you shout randomly, these two won't appear. It's uncertain whether they are still in this world, Li Heishui said. I'm really angry. Drawing randomly here is a great disrespect to great Emperor Wuxia. The large black dog was indignant. The crazy old man closed his eyes and remained silent. He probed the list of deification with his divine sense. After a long time, he opened his eyes and walked forward without hesitation. It's been suppressed for more than 100,000 years. Don't tell me the thing in the mountain is still alive? Yifan was bewildered. That's hard to say. If it was buried by the divine source like the ancient creatures, it might really be able to come out alive, the large black dog said in a trembling voice. He almost scared himself. There must be an unimaginable existence in this mountain. Otherwise, great Emperor Wuxia wouldn't have suppressed it with the list of deification. Could it be that the Saint Physique's seclusion here and his blood staining the holy cliff in his later years is related to the existence in the belly of this mountain? Li Heishui said in shock. Yifan said, maybe it's true. The creature that caused the Saint Physique to die in his later years is really terrifying. Fortunately, it was sealed by great Emperor Wuxia. It can fight against the Saint Physique, but he waited until his later years to make his move. Could it be that he has been hiding in the middle of the mountain all this time? They all knew that the holy cliff was cut off from the immortal mountain by the Saint Physique and used as a place for seclusion. Thinking about it carefully, it was really frightening. The aura of the great emperor. The large black dog rarely showed sadness, but after seeing the list of deification he showed this expression again and again. In the end he left reluctantly. The thick fog sealed the mountain, and they walked for another 2 hours. Finally, they were not far from the peak of the mountain. In front of them, a majestic figure stood on the mountain rock, looking down. Didn't we avoid him before? Why is he in front of us again? Li Heishui's expression changed. This person was extremely tall, and his eyes had no pupils. There were only 2 beams of green light that could pass through the thick fog. It was very frightening. The crazy owl said not to look and treat it as an ancient corpse, but this frightening corpse that had no signs of life could move on its own and block their way. What kind of existence is this? Why did it appear on the holy cliff and dare to stop a saint? The large black dog was scared. The crazy owl stopped and faced the cold body above him. His thick hair was loose, and his aura was at its peak. He took a few big steps forward. Just do what you did before. Don't look, and don't use your divine sense. Wait here. The crazy owl warned. Then he strode forward. Things are not good. Even a saint is forced to make a move. They all felt very uneasy. Uncle, you have to be careful, little Nan Nan shouted from behind. Yi Fan and the others listened to the warning and didn't look up. They also restrained their divine sense and completely isolated themselves from the sky, in case something bad happened. Boom! Above them, there was a terrifying wave that almost made them collapse to the ground. If it wasn't for the formation patterns of Great Emperor Wuxia, the whole mountain might have been destroyed. The saint of the current era had made a move and fought with the unknown existence. It was very intense, and the battle was transmitted down through the formation patterns of the ancient emperors. Terrifying. In the end, the large black dog sat on the ground, his whole body trembling. He couldn't bear that kind of pressure at all. Li Heishui was even worse. He collapsed to the ground first. His body didn't listen to him anymore. He said angrily, "Damn dog, you're sitting on me." The large black dog, who was as strong as a bull, almost made Li Heishui faint. He was so weak that he couldn't move. Yi Fan did his best to resist. His body was extremely strong, and his energy was surging. Golden blood chi surged. Finally, he didn't collapse under the pressure of the saint. Only little Nan Nan was unharmed. She didn't resist. She just blinked and squatted on the ground, looking at the large black dog and Li Heishui. 15 minutes later, the endless terrifying pressure disappeared. The thick fog rolled and the crazy owl walked back step by step. The left half of his body was stained with blood. "Uncle, you're hurt?" Little Nan Nan cried. "What? Even a saint of the current era is hurt and bleeding." The large black dog got up immediately and stared at the scene with his big eyes. "It's not my blood. It's that ancient corpse's," the crazy owl replied. Blood splattered on a saint's body was scary enough. That ancient corpse must have forced the crazy owl to use his real power. In front of them, the majestic body fell to the ground and stopped moving. Glowing blood could be seen flowing. It was very strange. The St. Cliff is so scary. One wrong step and you'll step into hell. These ancient warriors have been dead for countless years, but they still come out to cause trouble. Li Heishui frowned worriedly. "Uncle, the people we saw earlier have appeared again." Little Nan Nan pointed at the depths of the thick fog and said a very bad news. On top of the cliff, a few Taoist figures stood in the thick fog like fossils. They were motionless and looked down. Aren't they ancient corpses? Why can they move? Li Heishui had goosebumps all over his body. Yi Fan's scalp was numb. They were the people he saw halfway up the mountain. There were both men and women, and they were all wearing ancient clothes. The crazy owl didn't say anything. He took out the corner of the formation map of the large black dog and studied it carefully, thinking quietly. Yi Fan and the others didn't dare to disturb him. Just like that, they stood like this for a whole day. Then the crazy owl raised his head and continued to walk forward. A golden path suddenly appeared under their feet. They actually evolved such a path and reached the summit. The large black dog had a strange look in his eyes. Just like that, they walked on the golden path. After a quarter of an hour, they arrived at the summit. The figures in ancient clothes didn't come close. This was a vast cliff. It was large enough to build a small town on it. However, this was a barren land. Not even a blade of grass grew here. The whole cliff was black, and there were many dark red bloodstains. There were some bright red puddles in some places. After so many years, although the spiritual energy had dissipated, the divine blood still hadn't dried up for some reason. The most eye-catching place was the edge of the St. Cliff. There was a huge stone coffin, hundreds of meters long, hanging on the cliff. An ancient coffin that has existed in this world for almost 200,000 years. Everyone was shocked. If there was no accident, this should be the place where the great saint body died. It should be him in the coffin. The whole body of the great saint body is a treasure. Just one bone is worth a city, and the whole body can be used as a holy object to refine an unparalleled saint weapon. They came to the front of the huge stone coffin, and all of them carefully examined it. This was a place where saints were buried, and there might be some unparalleled celestial treasures inside. Where is the Xing character of the 9 secrets? It can't be in this ancient coffin, right? Their main purpose for coming here was to find the secret character, Xing. This was a peerless sacred technique that could shock the world. Any cultivator would want to get their hands on it, and even the sages would desire it. Is this stone coffin moldy? There's a lot of moss growing on it. The large black dog was suspicious. It's not moss, it's very long green hair. Li Heishui felt cold from head to toe, and his whole body was cold. Although there was a thick fog on the summit, they could see clearly when they came close to the ancient coffin. Damn, it's the green hair growing from the coffin. It's very thick, and it's almost drowning the ancient coffin. The black hair all over the large black dog's body stood up, and he jumped up in fright as if someone had stepped on his tail. Oh no, this is bad. Could it be that the corpse of the great saint body has undergone some changes? No matter how many tens of thousands of years the great ancient emperors have been dead, their corporeal bodies will not rot and be destroyed, and the great saint body will definitely be the same. If he has undergone a corpse transformation, then that unparalleled corporeal body. They were all stunned, and an ominous premonition rose up in their hearts. Let's hurry and find the Xing character of the 9 secrets and leave this place as soon as possible. We must not touch this ancient coffin. The large black dog was scared. This was the first time he had seen a treasure without being greedy. Yi Fan took out the ancient scroll and carefully compared it. After carefully reading it, he was dumbfounded and speechless. The Xing character of the 9 secrets actually pointed to the location of this ancient coffin. Are we going to open a shop? He was horrified. If they provoked some ancient corpse with a great saint body, it was possible that they would all be killed here. Damn, that damned Baldy and that old cowherd also came here before. There are their marks here. The large black dog cursed angrily. Beside the ancient coffin, there were 2 stone tablets that had left behind words of remembrance. Apart from that, there were also 2 gigantic starry sky charts. They seemed to have respectively divined something here. They were densely packed, and the ground was filled with stars. In each of the starry sky charts, there was a thin line that was almost invisible, and it pointed to the depths of the starry sky. This caused a thought to stir in Yi Fan's mind. Could it be that there was an ancient path in the starry sky? Chapter 497. The 2 star charts were very big. They were not carved on the stone tablet, but on the stone ground. This was a meticulous deduction. They were carved only a few hundred years apart, but they were definitely not from the same era. It could be distinguished, but they were probably formed more than 2,000 years ago. Compared to hundreds of thousands of years, 2,000 years was not so terrifying, but it was also the early Qin period, which could be considered a very ancient period. The divine lords of the Eastern Barren Territory could probably only live to this age. Any longer and they would return to the earth. Since ancient times, no one could escape death. What is this old cowherd developing? Why can't I see through it? The large black dog stared at one of the charts and pondered for a long time, but he still couldn't understand it. Only the crazy old's eyes were deep, and he was fascinated. One could clearly see that the 2 charts were evolving in the depths of his eyes and imprinted into his mind. Yi Fan had an idea. He also imprinted the 2 star charts in his mind. This might be his way home. 2 little dragons are swimming. Little Nan Nan pointed at the 2 thin lines in the star chart. Her vision was very special, and she could see the 2 thin lines evolving, meandering and stretching. Even though Yi Fan had the divine eyes, it still took him a long time to see it clearly, and then he imprinted it in his mind without any mistake. In the future, if he couldn't return to the other side of the galaxy from the 5-colored altar in the forbidden ancient land, he planned to let the Black Emperor carve the most complicated Dao patterns and cross back bit by bit. Ignore the old cowherd and the bald guy with big bumps all over his head. Let's think of a way to get the Xing formula, the large black dog muttered. He really didn't like these 2. I really hope that one day when you meet them, you can also call them like this, Yi Fan said with a smile. He had mixed feelings. These were 2 great sages of the ancient earth who should have disappeared in time, but they were actually related to cultivation. The crazy Ol walked around the ancient coffin with a deep frown. Even someone as powerful as him didn't open the coffin, as if he was afraid. The green hair was very long, growing through the cracks of the stone coffin and densely covering the entire coffin. It was oily green, and if one didn't look closely, they would really look like moss. As soon as they got close, they would feel a bone-piercing chill. The sarcophagus was like an ice house that could almost freeze people. Is it really the corpse of a great perfection Saint Physique? Who carved the sarcophagus for him? Yi Fan muttered to himself. Crazy Ol carved in the void, displaying the Merak step technique. There was no specific method, just a profound Dao diagram that encompassed everything. He was trying to activate it with the Xing formula. Seeing this, Yi Fan also began to activate the Bodhi seed in his hand. His movements were slow but serious. Bang! A light sound suddenly rang out from the ancient coffin, startling everyone. It was because an exceptionally dense killing intent overflowed, as if some ancient creature was awakening. The green hair on the stone coffin began to tremble violently, and a bone-chilling coldness emanated from it. It was as if thousands of ghostly claws were struggling. Little by little, it extended towards them. This place is too strange. The fog was getting thicker and thicker. They had a feeling that all of this was created by the ancient coffin, and the fog seemed to be rushing out from the cracks of the coffin. Chi! Suddenly, the lid of the coffin shook, emitting a beam of light that shot into the heavens. It dispersed the fog, and a Dao diagram emerged. The 9 secrets. The Xing formula has come out from the coffin. They were both surprised and overjoyed. After so many dangers, they had come here for the 9 secrets Xing formula, and now they finally saw it. At first glance, Yi Fan was sure that this was definitely the Xing formula, and it had many similarities with the movement technique he cultivated. The highest legendary technique. Once mastered, the world will be mine, and there will be no path that cannot be taken. Great, we must comprehend it. No one was not excited. They all used their powerful spiritual senses to capture the Dao diagram, afraid of missing something. No, it's too blurry. It has rushed out from the coffin, and the true 9 secrets is in the coffin. After careful observation, they discovered this helpless truth. Their hearts sank. There was definitely something ominous in the coffin, and it was not good for them to open it. What should we do? We've already come this far. Do we still have to retreat? Little darling, can you see it clearly? Yi Fan squatted down and asked the little girl. The little girl wrinkled her delicate nose and blinked her big eyes. After staring for a while, she said in a crisp voice, "Some places are clear, but others are blocked by something. It's not clear." Crazy Ol was motionless as if he had been petrified. His empty eyes shot out strands of silver light that connected with the Dao diagram. However, it was obvious that the Dao diagram was incomplete, and it was blocked by something inside the coffin. The silver light from his eyes could not connect completely. The summit was very flat, and the ancient great emperors had not laid down any array patterns around the coffin. The group walked back and forth, feeling very helpless. Bang! The ancient coffin shook again, and a peerless murderous intent overflowed. It was as if winter had arrived, and it was as if 100,000 miles were frozen and millions of miles were covered in snow. The Bodhi seed in Yi Fan's hand was boiling hot. He was earnestly studying the Tao diagram, throwing away all distracting thoughts. In any case, with Crazy Ol here, he did not care about anything else. Even if it was incomplete, he had to completely understand it. Otherwise, he would regret it for the rest of his life. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Fan stopped and woke up from the emptiness. At this moment, Crazy Ol was walking around the ancient coffin, preparing to open it. The big black dog and Li Heishui were at the side. They did not even dare to breathe loudly. They hid very far away for fear of releasing the Demon King. Crazy Ol walked around the coffin 9 times, as if he was calculating something. Then, his eyes shot out strands of silver light. He stopped in the field, waved his sleeves, and with a boom, all the green hairs were destroyed. He finally made his move. He was going to officially open the ancient coffin and see the legendary 9 esoteric Tao diagram. The moment the green hairs outside the coffin turned into ashes, the ancient coffin shook violently, as if a giant monster was about to come out. The terrifying aura it emitted made the whole mountain shake. In this area, there were more than 50 mountains standing side by side. At this moment, all of them were shaking as if there was a great earthquake. Huge rocks kept rolling down. Especially this mountain. If it wasn't for the formation pattern of the Great Emperor, it might have already collapsed. There was an indescribable aura surging. At this moment, the formation runes carved by martial monarch Wuxia displayed a mystical ability. Thin threads extended from all directions and intertwined with one another. Although there were no patterns carved on this mountain peak, it was a place of guidance. All the threads were guided to the ancient coffin, binding it. The agitation finally quieted down. The stone coffin no longer shook, and everything gradually calmed down. "All of you, step back." Crazy Ol shouted. At this point, he had to open the coffin and obtain the 9 esoteric Tao diagram. They kept retreating. Crazy Ol roared like a dragon and a tiger, his voice echoing for hundreds of miles. He waved his sleeves, and with a boom, the coffin lid was sent flying, falling on the mountain peak. Boom! An extremely gloomy murderous aura rushed out. Black fog billowed up and completely submerged this place. Sure enough, all the fog came from the ancient coffin. Li Heishui and the Black Emperor were motionless. Under this kind of murderous aura, they couldn't even speak. They were completely bound, and their bodies were about to break. Chi! Tens of thousands of threads interweaved. The formation pattern carved by Great Emperor Wuxia worked. A blazing light screen appeared, covering the ancient coffin. At the same time, the list of deification at the mountainside rushed out a golden glow, descending and stabilizing the agitated ancient coffin. Only then did the murderous aura recede like a tide. Otherwise, Yi Fan and the others wouldn't have been able to endure it. The murderous aura alone is enough to destroy one's body and soul. In such a short time, it has already taken half my life. Li Heishui was weak, and his body was cracking. He took the divine spring from Yi Fan and drank it. The black hair on the big black dog's body was about to fall off. Just now, he was cursing people for being bald, and now he was almost bald. He cursed again and again, saying, "Even this is retribution. Damn it." Yi Fan was fine, mainly because of his unparalleled physical strength. Little Nan Nan, who was protected by them in the middle, was also fine. The little girl looked left and right like a curious baby. Not far away, the great Tao suppressed the sky. A Tao diagram lay in the void. It was very clear, as if the 9 heavens had descended. It made people feel sincere reverence and want to kneel on the ground. 9 secrets. The opportunity is right in front of us. Whether we can comprehend it or not will depend on our own luck. They quickly rushed forward and sat cross-legged on the ground. They observed the Tao diagram in the sky and began to comprehend it seriously. As for what was in the opened ancient coffin, they didn't care at all. There was nothing more important than comprehending the 9 secrets. Everything was taken care of by the old madman. "I can't comprehend it." After Li Heishui used up an enlightenment tea leaf, he opened his eyes and flew away. He was very dispirited. The big black dog was even more anxious. He cursed and said, "Damn it, this is a supreme secret technique created for 2-legged creatures. This emperor can't comprehend it unless I transform into a human. Damn it, this emperor will defy the heavens. I must cultivate it. The big black dog was indeed heaven-defying. He stood on the ground like a human and shouted, "There is no saint technique that this emperor can't learn. I don't believe it. Damn it, even this can be done." Li Heishui was dumbfounded. Then his confidence doubled. Even a dog could cross the boundaries of its species to cultivate this technique. What did he have to be afraid of? He grabbed a few enlightenment tea leaves and immediately began to comprehend it. The old madman didn't move as if he was petrified. He looked up at the 9 secret Tao diagram. His body was about to turn into an ancient diagram. It was very mysterious. Yi Fan was shocked. The 9 secret Xing character technique was unfathomable. The Merak step technique was only a corner of it, a small part. No wonder I can step into the domain of time after comprehending it. It is indeed mysterious and unfathomable. I might need to cultivate it for the rest of my life. He silently comprehended, grasping the Bodhi seed in his hand. Time passed bit by bit. They didn't move at all. They silently comprehended and devoted themselves to it. Without a doubt, the old madman's harvest was the greatest. After a long time, he withdrew his gaze and closed his eyes. He no longer looked at the Tao diagram and began to evolve it in his mind. The big black dog was the most restless. He stood up and shouted that he wanted to defy the heavens. As he comprehended the 9 secrets, he ran around like a human. However, his comprehension was really high. He became faster and faster. In the end, he almost turned into a black shadow. He was very arrogant. All the black fur on his body fell off. As he ran around naked, he shouted, "Damn it, in order to learn the Xing character technique, I will run on 2 legs in the future. I will defy the heavens." Li Heishui was stimulated. He concentrated and comprehended it. Even a dog could cultivate it. How could he, a man with 2 legs, endure it? It wasn't that he didn't have enough comprehension. It was just that this technique wasn't suitable for him to cultivate. However, he was greatly stimulated and gained a lot. His furrowed brows gradually relaxed. Little Nan Nan was also observing curiously. In the end, she couldn't help but gesticulate. She took a step forward and disappeared from where she was. This woke everyone up. "Nan Nan," Yi Fan called. Little Nan Nan appeared on the wall of the coffin. She was so scared that she was crying. She looked down helplessly. The little guy didn't do anything wrong. With tears in her eyes, she said, "I was just trying." This made Li Heishui completely speechless. He looked up at the sky and sighed. "I can't say that my comprehension is the best among my peers, but it's also the best. I can't even compare to a dog. How can I even surpass a 2-year-old little Nan Nan? Could it be that the 9 secrets are really not suitable for me to cultivate?" Yi Fan and the others hurriedly came to the coffin. They picked up little Nan Nan and prepared to send her down. In the end, they accidentally saw the scene inside the coffin. They felt their scalps go numb. In the stone coffin, there was half a pool of blood at the bottom. It was bright and dazzling. It was as if it had just flowed out from a human body. There was an old man's corpse inside, floating above the blood. His body was immortal. He held a golden scepter in his hand. There was a peerless killing intent overflowing from it. It was practically able to penetrate one's soul. Heavens, is this a saint physique? It has been dead for hundreds of thousands of years, but it still hasn't decayed. It's vivid and lifelike. Li Heishui was shocked. Why is this person's killing intent so strong? It's as if he has slaughtered millions of lives before. Yi Fan exclaimed in shock. This should be the master of the celestial court. He's an ancient sage. The large black dog was so shocked that he almost fell down. Weren't the 2 old sages of the celestial court killed? Why is there only one here? Yi Fan was puzzled. He had heard the large black dog talk about this in detail before. It was rumored that his lifespan had come to an end, and he had been killed in the final battle. Who would have thought that he had personally escaped into the holy cliff with the 9 secrets Xing character mantra, and died here? The large black dog was shocked. Wisps of killing intent seeped out from the golden ancient scepter, and the entire holy cliff was almost frozen. It was as if the entire holy cliff had turned into hell. Without a doubt, this was the supreme scepter of the celestial court. In the past, the celestial court wielded the supreme scepter and could almost command the entire world, the large black dog said with a sigh. It's time for it to see the light of day again. Let it shine again. Yifan said loudly. Hundreds of thousands of years have passed, but his body hasn't rotted. As expected of an ancient sage. But why did he die in the ancient coffin? Li Heishui was shocked and uncertain. His neck was twisted and broken. The large black dog said in shock. He had been plotting something bad just now. The corpse of a sage was a treasure all over, and he wanted to pull it out and refine it. However, now he felt a chill all over his body. This ancient sage's neck was twisted and broken. There were clear fingerprints, and there were some green hairs on it. Little Nan Nan is scared. Little Nan Nan buried her head in Yifan's arms, not daring to look down. She said in a small voice, "There's a man lying in the blood pool, and his body is covered with green hairs, a saint physique of the advanced level." They were all stunned. A saint physique of the advanced level had died countless years ago, but it had twisted the neck of an old sage. This made their hearts tremble. Silently, the crazy owl also stood on the stone coffin. His eyes could see through everything, and he stared at the blurry figure in the blood pool. Splash! Below the ancient sage, the master of the celestial court, the blood pool rippled violently. Splash! A large green claw, covered with corpse hair, stretched out. Chapter 498. Hua! A terrifying claw the size of a dustpan reached out. It was covered in corpse hair and dripping with blood. It was a daunting sight, sending chills down everyone's spine. The old crazy owl's pupils shone with silver light. Strands of silver light shot out like silver dragons towards the green hand. Zheng! This was the technique of a saint. The endless mountain range would be turned to ashes, but the silver light couldn't destroy the claw. Dazzling sparks flew in all directions. It was as if the claw had struck divine iron. The claw slowly reached up like an unstoppable ghost claw. Isn't he dead? Did he become a corpse saint? Li Heishui and the others quickly retreated behind the old crazy owl. In the 1,000-foot-long black coffin, there was half a pool of blood. It was bright red and bewitching. The green corpse hair claw suddenly reached out, appearing strange and frightening. The ancient saint's body didn't decay and floated in the air. However, his head had been twisted off. At this time, it was even more horrifying when compared to the giant claw. Even the invincible master of the celestial court had been strangled to death. How could people not be terrified? Everyone felt as if they had fallen into an icehouse and their breathing stopped. The aura emitted by the ancient coffin was extremely oppressive. Not only was there a monstrous killing intent, there was also an endless pressure that could break one's mind. It was as heavy as a mountain. Duo! The old crazy owl shouted. His hands moved. This was the first time he was so serious. He displayed the supreme technique of a saint. Numerous foot-long little dragons swam between his palms and fingers. Those were streaks of innate patterns. He was deriving the supreme great Tao. The chaotic mist flowed and the Tao diagram was mysterious and unfathomable. His hands moved, creating the sound of thunder. Then earth, fire, wind, and water surged as if the world was being created. Bang! A Tao diagram appeared. It was filled with the aura of the absolute beginning. It was as if the great Tao of the world had just been formed and was imprisoned by him. A boundless pressure spread out. At this moment, the entire sacred cliff and the 50 black mountains all trembled. It was a terrifying scene. The old crazy owl shouted. He raised his hand and pressed down. The giant Tao diagram was pinched between his fingers and shot into the ancient coffin. Pooh! Half the pool of blood splashed out. The large hand that was covered in corpse hair was covered in innate patterns. Tens of thousands of little dragons swam about and the Tao diagram continued to evolve, circulating with the aura of the supreme great Tao. Boom! A supreme immortal might gushed forth, gushing to every corner of the Saint Cliff. The ancient runes left behind by the ancient emperors didn't obstruct it at all. Instead, they shot out beams of resplendent light, helping to seal the coffin. Rumble! More than 50 black mountains were cut off from the undying mountain. At this moment, they were all shaking and on the verge of collapse. Plop! Finally, that hairy hand was suppressed by the Tao diagram. It fell into the pool of blood, splashing up a great deal of blood and causing the void to be annihilated. Everyone's expressions changed. If it landed on a person's body, they would undoubtedly die. More than 100,000 years had passed, yet the blood in the coffin was still so terrifying. A single drop of blood is enough to kill an expert. The patterns formed by the Khanate runes covered the entire area, sealing the blood pool. Even the Lord of the Celestial Court was suppressed beneath it. It's a pity that the Supreme Assassin Scepter is also sealed in the blood pool. Li Heishui felt regretful. The current saint's methods are heaven-defying. The large black dog exclaimed. He had already prepared for the worst, but he didn't expect the old madman to seal that ghostly claw. They distanced themselves from the ancient coffin and began to analyze the 9 secret Tao diagram in the air again, studying it carefully. Yi Fan held the Bodhi seed in his hand and studied it carefully. He discovered that the Tao diagram had a total of 9 layers. He was shocked. No wonder there was an ancient saint who consumed the immortal godly medicine and lived 2 lives before he cultivated the dimension of time to the extreme level. It had the ability to steal the fortune of heaven and earth, and it required several lives to fully understand it. It wasn't as simple as grasping it once. However, if it was just a matter of speed, it wouldn't take so long. The cultivation of those ancient saints had already risen to the dimension of God. Yi Fan's mind was empty. He knew that he definitely couldn't comprehend it in a short period of time, so he used the Bodhi seed to comprehend the Tao and engraved the 9 layers of the dimension in his heart. Apart from him, the large black dog and Li Heishui couldn't do it. The Tao diagram was hazy, and it was difficult to fully grasp it. Of course, the old madman could imprint it and had already seen through everything. There was no need for him to look at it, and he had already begun to deduce it in his mind. The large black dog shouted, "I am a genius. I can imprint 4 diagrams in such a short period of time. I want to defy the natural order." He stood up and shouted that he was going to defy the natural order. He ran on his 2 legs, sprinting on the St. Cliff. Yi Fan was quite speechless. "This damn dog is 2F** King Weird." Li Heishui was furious. He tried his best, but he could only imprint 2 diagrams. Whether he could comprehend them or not was another matter. In the end, he saw a big dog running around on 2 legs, imitating him. This really made him feel indignant. The dark clouds were heavy and were about to fall. There was a mysterious aura spreading, making the whole black mountain a bit strange. The old madman raised his head and looked at the sky. With a flick of his sleeve, the 300-meter-long stone coffin lid flew up, pressed down on the ancient coffin, and closed again. Then, they sat cross-legged on the St. Cliff, all closed their eyes and did not speak. They were all comprehending their own Tao. Even the most restless large black dog also calmed down. Crack! After an unknown period of time, the ancient coffin suddenly made a loud sound. The coffin lid shifted from its position, and a large dark green paw reached out. They all opened their eyes, and they were all frightened. It was as if they were being stared at by a supreme demon god. Every inch of their flesh and blood was convulsing, not listening to their own orders. "It's coming out." Little Nan Nan was almost scared to tears. She hid behind Yi Fan. Bang! The coffin lid fell heavily on the ground, and a majestic and tall figure stepped out of the ancient coffin. His eyes were as sharp as knives. What? They were all dumbfounded. They did not expect things to happen so suddenly. The corpse of the second-rate Saint Physique climbed out. He stood tall and straight, 2 or 3 heads taller than ordinary people. He was like an immortal demon god, looking down on the common people, ruling over the ups and downs of the earth. Time could not erase him, and he would live forever. The pair of eyes were especially frightening, and one could not look directly at them. His thick bloody hair was stuck together, and there was immortal power flowing through it. His body was covered with dense corpse hair, and his aura was so oppressive that it could break people's minds. "This is the second-rate saint physique. Dead but not dead. Did an evil spirit take over his body? Li Heishui and the others could not move, and they could not even run away. The majestic pressure and the terrifying aura almost made them faint. The old madman stood up. He was also tall and majestic. His eyes were like silver dragons, staring at the terrifying demon body in front of him, confronting it. Bang, bang. The tall ancient corpse walked forward step by step. His eyes were frightening, like two divine lamps, shooting out a peerless light. The old madman's black hair danced wildly, and his aura rose abruptly. He also strode forward, not showing any fear at all. He was going to fight this ancient saint corpse. This is bad. He has been taken over by an ancient creature. His body is unparalleled, and he can King sweep the world. The large black dog had a bad thought. Suddenly, the majestic demon body stopped, and did not continue to press forward. He stared at Yi Fan, his eyes unblinking, and two beams of divine light almost connected with Yi Fan's body. Boom! The golden blood qi all over Yi Fan's body suddenly boiled. He found that he could move, and suddenly stood up, his whole body surging with energy. His body was like a seven-colored glaze, clear and flawless. The golden blood qi rushed out, dazzling, and the saint blood surged like a great river, flowing quickly. His body rumbled like thunder. There was a reaction between the saint bodies. The green lotus in Yi Fan's sea of reincarnation shone with a brilliant green light, surrounded by chaotic mist, and suddenly rushed out, flying toward the second-rate saint body. Swoosh! The green light flashed, and the three-leaf green lotus disappeared in the second-rate saint body's sea of reincarnation, vanishing without a trace. Little Nan Nen cried out in surprise, tugging at the corner of his clothes nervously. Li Heishui was also dumbfounded, and could not speak. Yi Fan had experienced this once, so he was not afraid. He calmed his mind and focused, sensing carefully. Perhaps this was a great opportunity. His divine sense seemed to be divided into two, one part in his body, and the other entered the second-rate saint body's sea of reincarnation. At this moment, Yi Fan was deeply shocked. His mind was immersed in the green lotus, and he entered the second-rate saint body's sea of reincarnation. He saw what a sea was. Even though it was about to dry up, the golden sea of bitterness was still vast and endless. There was a monstrous divine power surging, and the golden divine light almost shattered the heaven and earth. In comparison, his golden sea of bitterness was only a small lake, or even a small puddle. It was far from the second-rate saint body. Is this the embodiment of the second-rate saint body's invincibility? Yi Fan was truly stunned. How long did one have to cultivate to accumulate such a vast divine power? Even though it was about to dry up, it was still unparalleled in the world. No wonder it could compete with the great ancient emperors. Last time, Yi Fan obtained the secret method from the second-rate saint body. Now, he had more expectations, so he earnestly deduced and searched for it. Boom! The second-rate saint body's sea of reincarnation finally recovered. The endless golden sea was about to shatter the heaven and earth. It rose to the sky, and the green lotus bobbed up and down inside. In the outside world, Li Heishui and the others were shocked. The second-rate saint body exploded with golden light, and the endless mountains cracked. Any area without the protection of the great ancient emperor's formation patterns turned into powder without a sound. The saint cliff was protected by the investiture of the gods, and it was preserved unharmed. Crazy Ol revealed an incomparably serious expression. He emitted a divine light to protect little Nan Nan and the others, and an impenetrable light screen was propped up. The second-rate saint body is too terrifying. It has been dead for so many years, but it can still emit such terrible fluctuations. They knew that this was only the tip of the iceberg. It was impossible to truly display the supreme saintly power of the second-rate saint body. In the vast golden sea of bitterness, Yi Fan found the trajectory of the divine power. He saw a similar secret method. That was an unmatched Tao diagram. It turned into a boundless ancient scroll that flowed with mysterious energy. Endless primal chaos surged within it. He was immediately attracted. This was a saint method to cultivate a single secret realm. It was very similar to the method he had obtained before. There are many more changes, and it is even more profound. Yi Fan was shocked. This was simply a secret method made for the saint body. If combined with an ancient scripture, one could continuously deduce and cultivate a single secret realm to the extreme. This is a perfect ancient method. The one I obtained last time wasn't a perfect single secret method. Yi Fan suddenly understood. At the same time, he was incomparably excited and happy. This wasn't an orthodox heart method, but a supplementary secret technique that could help him cultivate a single secret realm to the highest level and evolve the extreme Tao realm of the Sea of Reincarnation. Yi Fan completely immersed himself in it. He gradually explored and carved the perfect Tao diagram. In the end, he entered the Tao Palace and continued to explore. He was amazed. This kind of secret technique was suitable for every secret realm and could be used as a supplementary method. The second-rate Saint Body's Sea of Reincarnation, Tao Palace, for extremes, Dragon Transformation Secret Realm, and others were all developed with this secret technique. This is great. Yi Fan knew that this was a priceless treasure. It was an unparalleled secret method that would allow him to advance into the unparalleled domain in the future. He felt that this should be a supplementary secret technique unique to the Saint Body. It was of great significance to him and its value was immeasurable. The more Yi Fan explored, the more shocked he became. The second-rate Saint Body actually cultivated every secret realm to the extreme. It was shocking. The ancient people specialized in a single secret realm and reached the extreme realm. This was already a world-shocking achievement and was invincible. The second-rate Saint Body actually specialized in every secret realm. No wonder his combat strength is unparalleled and can compete with ancient emperors. After reaching the peak, he needs to specialize in every secret realm. Chapter 499. The Great Completion Saint Body shone with boundless radiance. Strands of light filled the space between heaven and earth. Many mountains were collapsing. Apart from the areas protected by the ancient emperor's formation patterns, the other areas had almost become barren deserts. Some of the black mountains had even turned into powder. This was an incomparably terrifying saint power. Almost no one in the world could contend against it. It was not a deliberate attack, but just a part of the divine power that surged out naturally. Yi Fan was shocked. If he could enter this body, who would he be afraid of in this world? He wouldn't even need to be afraid of the peerless experts who walked out of the ancient palace of the ancient killer dynasty. He was deeply shocked. This was only the remnant divine power of the Great Completion Saint Body. If it was at its peak, how terrifying would its combat power be? Perhaps, it could really destroy this world with its bare hands. Yi Fan carefully explored and completely imprinted the flawless secret technique. His heart surged. This would be a powerful support for him to enter the supreme domain in the future. Clang. He waved his hand and the golden ancient staff in the stone coffin was drawn out. Divine power surged. He felt that he could pick the stars and the moon. There was nothing he couldn't do. At this time, he entered the Great Completion Saint Body and almost thought that it was his own body. He could move it as he pleased without any feeling of awkwardness. If I can take it away, I will directly flatten the world in hell. Yi Fan was very excited. Even though the Great Completion Saint Body couldn't be compared to when it was at its peak, it still had enough combat power and was immeasurable. At this time, he held the golden scepter in his hand and had the combat power to look down on the world. His murderous aura reached the clouds. He felt that he could completely flatten this Saint Cliff. The supreme scepter of the celestial court was cold and oppressive. It had been stained with the blood of millions of creatures. At this time, strands of brilliance flowed out as if hell had opened. Suddenly, Yi Fan was squeezed out of the corpse by a strange force. The supreme killer's scepter fell to the ground with a crisp sound. The green lotus wrapped his divine consciousness and returned to his body in an instant. It was protected by the crazy Ol in a light screen as it confronted the Great Completion Saint Body. The corpse of a large success divine physique is too terrifying. We have to bring it away. Its fighting strength is enough to intimidate the world, comparable to a supreme holy weapon. Li Heishui shouted. Although it's covered in corpse hair, that doesn't matter. This is an invincible humanoid weapon. The large black dog couldn't sit still any longer. Unfortunately, Yi Fan was forced out in the end and was unable to control himself. Crazy Ol frowned and said, "Don't touch him. There's something ominous in his body." At this moment, the divine power of the first-rate holy physique retracted. His eyes turned green, and the corpse hair on his body grew crazily. He looked even more frightening. "My descendants!" He suddenly opened his mouth, releasing this type of voice, resounding and forceful, as if metal and stone were grinding against each other. His eyes burned with divine light as he stared at Yi Fan without blinking. He said, "Take me away from here." Yi Fan was shocked. Little Nan Nan was extremely nervous. She pulled on the corner of Yi Fan's clothes and said in a trembling voice, "There's a ghost in his body. You are my descendant. Help me revive and take me away from here." The voice was distant as if it came from the ancient times. It had an irresistible demonic quality. Yi Fan humphed coldly. He came from the other side of the galaxy and had no blood relationship with the ancient saint body of this world. His eyes immediately turned cold. The crazy Ol let out a heavenly voice that shook the whole Saint Cliff. He said, "If you want to attack, come at me." He took a few big steps forward. Humph! The large success saint body humphed coldly. The corpse hair on his body became even thicker, almost covering him. That strange power became stronger and stronger. His killing intent was revealed as he walked forward step by step. Then, he suddenly stretched out a big hand and grabbed at the crazy Ol, wanting to beat him into minced meat. This was a peerless large success saint body. Whether he was alive or dead, no one could damage his body. It could be said that it was extremely terrifying. The crazy Ol shouted and raised his hand to produce a flawless Tao diagram. He pressed it forward, wanting to seal the corpse of the large success saint body. Boom! At the same time, the Saint Cliff trembled. The investiture of the gods halfway up the mountain shone with golden light. A world-destroying aura rushed out and covered the sky. Bang! A big golden hand came down, pressing down on the large success saint body with all its strength. The investiture of the gods is not only suppressing the existence in the belly of the mountain, but also this corpse. Li Heishui was shocked. No, it must be the existence in the belly of the mountain. It must have entered the saint body and triggered the investiture of the gods. Yi Fan speculated. Boom! An earth-shaking sound rang out. The big golden hand pushed back the corpse of the large success saint body, and then pressed down again. The large black dog was extremely excited. He said in a trembling voice, "Do you see? The investiture of the gods is here, and it is equivalent to Emperor Wuxia's hand pressing down on this place." The first-rate holy physique, whose body was covered in corpse hair, let out a loud roar. Many mountain ranges in the distance crumbled, and even the black mountains cracked. He raised his hand and struck toward the sky, shaking heaven and earth. However, the big golden hand formed by the investiture of the gods was equally terrifying. It slammed down with an unstoppable force, covering the whole Saint Cliff. Bang! The large success saint body was pushed back. The big golden hand pressed down, destroying everything. Even the body of the large success saint body could only retreat to avoid its sharpness. How can this be? Yes, the body of the large success saint body must be dried up, and there is not much divine power left. Yi Fan comforted himself. After all, that was his ultimate goal. Brat, don't be depressed. The body of the large success saint body is unparalleled, but the investiture of the gods is refined by Emperor Wuxia. The Black Emperor said. Boom! The big golden hand shook the corpse of the large success saint body, and it fell into the ancient coffin. Then, with a rumble, the coffin lid was sealed. Li Heishui was shocked, and he said, "Is it really equivalent to Emperor Wuxia's hand pressing down?" Emperor Wuxia's hand is pressing down on the middle of the mountain. This is only a part of it, the large black dog said. Emperor Wuxia's body is even stronger than the large success saint body? Yi Fan frowned. Emperor Wu Shi's body has all the advantages of a saint body. This is equivalent to the collision of two saint bodies, but one has already become a great emperor. The large black dog revealed an astonishing piece of information. Then, he added, every ancient great emperor is incredibly powerful, and they rule over the world. They are all invincible and lonely people. Putting aside their previous physiques, just their emperor bodies alone can crush everything. The Saint Cliff returned to peace, and the big golden hand formed by the investiture of the gods disappeared. Everything returned to normal. The 9 Secrets character and the divine leader of the celestial court are also sealed in the ancient coffin. The large black dog mumbled. He had only remembered 4 Dao diagrams, and he was slightly unwilling to give up. Leave it for the next fated person, the old crazy dog said. Yi Fan walked over and forcefully endured the terrifying torture of his mind about to collapse. He sealed the golden staff. This was the symbol of the ancient killer god dynasty, the celestial court. Apart from that, it was also a weapon, an extremely terrifying secret treasure. It could unleash a certain level of power. This is a weapon forged by an ancient saint to strengthen the inheritance of the celestial court. It has a self-sealing effect, and without reaching the saint level, it can never unleash its full power. The large black dog drooled, and several times he wanted to jump up and rob Yi Fan. F***ck, this damn dog, it even wants to rob an acquaintance's belongings. Li Heishui and Yi Fan both wanted to give it a good beating. Little Nan Nan patted it lightly and said, "Be good, dog." When the large black dog heard this, he almost fell to the ground. If it was someone else, he would have already rushed up and bitten them. However, facing little Nan Nan, he could only restrain himself and bare his teeth. He was too embarrassed to have any other ideas. They didn't stay for long, and walked down the mountain along the path they had come from, preparing to leave this St. Cliff. This cliff was not a good place, and if they stayed for too long, a disaster might happen. Suddenly, when they were halfway up the mountain, they saw a person in the distance, blocking their way. The Taoist robe he wore was quite ancient, and it was very different from the ones in the world. It was impossible to tell which era it was from, and it was full of traces of time. The remaining fur on the large black dog's head stood up immediately. He gritted his teeth and said, "F***, I met a super big guy. This is clothing from hundreds of thousands of years ago." "Is it another ancient corpse?" Li Heishui said in a low voice. "He's not a corpse." The crazy old walked at the front, and his expression was very serious as he stared at the old Taoist. The old Taoist was like a living fossil, slowly walking up the mountain along the mountain path. Every part of him was ancient, and he himself was also very old. The purple gold crown on his head was dim and almost rotten. The Taoist robe on his body was also going to turn into ashes at any time. He chanted a Taoist name and looked very benevolent. "Benefactors, can you lend me a hand? I am willing to give you 2 unparalleled saint techniques from the 9 Secrets." The old Taoist opened his mouth as soon as he came up, and the few of them were stunned. He took out 2 of the 9 Secrets at once. What was his background? "For you." Little Nan Nan's voice was very soft, and she asked like a curious baby. On the other side, the crazy old became more and more serious. His aura was like a mountain, and his whole body actually turned into an ancient diagram, no longer a human body. One could imagine how much importance he attached to this, as if he was facing a great enemy. For a saint to act like this, it was enough to show how terrifying the old Taoist was. "I have forgotten the past, because the real me has already died. No one can resist the passage of time." The old Taoist's voice was very calm, and an ancient aura pervaded the air. "You must be the supreme existence in the belly of the mountain, the one suppressed by the list of deification." The large black dog shivered all over, and revealed an extremely terrified expression. If this was really the case, there would be a great disaster. In the past, the person that great Emperor Wu Shi personally dealt with was finally suppressed by the list of deification. If he was still alive, just thinking about it made people's scalps go numb. "My body has already returned to the earth. I only remember people calling me the Undying Taoist," the old Taoist continued. "The Undying Taoist. I'm afraid he is a supreme existence from the undying mountain, right? Yi Fan's heart sank. The St. Cliff was cut off from the undying mountain. The old Taoist turned into a flawless ancient diagram, drawing upon the great Tao of the heavens and evolving the supreme Tao. An eternal aura pervaded the air, as if it had been like this since ancient times. I only left behind a wisp of my primordial spirit, and buried it in the celestial origin. I want to go out and fulfill a wish. I have no ill intentions. The old Taoist's expression was calm. How many years had passed? Even though his body had already turned into ashes, he still left behind a primordial spirit. Just thinking about it was terrifying. Chapter 500. A supreme existence from the primordial era, Great Emperor Wuxia had personally suppressed him. After more than 100,000 years, a strand of his primordial spirit was buried in the immortal origin and survived. This was an inconceivable existence that could fight against an ancient great emperor. Yi Fan, Li Heishui, and the Black Emperor were all alarmed and filled with fear. The old Taoist was very calm. His robe was almost tattered, as if he had just crawled out from a pile of yellow earth. He walked over from the primordial earth step by step, emitting an ancient aura. The appearance of any one of the 9 secrets would make the world go crazy for it. It contains supreme truths, and the 2 I have can be passed on to you without reservation. The old Taoist's words moved everyone. These were secret techniques passed down from ancient times. Not to mention learning all of them, just grasping 1 or 2 of them would allow one to look down on the world. The 9 secrets represented the peak of the 9 domains and could not be surpassed. It was originally a book, but unfortunately, it was split up. From then on, it was scattered all over the world and could no longer be combined. As time passed, some of them had already completely disappeared from the world. This was a great regret for all the supreme experts of the past. Even if they could rule over the world, they would not be able to see the complete 9 secrets. At this moment, 2 of the 9 secrets were about to appear. No one could remain calm, but Yi Fan and the others did not believe this old Taoist. A supreme expert personally suppressed by Great Emperor Wuxia was definitely not a good person. How could he pass on such a supreme secret technique to them? The name Undying Taoist explained everything. It was very likely that he was a supreme existence from the undying mountain, and he was most likely not human. Before the primordial era, the undying mountain's darkness was in chaos, and countless heroes died. Blood flowed like rivers on the great earth. The ancient inheritances of the human race would never forget that period of time. You guys don't believe me? The undying Taoists saw that they did not speak and continued to walk forward along the mountain path. The old madman's body had already disappeared. In his place was an ancient diagram covered in innate patterns. A voice transmitted from it, "If you want to fight, then fight." This poor Taoist never had any intention of taking action. I sincerely wish to pass down the human race's supreme immortal technique so that the 9 secrets won't be lost. The old Taoist shook his head. This is a person who can compete with the ancient emperors. His physical body has most likely been destroyed by the apotheosis board, but a sliver of his primordial spirit managed to survive with the help of the celestial source. That's extremely terrifying. Wuxia. Undying Taoist's eyes flickered with a strange light. The large black dog pondered for a long time, and as if he had thought of something, he transmitted his voice to the others, saying, "Be careful, perhaps he really does have the 9 secrets." Clang. Crazy Ole's ancient diagram suddenly shook and let out a clanging sound, like the roar of a dragon. It obliterated an invisible ray of light. "You finally couldn't hold back," said Crazy Ole in a low voice. "That's not my killing intent. It's a strand of killing intent that seeped out from my body that was obliterated in the belly of the mountain," Undying Taoist calmly said. Then he walked up step by step. The mountain path blurred under his feet as he climbed up. "Cutting the free world, do you want to turn us all into nothingness?" Crazy Ole was as calm as an ancient well. The fruit he had transformed into slowly rotated, sweeping out a chaotic light. He was like the extreme point of splitting heaven and earth, melting away an indescribable power, causing Undying Taoist's expression to stiffen. Perhaps he really is a supreme being who has grasped the 9 secrets. The large black dog bared his teeth and retreated. He had a bad feeling. I didn't expect there to be an existence like you after the world has changed. Undying Taoist finally stopped pretending, and his expression became cold. When he said this, the others were instantly terrified. Taking off his mask meant that this mysterious old Taoist was going to make a move, no longer hiding his strength. He shouldn't be able to use his full strength. After so many years of struggle, perhaps only a sliver of his primordial spirit has seeped out. The large black dog shouted. "Umph." Undying Taoist was no longer calm. He let out a cold humph, and countless divine weapons slashed down. Thousands of killing intent severed this world. Clang. Crazy, Ol turned into an ancient diagram and spun, sealing off the entire world. All the murderous sounds were blocked outside and could not rush in. As expected, Great Emperor Wuxia is about to kill him. The power of his primordial spirit can't be compared to that of a great emperor. The large black dog looked excited. "Brat Wuxia, you've gone too far." Undying Taoist seemed to have a deep hatred for Great Emperor Wuxia. He clenched his teeth, and a light shot out from his eyes. He actually transformed a world out of nothingness and pressed forward. Boom! The ancient diagram that crazy Ol had transformed into released thousands of silk ribbons. Upon closer inspection, it was actually the chaotic aura, and it crushed the world created by Undying Taoist. Creating a free world is indeed the technique of an unparalleled elite. Unfortunately, he can't recreate his former glory. He's about to be destroyed by the investiture list, the large black dog said. "Is that what you said?" Undying Taoist snorted coldly. His ancient Taoist robe fluttered. He was like a bottomless ancient abyss, swallowing all power. At this moment, he was extremely terrifying. He released a world-destroying aura. He stretched out a large hand and grabbed forward, trying to turn Crazy Ol into meat paste. Even with the protection of Crazy Ol, Li Heishui, the large black dog, and the others couldn't bear it anymore. Their bodies began to crack and they fell to the ground. Their minds were about to collapse. A wisp of Emperor's might. The Black Emperor was shocked and couldn't speak anymore. Just this kind of aura was about to destroy their bodies and souls. Boom! Suddenly, the investiture list at the waist of the mountain shone brightly. A golden light rushed out and hit Undying Taoist, causing him to tumble on the spot. "Little brat Wuxia." Undying Taoist stood up and looked at the golden light in the void. His expression was ferocious, and there was no longer a trace of peace. Bang! The golden light in the sky turned into a large golden hand, pressing down. With a bang, Undying Taoist was slapped to the ground again. "I hate." Undying Taoist roared. He formed seals with both hands and struck towards the sky. Don't. The large hand didn't change at all. It pressed down and slapped him away again. Then, it slapped him into the mountain, causing his body to crack. As long as he reveals a wisp of supreme aura, the investiture list will be activated. He won't be able to do anything. The Black Emperor laughed. At this moment, they were free from that pressure. The supreme existence in Undying Mountain can't be a holy spirit, right? Yi Fan was astonished. "Suppress him, and we can obtain the other 2 secrets." Li Heishui also became bold and shouted. The ancient diagram formed by Crazy Ol slashed forward. Tens of thousands of chaotic strands fell down, destroying everything. Nothing could stop it. Even though Undying Taoist was only a wisp of his primordial spirit, he was still an incomparably terrifying existence. However, he was helpless at this moment. The investiture list was firmly suppressing him. The 9 secrets can never be combined. These 2 will accompany me in death. Swoosh! His body disappeared in a flash, and time seemed to freeze. He disappeared from where he was and entered the belly of the mountain. The line technique has touched upon the time's celestial domain. Their bodies felt cold. He really had grasped the 9 secrets, and it wasn't a lie. He should be like us, obtaining the line technique on the holy cliff. If he really has grasped the other secret, it is very likely that it has been lost. They couldn't do anything. Even someone as powerful as Crazy Ol couldn't enter the belly of the mountain to search for the other secret. No one knew what was inside the holy cliff. The investiture list is here. Even if his primordial spirit is buried in the celestial source, it will most likely be destroyed one day. They all frowned. Unless the great ancient emperor was reborn, who would dare open the investiture list and enter the belly of the mountain to obtain the 9 secrets? It should be known that Crazy Ol was most likely an existence that caused the great Saint Physique in his later years to suffer a grievance. 9 secrets. I know the whereabouts of another secret, but unfortunately, I can't obtain it. Yi Fan muttered to himself. Be content. Do you really want to combine the 9 secrets? This kind of nature-defying thing is almost impossible, because a few of the secrets have already disappeared. The large black dog sighed. They continued down the mountain and didn't meet any more obstacles. Everything went smoothly, and they left the holy cliff after 4 hours. More than 50 mountains stood side by side, forming this black mountain range. It wasn't very deep, but every step they took was frightening. They needed a saint to lead the way. Finally, before the sun set, they walked out safely. They all breathed a sigh of relief. Woo! At the edge of the black mountain, on a withered ancient tree, the strange bird with a human face and a crow's body appeared again. Its cry was like a loud wail, causing people to shiver. Its nest was constructed from human bones. It was frighteningly white and filled with a sinister aura. The color was completely different from its pitch-black body. Chi! Crazy Ol pointed a finger, and the strange bird instantly turned into ashes. A wisp of black aura seeped out, turning into the undying Taoist's appearance. He let out a shrill cry and completely disappeared. It's actually formed from a wisp of his aura, and it can be used so far. No wonder once you enter this area, you won't even know how you died. Crazy Ol didn't say anything. He looked at Yi Fan and the others, then nodded and left without looking back. This was his farewell. Uncle! Little Nan Nan was reluctant to leave. She waved her little hand and called out softly. Shwa! Crazy Ol used the Xing character formula of the 9 secrets. With one step, he reached the end of the horizon, and with the second step, he completely disappeared into the void. Let's go, we should leave quickly. We can't stay here for long. Yi Fan and the others also left the holy cliff before the sunset. They didn't return to the human world, but lived in seclusion in a primitive mountain range millions of miles away. This time, they had gained a lot. Yi Fan wanted to go into seclusion to avoid the sharp edge of the human world and the hell. 2 months later, in the sky above the primitive mountain range, tens of thousands of lightning bolts descended from the sky. It was a terrifying sea of lightning. Originally, the blue sky was clear and there wasn't even a cloud. But suddenly, lightning struck down. The purple sea drowned the whole mountain range, and several mountains were smashed to pieces on the spot. Damn it, this brat was struck by lightning himself, but he also made us unlucky. Damn it, he almost killed me. A large black dog as sturdy as a bull, wearing a pair of flowery underpants, stood on its hind legs and ran away on its 2 legs. Swish, 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 it disappeared without a trace. Doggy, go faster, the lightning is about to catch up. Little Nan Nan sat on the dog's shoulder, very nervous. Don't worry, I'm using the Xing character formula of the 9 secrets, it can't catch up. The big black dog ran as fast as he could. The fur all over his body was a bit charred. Just now, he was obviously struck by lightning, and now he finally escaped from the sea of lightning. Behind him, Li Heishui was indignant. Damn it, this damn dog is really nature-defying, running faster with 2 legs than with 4. His whole body was emitting black smoke, and he grimaced in pain. Obviously, he was struck by lightning, but he didn't run as fast as the big black dog. More seriously, some parts of his body were charred. The big black dog cursed as he ran on his 2 legs, the 2 big paws on his upper body swinging back and forth like he was paddling. Doggy, stop cursing. Will Big Brother be in danger? Little Nan Nan was very worried. Don't worry, he definitely won't die. People like him have to be struck by lightning often, and he won't feel comfortable without being struck. The big black dog said angrily. Doggy, you're too bad. Little Nan Nan pulled the big black dog's ear. It's not that I'm bad, but he's too bad. Otherwise, why would he be struck by lightning as soon as he broke through? Damn dog, aren't you nature-defying? Carry me on your back too. Li Heishui shouted. The lightning behind them actually approached again, chasing after them and striking down. Oh no, don't tell me we've really been implicated and have to cross the tribulation together with him. The big black dog's face instantly turned green. He raised his head, took a step forward on his two hind legs, and started running again. Just run slowly behind us, someone has to be a scapegoat. The big black dog howled very unhappily. Chapter 501. Gotcha! The crimson lightning spread down like a bloody light, splitting Li Heishui's skin and flesh. His long hair stood up in the sky. Boom! The green lightning was like a dragon flying through the sky. Then, it suddenly struck down, sending the black dog flying hundreds of meters away. His body was scorched. Damn it, little black brat, don't follow me. You're drawing the lightning towards me. The large black dog shouted angrily. Stupid dog, didn't you say you wanted me to be your scapegoat? If I don't follow you, where should I go? Into the sea of lightning? Li Heishui was angry. The endless sea of lightning chased after them. One could imagine how terrifying the heavenly tribulation Yi Fan had triggered was. This mountain range was submerged. At first, there was only purple lightning. Now, crimson blood lightning and green divine lightning all descended. All kinds of colors flashed. Besides the 5 elements lightning, there's also the rainbow divine lightning. Will this brat be blasted into pieces? The large black dog muttered as he ran. I don't know if little Yi will be blasted into pieces or not. I only know that I'm going to be turned into ashes, Li Heishui shouted as he ran. Little black brat, don't follow me. Let's split up. The large black dog glared. Damn it. Apart from the front, there's lightning everywhere. How can we split up? Why don't you run backward and I run forward? How about that? Li Heishui said angrily. Doggy run. The lightning is coming again. Little Nan Nan was very nervous. She sat on the large black dog's shoulder. Rainbow light flowed between her eyebrows. The lightning just now didn't hurt her. It's coming again. Li Heishui shouted, rushing forward with all his might. Just behind them, endless blood-colored lightning overflowed into the heavens like a flood, filling the skies, surging forward, crushing mountains, rivers, ancient trees, and everything else. This was a sea of lightning not only in name but also in reality. Awoo! The large black dog screamed. He was struck again. The glossy black fur that had just grown in these 2 months was charred again. Behind them, Li Heishui screamed again. Every inch of his flesh was black. He was charred. Only his teeth were white. F***ck, why am I so unlucky? I've been struck by a total of 17 bolts of lightning. It hurts so much. The large black dog wailed in agony as he strode forward with his long legs. Li Heishui shouted from behind, Damn dog, I took 14 more lightning strikes than you, why are you complaining? Awoo! Another wave of lightning descended, and the large black dog howled as it was struck by lightning. Its entire body was covered in sparks of electricity. I'm going to die. If I didn't have the secret treasure my grandfather gave me, I would have turned into ashes. Little Ye's tribulation is really going to kill me. Li Heishui screamed. Woof, little black brat, you're not allowed to run with me. You go left and I'll go right. F***ck, this lightning is all because of you. The large black dog shouted. Damn dog, what does it have to do with me? You're such a bad dog. This lightning was all attracted by you. Li Heishui was furious. No matter how they ran, they were chased and struck by lightning. It was as if they were also undergoing a tribulation. It was a tragic sight. F***ck, I know what's going on. We must have come into contact with some unclean things after entering the St. Cliff. The heavens are purifying us. The large black dog seemed to have thought of something. If we continue to purify ourselves, we'll all be dead first. Li Heishui felt a headache coming on. Then he shouted, Damn dog, you're so heaven-defying. You're running so fast. Carry me on your back, and I'll give you a 10,000-year-old spirit herb later. If it weren't for the Sea of Lightning, the large black dog would have long since left Li Heishui in the dust. His 2 long legs had indeed displayed the full potential of the first Dao diagram of the dimensional secret art. Unless you take out an immortal divine herb, you want me to turn around and carry you on my back? No way. The large black dog bared his teeth. Damn dog, you really have no conscience. You've eaten so much of my barbecued meat for free. The flowery underpants you're wearing were even given to you by me. Li Heishui shouted. F***CK, isn't it just a flowery underpants? I'll return you a stack later. The large black dog sped away. The flowery underpants were especially bright. Doggy, save Big Brother Li. Little Nan Nen patted the large black dog's ear and said softly. It's fine. That black brat's skin is rough and his flesh is thick. If he gets struck by lightning a few more times, it'll be good for his future cultivation. The large black dog had 10,000 reasons not to turn around. Damn dog, you're really worthless. Then don't blame me. Li Heishui was furious. Then, with a flick of his hand, an iron sword shot out. It turned into a streak of green light that shot forward. Boom! Tens of thousands of meters of crimson lightning were instantly detonated, chasing after the iron sword and striking down. The large black dog scurried and jumped, all the fur on his body standing on end. Lightning danced around him. He was flustered and exasperated. He shouted, "Black brat, you're too King wicked. Damn dog, you were the one who was disloyal first." Li Heishui was also struck by lightning. He covered his head and fled. The large black dog screamed. F***CK, it's burnt, cooked. Little Nan Nan was a bit speechless. Seeing the 2 of them fighting as they fled, she didn't know how to mediate. The little guy was no longer afraid now. The 7-colored spot of light between his brows blocked the lightning, so he wasn't injured. The large black dog and Li Heishui were struck by lightning, and they were in such a miserable state. One could imagine how Yi Fan, who was in the center of the Sea of Lightning, had suffered who knew how many heavenly tribulations. The surrounding mountains were all turned into flying ash. Not a single one could be preserved. Everything was gone, and a deep abyss appeared on the ground. 5 elemental lightning, rainbow divine lightning, one after another, completely destroyed this place. Even someone as powerful as Yi Fan's flesh was lacerated. This is even more terrifying than the heavenly tribulation I experienced in the northern region Divine City. Yi Fan was shocked. This was not breaking a curse, but merely breaking through a cultivation level, yet he had suffered such a lightning tribulation. Could it be related to the Holy Cliff? Could it be that my body has been contaminated with some kind of aura? Fine, I'll use this lightning to baptize myself. He vaguely thought of this possibility. Boom! The 9-5 heavenly tribulations struck again and again. Yi Fan's body felt like it was being forged in a furnace. Golden blood splattered everywhere, but he clenched his teeth and persevered. After cultivating in seclusion for 2 months, he had gained a lot. He had cultivated the Xing mantra to a very high level. He could appear and disappear like a ghost, coming and going without a trace, and walking through dangerous caves was like walking on flat ground. Most importantly, he had broken through to the peak of the 3rd level of the 4 Extremes secret realm, and would enter the last level of this secret realm at any time. His battle prowess had increased greatly. After a whole 2 hours, Yi Fan finally survived the heavenly tribulation. The primitive mountain range was full of holes, and there were ashes everywhere. Many mountains in the distance were broken. Woof! In the distance, the barking of dogs could be heard, as well as Li Heishui's cursing. Little Yi, you finally survived the tribulation. We were all unlucky. I suffered a total of 57 lightning strikes. Li Heishui opened his mouth, and sparks shot out from his throat. It's cooked, completely cooked. Brat, you have to compensate me with a stalk of godly medicine. The smell of meat wafted from the large black dog's body, and there was a broken sword hanging from his bald tail. His eyes were spitting fire, and sparks of electricity crackled. He had been at odds with Li Heishui for a very long time. Look at you too. Yi Fan scolded. They did not leave. Instead, they continued to cultivate in seclusion, wanting to improve further. Yi Fan, in particular, felt a sense of urgency. The ancient god dynasty of killers made it hard for him to feel at ease. In the next few months, the sound of wind and thunder could be heard from time to time in this mountain range. Occasionally, the barking of dogs could also be heard. They cultivated in seclusion here, and only little Nan Nan was carefree. She chased after colorful butterflies and picked wild flowers in the mountains. In a whole half a year, Yi Fan had almost mastered the various secret techniques passed down by the celestial court. Though he could not reach the pinnacle level, he had already reached the limit that a cultivator of the four extremes could use. I need to comprehend the four extremes. As expected, battles of life and death are the most rewarding. Yi Fan sighed with emotion. He had broken through to the next tier after cultivating in seclusion for 2 months, but in the next 4 months, he was still unable to step into the final tier of the four extremes. The reason why he could successfully break through in those 2 months was greatly related to the few times he had comprehended Tao in the past. In the battle against Hua Yunfei in the southern region, when he was resisting the flower blooms with a single thought, sovereign descent, he had comprehended the great Tao and gained great benefits. In the central region, he had battled against the Little Rock King. For the first 4 styles of the heaven-sundering demon-slaughtering Saint Art, he had comprehended Tao on the verge of death, and only then had he been able to resolve the desperate situation. Breaking through in 2 months could be said to be the accumulation of his previous cultivation. His accumulated strength had exploded, and he had succeeded in a flash. There was no stagnation. I need to comprehend Tao continuously. Yi Fan's cultivation speed was already very fast, and even the large black dog and Li Heishui felt that he was very freakish. However, he was not satisfied at all. Half a month later, Yi Fan suddenly opened his eyes. He felt an unusual aura. It left behind an afterimage in the ancient cave, and appeared in the mountains filled with flowers. Pooh! He stretched a hand into the void, and grabbed out a black figure. This was a young man with a dark and cold expression. However, at this moment, he wore a shocked expression. The assassins of the human world have found their way here. Li Heishui was shocked. Woof, this is bad. They must have used heavenly secrets divine divination to deduce our location. The large black dog ran out, a serious expression on his face. Yi Fan did not say anything. He placed his hand on the top of his head, and was about to extract the memories of his divine sense. Pooh! However, just as his hand neared the young man's head, this young man's head was shattered. A terrifying energy wrapped around his flesh and blood, and it charged toward Yi Fan. Even the void was struck by this flesh and blood, and one could imagine what kind of power it contained. It was definitely capable of destroying both the body and the soul of the enemy. Pang! However, Yi Fan's large golden hand shook, and all the flesh and energy were turned into dust. They were all destroyed. The peak stage of the 3rd tier of the 4 extremes of the divine physique is indeed terrifying. Li Heishui was shocked. Not good. Yi Fan was shocked, and he keenly sensed something. He used the line secret art and turned into a wisp of smoke, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Almost in an instant, he arrived at the valley at the back of the mountain. He just happened to see a woman walking toward little Nan Nan, an ice-cold smile on her face. Big sister, who are you? Don't come over, I'm scared. Little Nan Nan spoke timidly, and continuously retreated. Big sister will send you to the ancient palace in hell. The black-clothed woman's entire body was ice-cold and dead, carrying with it an aura of death. Boom! Yi Fan flew through the air, his speed extremely fast. When the black-clothed woman discovered him, her eyes were ice-cold. A divine sword dripping with blood appeared in her hand, and she slashed toward little Nan Nan's head. Clang! However, what she did not expect was that Yi Fan's speed surpassed her imagination. He moved later, but arrived first. He blocked in front of little Nan Nan, and his large golden hand slashed onto the blade of the sword. Pooh! Yi Fan's hand was unharmed, but that divine sword dripping with blood instantly turned into dust, falling to the ground. Essence gold had been tempered thousands of times, and was imprinted with the power of regulations, but it still could not block a strike from Yi Fan's physical body, and was instantly turned into dust. The expression of the black-clothed woman changed, and she turned to leave, wanting to flee. However, Yi Fan's strength had improved greatly now. A large hand pressed down, fixing her in midair, and grabbed her back. Freak! He can even suppress an assassin of the consummate level 4 of the Divine Dynasty with a raise of his hand. Even the large black dog exclaimed in shock. Yi Fan wanted to try to extract the memories in her divine sense, but the woman he found also collapsed. She could not control herself at all. There was a forbidden power set down by a supreme elite deep between her brows. How did the people of the human world and hell find this place? Li Heishui was shocked. They are proficient in divination, and if they ask some old geezers to perform divination, they can find the location of the enemy. We have been in seclusion for more than half a year, and have not appeared for a long time. They must have asked a supreme elite to perform divination, and these two people are here to verify it. The large black dog revealed this very bad news. Let's leave this place. Yi Fan asked the large black dog to inscribe Dao patterns, and then they quickly traversed through the void. Then, they continuously opened region gates, changed their direction a few times, and appeared millions of kilometers away. This is not a solution. If there is no other way, little Yi, you can leave the eastern barren territory. Will they chase you to the middle state or the western desert? Li Heishui said, It is impossible to force me to leave like this. Yi Fan had some confidence now. After grasping the Xing mantra, he could protect himself. Now, he could go anywhere, so he was not in a hurry to escape. Instead, he wanted to find trouble with the ancient assassin dynasty. If you don't leave, you might really be killed. Li Heishui reminded and said, 2 ancient assassin dynasties issued a must-kill order for you at the same time, and now they have asked a supreme elite to perform divination on your location. This is a great disaster, and it is very difficult to avoid. It is indeed very bad. It must be the living fossils in the ancient palace that are performing divination on your location. If you don't leave, their seeds will all come out, and they will treat you as prey to train themselves, the Black Emperor also warned. Li Heishui said, to have the 2 great dynasties issue a must-kill order, it is obvious that many people have found them, and at the same time, they are asking to kill you. To be able to find the ancient god dynasty, it must be the most ancient inheritance. A must-kill order requires the entrustment of more than 10 people. Yi Fan smiled when he said this, and said, How many ancient inheritances can there be in the Eastern Barren Territory? It is good that you know. There must be people from the Holy Lands involved, and then there are some supreme sections. Li Heishui nodded. In that case, don't blame me for being impolite. Yi Fan's smile became even more brilliant, and he said, Black Emperor, you should know how to contact the ancient assassin dynasty, right? Brat, what do you want to do? Do you want to die? That can't be right. Look at how wicked your smile is. You must be up to no good. Don't drag me into this. The large black dog bared his teeth. It has nothing to do with you. I plan to give the 2 great dynasties a source. Yi Fan said with a smile. What exactly do you want to do? The large black dog and Li Heishui were both suspicious. Now, I will give you a chance to harm people. Which holy son do you find displeasing to the eye? Tell me, and I will ask the 2 great dynasties to kill them. Yi Fan said with a cold smile. Are you crazy? Li Heishui and the large black dog were both shocked. To be able to ask the ancient assassin dynasty to come out, it must be those ancient inheritances. I will drag them into this as well. You want the ancient assassin dynasty to start a war with the Holy Lands? You want to cause chaos in the world? The large black dog's eyelids twitched. Li Heishui also sucked in a breath of cold air, and said, This is a ruthless move. If the ancient assassin dynasty dared to accept the commission, those holy sons would undoubtedly be in great trouble, and it would cause endless chaos. If they didn't accept the commission, Yi Fan would find a way to announce it to the world, and destroy the undefeatable legend of the 2 great ancient assassin dynasties. How about this? At the beginning, let them each kill a holy son. I think they will definitely accept the commission, and then we can take it slowly. If that doesn't work, I will use the supreme scepter of the celestial court to help them. A cold smile appeared on Yi Fan's face. That is too vicious. Little Yi, you will cause great chaos in the eastern wilderness. Li Heishui said, but then he laughed loudly. This is really an immoral idea. The large black dog also began to chuckle. Chapter 502. Yi Fan decided to make a ruthless move. No matter if it was those ancient inheritances or the two ancient killer god dynasties, he was prepared to drag them all down with him. Brat, you're really unkind. How could you think of such an immoral idea? It will cause great chaos. The large black dog chuckled. What immoral? This is a scheme, okay? I'm just trying to protect myself, Yi Fan corrected him. Isn't it the same thing? Scamming people is scamming people. Don't make it sound so righteous. The large black dog's large eyes twinkled. This damn dog is definitely up to no good. Li Heishui saw his expression and knew that he was up to no good. F***ck, am I that unkind? I'm just wondering if I can get an ancient scripture. The large black dog bared his teeth. Big brother, what are you guys doing? Little Nan Nan raised her head and lightly tugged on the corner of Yi Fan's clothes. Her small face was filled with confusion, but her large eyes were very innocent and pure. Ahem. The large black dog coughed and said, don't teach children bad things. They almost forgot about little Nan Nan. They felt that they couldn't be too direct. It was better for the innocent little girl to have less contact with some things. We're thinking about how to get rid of the bad guys. Yi Fan smiled and patted her head. Little Nan Nan blinked her large eyes and nodded seriously. The St. Cliff was located in the northernmost part of the central region, and it was already connected to the northern region. Although they had already traveled millions of miles, they were still in this region because the eastern barren region was really too big. There were endless mountain ranges here. Yi Fan walked around carefully, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. The northernmost mountain ranges of the central region also produced source mountains. Those are definitely source mountains. Although they are not as abundant as the northern region, I can still find some. Yi Fan and the others were not in a hurry to leave. Instead, they wandered around the endless mountain ranges while cultivating. If they could find a divine source mine, it would be worth it. Now, Yi Fan's level of source techniques was very high. Very few people could compare to him. After half a month, they wandered around the endless mountain ranges, and indeed found a small dragon vein. It's the source. We've dug to the core of the dragon vein. It's actually the source of God. Several pieces of origin energy floated in the void, divine radiance rushing into the heavens, never sinking. They were dazzling and dazzling, brightly illuminating the entire underground ancient mine. Although they were not large pieces of divine treasures and were only the size of a fist, when added together, they were worth 300,000 kilograms of pure origin energy. This was already very shocking. Any other cultivator would have gone wild with joy. Such a large amount of essence could be considered a treasure. However, Yi Fan had seen more than 5 million kilograms of essence before. Naturally, he would not get excited over it. Do you think the ancient killer divine dynasty will accept using these sources to buy the life of a saint? Yi Fan asked. F***ck, this is a rare divine source that is worth 300,000 kilograms of pure source power. Why don't you just give it all to me? I'll help you kill a holy son. The large black dog was drooling. He was tempted by the sight of such a treasure. This greedy dog. Li Heishui murmured. How about 600,000 kilograms of origin energy? Yi Fan asked again. If the ancient killer divine dynasty really wants to make a comeback, they will definitely accept this deal and kill holy sons to establish their might. Moreover, with so many origin energy, who wouldn't be tempted? The large black dog said. Yi Fan did not want to kill all the holy sons at once. This would be too obvious, and the ancient killer divine dynasty might not accept it. Yao Guang Saint. He spat out these 4 words. He was the representative of all the holy sons, and he was almost invincible in the younger generation of the eastern wilderness. If he was killed, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. Yao Guang Saint, Once he is killed by the ancient killer divine dynasty, there will be endless chaos. This person is extremely powerful. Even if he is not the strongest among his peers, he is close to it. It will probably be very difficult to kill him, but he can also be a headache for the seed assassins of the ancient killer divine dynasty. Li Heishui and the large black dog were both very shocked, but they also agreed deeply. This was definitely the best candidate. The Yao Guang saint was unfathomable. He had never fought to the death with anyone before, so no one knew his trump cards. However, Yi Fan always felt that he was extremely dangerous. 2 days later, Yi Fan set out alone to search for the ancient killer divine dynasty. He crossed into the central region. He visited a few ancient lands, but discovered that they had long been abandoned and overgrown with weeds. He could not contact anyone at all. Even if there were ancient sites, they were about to be completely destroyed. Half a month later, he neared Qingming Ancient City. According to the Black Emperor, there was a very ancient village nearby that was an important contact point. Qingming Ancient City had a long history, and it was one of the 10 great ancient cities of the central region. Naturally, there were many legends about it. According to the legends, in ancient times, it was very close to the sky, and it could breathe in the essence of the sun and moon. There were many stars circling around it, and it was full of mythical colors. Now, it naturally did not have these strange phenomena anymore, but it was extremely prosperous. It was a bright pearl in the central region, and it was one of the most important ancient cities. Yi Fan used the heaven and earth changing technique to hide his true appearance and turned into a scholar. He looked very weak as he aimlessly wandered around the city. In the end, he found an ancient map in the city lord's mansion. He carefully observed all the surrounding towns and confirmed a few locations. The Black Emperor only told him that the Infernal Realm had an important contact point near Qingming Ancient City, but it did not know which village it was in. Yi Fan went out of the city to search, and after eliminating 9 of the villages, he could not help but frown. He could not find the so-called contact point at all. In the end, he could only search around Qingming Ancient City. He did not let go of any traces of human activity. There will most likely be an ancient yin tree. This was the only clue he could rely on. According to the Black Emperor, the people of the Infernal Realm walked in the darkness like a group of evil gods. Every contact point would have an ancient yin tree planted. Yi Fan carefully searched for a full 3 days. At dusk, he finally saw a few ancient yin trees, and his spirit was immediately shaken. This was a dilapidated ruin. There was no so-called ancient village at all. It was extremely desolate, and the weeds had completely submerged the place. Half of the broken stone tablet was lying on the ground, and a few ancient yin trees had towering branches and leaves. They were shrouded in a thick yin fog, and this place was somewhat frightening. That's right, this should be that ancient village. It's about the same as what the Black Emperor said. However, it has been abandoned for who knows how many tens of thousands of years. Yi Fan cut open the earth, rocks, and wormwood and discovered some ancient foundations underground. They were similar to the scale described by the Black Emperor. Can we still contact someone? He frowned. However, after he walked around, his brows relaxed. There were a few ancient yin trees in the depths of the ruins, and there was a stone table and 2 stone chairs. The style of the Infernal Realm. Yi Fan walked over with large strides. According to the Black Emperor's instructions, he carved 4 words on the stone table, wavering light holy sun. Then he turned around and left, not staying any longer. 3 days later, Yi Fan returned to this place. In the end, the 4 words were still there, and there was no result. He left again and waited patiently. The Black Emperor had said that the fastest would be 3 days, and the slowest would be 9 days. Only then would the ancient killer god dynasty give a final answer. 6 days later, he came again, and the result was still the same. He muttered to himself, "The Infernal Realm is very cautious." On the 9th day, Yi Fan returned to this place. There was finally a change on the table, and a divine sword dripping with blood was placed horizontally on top of the 4 words. At the same time, there were 2 numbers written on it. They were 270. The Infernal Realm had accepted this mission. This caused Yi Fan's heart to skip a beat. The ancient god dynasty really dared to kill the holy son of wavering light and was not afraid of the Holy Land. It seemed that the infernal realm had recovered its ancient strength. However, the price was too high. Killing the holy son of wavering light actually required 1 million kilograms of pure origin, and he had to pay 700,000 kilograms in advance. So expensive! Yi Fan was somewhat dazed. This was an outrageous price. He had thought that 1 million kilograms of origin would be enough. However, after thinking about it, Yi Fan felt relieved. The implications of killing the holy son of wavering light were too great, because he was the future master of wavering light. Apart from the ancient killer god dynasty, no other forces dared to provoke this kind of immortal inheritance. Yi Fan left behind a few fist-sized divine source blocks on the stone table. The divine light was dazzling, causing the ancient village ruins to be sparkling and translucent. They were worth 700,000 kilograms of origin. The ancient killer god dynasty really knows how to earn origin. He sighed inwardly. This group of cold-blooded killers might be even richer than the Yuan Taoist master. Yi Fan did not tarry. He turned around and left, disappearing into the wilderness. Not long after, the divine source blocks on the stone table disappeared without a sound. Half a month later, shocking news arrived. The holy son of wavering light, who was training outside, went on a killing spree under the moonlight and killed 13 mysterious figures in succession. On that night, everyone in that region heard a tsunami-like roar. The mountain range was completely destroyed and razed to the ground. Once this news came out, it immediately caused a commotion. The holy son of wavering light actually went crazy. He killed so many powerful enemies in one night. What exactly happened? After that, someone went to investigate in detail and discovered that the 13 figures had been completely annihilated. Not even a piece of bone was left. That mountain range was forcibly destroyed by someone. Only a few dozen broken mountains remained. The scene was incomparably terrifying. It was as if a great calamity had befallen them. Everyone who saw this scene was overwhelmed with shock. They did not even need to think to know what kind of powerful enemies the holy son of wavering light had encountered. Even the mountain range had been reduced to such a state. The strength of those mysterious figures made people tremble. Without a doubt, those people had set up a killing trap. That kind of powerful battle prowess was enough to kill several top-grade holy sons. However, they had still underestimated the holy son of wavering light. He had killed everyone by himself. Not a single one was spared. No one saw that battle, but they understood a very terrifying truth through the clues. The holy son of wavering light was even more terrifying than they had imagined. When Yi Fan received this news, he rubbed his chin and remained silent for a long time. This holy son of wavering light was indeed unfathomable. This was the first time he had displayed his battle prowess. He laughed. The people of the infernal realm had made their move, but they had lost 13 experts. It was impossible for them to stop here. What followed was going to be a great show. Yi Fan was considering that if the human world was also involved, he might be able to drag another suspicious holy son into the water and make the eastern wasteland a bit more chaotic. However, on this day, a shocking news came from the northern region. It was related to the unparalleled divine king. The northern region that had been silent for a long time was shaken up on this day. The little princess of the Jiang family, Jiang Tingting, had returned to the clan. One had to know that she had been taken away by the unparalleled divine king in the past. No one knew where they had gone. They could not find any information at all. After Yi Fan had plucked the divine fruit of immortality, he had always been searching for it, but there was no news at all. The people of the Jiang family did not know at all. And now, little Tingting, who had disappeared for a long time, had actually appeared. This affected everyone's nerves. Perhaps the unparalleled divine king's life or death would be revealed. Countless people rushed to the northern region to find out the truth. Yi Fan was also excited. He felt that it was time to repay the debt of gratitude. Chapter 503. The little princess of the Jiang clan returned to the clan, and the mystery of the supreme divine king's life and death became the focus of discussion. Everyone was guessing, and every major force was paying attention. Everything was so sudden. After Yi Fan received the news, he quickly traveled through the void, and soon met up with the Black Emperor and the others in the barren mountains in the north. I should also return to the north region. I have to tell Old Master Tu Fei's whereabouts so that he won't worry. Hearing that Yi Fan was going to the north region, Li Heishui immediately agreed. You can say that, but you can't create rumors. It has nothing to do with me. He ran off on his own, the large black dog said, going against his conscience. Damn dog, you really have the nerve to say that? Li Heishui was extremely angry and said, don't go to the north region in this life. Otherwise, you'll be skinned alive. Do you think I'm scared? When I was dominating the world, who knows where the ancestors of those old things were drinking milk? The large black dog said stubbornly. Big brother, is the north region far? Little Nan Nan asked. Yes, it's thousands of mountains and rivers. Mortals can't reach it even if they walk for 100 lifetimes. However, if we travel through the void, it'll only take a short moment, Yi Fan answered. The large black dog began to carve formation patterns. His target was the north region. It could be said that this was another ultra-long-distance teleportation, and there could be no mistakes. When Yi Fan saw that he was going to carve the formation patterns on the chessboard, he was instantly speechless. The first time, he had lost Pang Bo, and the second time, he had sent Tu Fei to the North Plains. He had never been accurate once. I'd rather walk back on my 2 legs than use your formation patterns. Li Heishui was terrified, afraid that he would be accidentally sent to the Western Desert. You're really ignorant. This is a corner of the ancient Great Emperor's formation pattern. Ordinary people don't have the luck to enjoy it. The large black dog was very dissatisfied. You should enjoy it yourself. We'll think of a way to travel by ourselves. Yi Fan also refused sternly. This kind of formation pattern definitely couldn't be touched. Even little Nan Nan retreated in fear, as if she was avoiding a demon or a ghost. She distanced herself from the large black dog, leaned close to Yi Fan, and grabbed a corner of his shirt. The behavior of the 3 of them caused the large black dog to feel very hurt, and he said, "You will never understand the hearts of elites. Such a mighty formation pattern is actually not appreciated by anyone." In the end, the large black dog obediently inscribed another formation pattern that he was familiar with. The scale of this formation pattern was vast, and it took him several days to complete. The instant the runes were completed, Yi Fan reminded, "This time, we must not deviate by another few million miles. If we accidentally fall into the origin ancient mine, we'll be finished. Don't worry, there's no way that we'll land near the forbidden land of absolute beginning. Our destination is somewhere near the purple mountain of the northern region," the large black dog said with absolute certainty. Whoosh! With a flash of light, they disappeared from where they were and entered eternal darkness. In this void, they could not feel the flow of time. Everything was so quiet. It felt like a brief moment, but it also felt like a century had passed. Light reappeared, and they walked out of the void. As far as the eye could see, it was a desolate expanse. There was crimson land everywhere, and there was no end in sight. In this region, the ground was full of ancient mines, one after another, and they were so deep that the bottom could not be seen. They were like numerous abysses. Where are we? Why do I feel like something is off? Li Heishui was suspicious. Why did it deviate again? The large black dog mumbled in a low voice. When Yi Fan heard this, he wanted to punch him. He had not been accurate even once. At his best, he had deviated by 1.5 million miles. This can't be the forbidden absolute beginning domain, right? Why do I sense a unique aura that makes one's heart palpitate? Li Heishui was scared. It really is the aura of absolute beginning domain. Yi Fan's expression changed. As a Genesis Technique Grandmaster, he naturally quickly sensed that kind of demonic power. This damn dog has screwed us over again. Li Heishui was about to go crazy. An accident, just a small accident. The large black dog coughed dryly and refused to admit it no matter what. It is not within the forbidden absolute beginning domain. Yi Fan made this judgment because he saw people flying over. They were all wearing purple clothes, and they were definitely not ancient creatures. Who are you people? Why have you intruded into my purple mansion mine? What do you want? The group of people quickly surrounded them. It's Yi Fan and that evil dog. One of the people's expression changed as he recognized them on the spot. Yi Fan had been silent for more than half a year, but the outside world had not forgotten him. Everyone was guessing where he had gone. Many people had once thought that he had been killed by the human world and hell. They never thought that they would see him here again. You want to take our origin mine? One of them said with a cold expression. Invite the Grand Elder here. Another person gave a look and ordered a disciple to send a message. Yi Fan's expression changed. This place was incomparably desolate, and it was definitely the ancient mine of the Holy Land outside of Absolute Beginning. If he was intercepted by the Grand Elder of the Holy Land, it was really a good place to kill him. Bang! Yi Fan acted first, and his speed reached the limit. He flew over like a beam of light, and then grabbed the disciple who had just flown away. What do you mean? The others instantly panicked. The large black dog was very tacit, and threw out all the tools used to set up formation patterns, sealing off this area. Not a single person could escape. Kill them all? Li Heishui made a throat-slitting gesture, revealing killing intent. Forget it. Erase their memories, and let's hurry up and leave. Yi Fan did not want to kill innocent people, so he searched their divine sense, obtained some useful information, and then erased the relevant memories. You want to invite their Grand Elder to deal with us? You really should all be killed. The large black dog bared his teeth. Losing a few people for no reason will cause big trouble. After all, this is their ancient mine. Yi Fan shook his head, then he smiled and said, they have a batch of precious origin stones that are going to be transported away. This is really good news. Inviting the ancient killer god dynasty to deal with the Holy Sun required a huge amount of origin stones as a reward. Yi Fan was just about to gather origin stones when his eyes suddenly lit up. It had to be said that this ancient mine was very well guarded. Even though this was a remote area, and not the most central divine mine, there were still many complicated formation patterns carved on it. However, with the large black dog's help, they walked as if they were walking on flat ground. In reality, Yi Fan himself could also pass through more than half of this area because he had cultivated the movement secret art to a certain level. Those origin stones are like a mountain. They snuck into the restricted area and observed silently in the darkness. The endless origin stones in front of them formed a small mountain. It's not these origin stones, it's another batch of rare treasures. There aren't many of them. Yi Fan stared at the nearby origin treasury. He could feel a powerful absolute beginning aura. The large black dog took out the profound jade platform. They could not stay here for long. They had to leave after looting, or they would definitely be killed. They had been able to sneak in this time because they had accidentally entered through the void, and because the large black dog's attainments in Dao patterns were rare. He had resolved all the dangers along the way and successfully entered. This origin treasury is not easy to open. I think we should just take it and bring it with us through the void. The large black dog suggested excitedly. Don't. There was a loud sound and a bright light shone. They were about to bring the origin treasury through the void. The disciples of the Purple Palace sect were completely stunned. They had never seen such arrogant bandits. They had even taken the origin treasury. Even the 13 great bandits had not been so thorough. Not good, there are bandits coming to loot. Activate all the formation patterns and stop them from traveling through the void. The Purple Palace sect was in chaos. However, this ancient mine was very remote, and it was very far from the residence of the Grand Elder. The elites could not arrive immediately. F***CK, which evil bandit is this? He even took the origin treasury. I've never seen such a person. The Purple Palace sect cultivators cursed. However, it was all too late. Yi Fan and the others were already hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, far away from the ancient mine of the Holy Lands. Boom, bang, boom. Yi Fan and the others spent a long time to open this origin treasury. This was an important treasure of the sect, but now it had been smashed into smithereens. In the origin treasury, there were more than 10 origin stones, all of which had the strong aura of absolute beginning. It was obvious that they were extremely valuable origin stones. Yi Fan did not show any mercy. He immediately smashed the origin stones. After the dozen or so origin stones were smashed, 7 or 8 of them shone brightly. Divine source. They dug up a divine mine and might have already guessed it, so they sealed it up. They never thought that it would benefit us. Li Heishui was very excited. After clearing it out, the value of these divine source stones added together was equivalent to 2,300,000 kilograms of pure divine source. It could be considered a large divine treasury. We can kill another saint. Yi Fan laughed. I'm sure that the Purple Mansion Saint has already done this to you, the large black dog said. Yi Fan nodded. They had analyzed before. Among all the saints, the Purple Mansion Saint was the most likely to ask the world of mortals to attack. Using the origin stones of the Holy Lands to hire the ancient killer god dynasty to kill them is not a bad idea. Li Heishui laughed loudly. The world of mortals and hell have endured for so many years. Their strength must be extremely terrifying. They even dared to provoke the saints. This means that they have unimaginably terrifying backing, the large black dog reminded. On that day, Yi Fan and the others crossed the void and entered the God City. They did not want to enter the Jiang family rashly, so they prepared to ask Li Heishui to contact the 13th bandit, Jiang Yi, and find little Tingting through him. Okay, I'll go find Bad Jiang and ask his grandfather to come out. Li Heishui left. He stepped into the God City again. Everything felt strange yet familiar. Too many things had happened here. The stone gambling war, breaking the curse, resisting the heavenly tribulation. Before he knew it, more than a year had passed. When he appeared with a large black dog and a little girl, it instantly caused a commotion. The Saint Physique did not die. He has returned. It's a pity that the future character who could compete with the ancient great emperors had a tragic fate. He severed his own cultivation level. What a pity! His cultivation level might not have been crippled. It's very possible that he is releasing smoke. There are many rumors in the outside world now. Didn't the world of mortals and hell issue a kill order? It has already been more than half a year, but he is still alive and well. This is really shocking. There were many people in the God City who knew him. Yi Fan had been too famous here in the past, and it was impossible for him not to attract attention. This was also the first time he had appeared in front of the world after being silent for more than half a year. This indicated that the Saint Physique had returned. Many people were discussing this. A large group of people surrounded him. They were very enthusiastic, and their eyes were extremely fiery. Little brother Yi, are you here to gamble on stones? Why is brother Yi gambling on stones now? Who dares to compete with him? He is definitely here to participate in the Jade Pool Grand Meeting. It will begin soon. Brother Gufeng, I heard that you killed the holy son and holy daughter of a supreme sect in the Middle State. Is this true? There were still people who could not change the way they addressed him and called him by his alias. You even defeated Hua Yunfei, the inheritor of Ruthless. This is really shocking. Are you going to sever your own cultivation level now? It goes without saying that little brother Yi is here to visit the Supreme Divine King. The enthusiasm of these people made Yi Fan feel a little overwhelmed, but he obtained a lot of useful information from them. The Jade Pool Grand Meeting was actually about to begin. He had not expected it to be delayed until now. He indeed wanted to go and take a look. Night fell. Yi Fan patted little Nan Nan's head and handed her over to the large black dog to take care of. Then he disappeared into the night. He used the Xing mantra, and like a wisp of smoke, he streaked across the watery night sky and arrived at Miaoyu Nunnery. The lake on the ground was clear, and it emitted a gentle light in the dark night. There were millions of stars in the sky, and they shone brilliantly, making the jade palaces that were suspended in the air seem even more otherworldly. The music was melodious, and the sound of a zither was pleasing to the ear. This place was peaceful, and the sound of laughter could be heard from time to time. Miaoyu Nunnery was very popular, and it was one of the 3 great romantic places in God City. Any cultivator who could enter and leave this place had a certain level of fame, and ordinary people could not enter. When Yi Fan arrived at this place, his mood was not very calm. He had come to see in Miaoyi not only because he was supposed to meet her, but also because he wanted to verify some things. Was the inheritor of Ruthless related to this woman? In the past, Miaoyi had once warned him not to go to Ruthless Dojo to fight for the holy treasure. It was very obvious that she knew what was going to happen. After that, Yi Fan left for the southern region. Not long after, news spread that almost all the members of the younger generation had died, and almost all of them had almost died in Ruthless Dojo. Was she related to Hua Yunfei in some way? Yi Fan did not know. He strode into Miaoyu Nunnery and asked someone to report to him that he wanted to see the most beautiful woman in the eastern wilderness. Yi Fan arrived outside in Miaoyi's palace, but did not enter. The maids all knew him and knew that he had a close relationship with the future nunnery master. Outside the palace, Yi Fan heard a very cold man's voice saying, "So it's that divine physique who has come. Who does he think he is? Let him go back. I am here, and there is no place for him to sit." Not long after, a maid came out and invited Yi Fan in. He smiled and walked in with large strides, wanting to see just what kind of person had arrived. The palace was still shrouded in hazy moonlight, and the inside was faintly discernible like a celestial palace. Yi Fan strode into this familiar palace and saw Miaoyi at a glance. She was as peerless as before, like a moon fairy descending to the mortal world. And Miaoyi stood up, slender and elegant, and walked over gracefully. She had skin of ice and bones of jade, and her beauty was beyond compare. Her skin was sparkling and white like ivory. An enchanting smile hung on her face, and her pearly white teeth flickered with luster. Her red lips were bright, and her eyes were like limpid autumn waters. Her perfect appearance was flawless. "Greetings," Fairy, and Yi Fan smiled. And Miaoyi invited him to take a seat. Yi Fan glanced at the other two, and he knew one of them. It was the young king of the Central Plains, Wang Chongxiao, who was currently studying him. The other person was very young, and he had a heroic appearance, but he was rather arrogant. He glanced at Yi Fan and said, "We have an agreement with Farian. What are you doing here? There is no place for you to sit." And Miaoyi shook her head with a gentle smile and poured tea for Yi Fan. Afterwards, she tried to smooth things over, as if she did not want the atmosphere to be too tense. "Is?" Yi Fan asked. Wang Chongxiao was very cold, but he introduced him at this moment. This person had a great background. He was the younger brother of the Central Plains Gemini Kings, and his name was Gao Linfeng. The Gemini Kings of the Central Plains? The two old kings who were killed by the Supreme God King? Yi Fan was confused. Wang Chongxiao seemed to be very fearful when he heard that. He said, "Another Gemini king has appeared among their descendants." Gao Linfeng said coldly, "I heard that you've become crippled again, yet you still dare to walk around. You sure are bold. Aren't you afraid of being killed?" His ancestor had been killed by the Supreme God King, and he heard that the God King had done Yi Fan a great favor, so he was very hostile towards him. "You worry too much." Yi Fan smiled faintly. Gao Linfeng's face immediately darkened. He said, "Elder Wang, please invite him out. I don't want to see a cripple here." "You sure talk big. Are you sure you want to invite me out?" Yi Fan stared at him. "Tonight, I've invited some friends. A half-cripple like you has no right to sit here," Gao Linfeng said coldly. "Is it up to you to judge whether I have the right to enter or not?" Yi Fan glanced at him and said, "Are you trying to provoke me? Do you want to stand up for your two ancestors?" "Don't make me kill you." Gao Linfeng's expression was dark. Wang Chongxiao wanted to say something, but he didn't in the end. "If your two brothers were here, they might be able to talk to me like that, but you—" Yi Fan sneered. Slept. He suddenly used the Xing method. He was as fast as a ghost, and it was impossible to defend against. Yi Fan sent Gao Linfeng flying with a slap, heavily crashing into the walls of the palace and collapsing them. "Are your two brothers here? If they are, why don't you invite them to have tea with me? As for you, stay as far away as you can." Chapter 504. Gao Linfeng was slapped in the face by Yi Fan and was sent flying more than 10 meters away, crashing into the walls of the Miaoyu Nunnery. Blood flowed from his mouth and nose. He trembled with anger and almost fainted on the spot. As a descendant of an immortal ancient family, when had he ever suffered such a great loss? Swoosh! He rushed up all of a sudden, his whole body shining with azure light, shooting toward Yi Fan like lightning. His whole body was surrounded by azure light, like a flood dragon coming out of the water. A beam of azure light shot out from his mouth and slashed forward. Bam! Yi Fan sneered and stood motionless in the field. When the azure light came close, he smashed it with his golden hand. Then, he turned his hand over and pressed down. His right hand pressed down like a golden heavenly monument, crushing Gao Linfeng's bones. Bam! Gao Linfeng's knees buckled and he almost knelt on the ground. He spat out a large mouthful of blood and flew backward, smashing a human-shaped hole in the wall of the palace. His lungs were about to explode. Just as he opened his mouth to say something, he spat out a large mouthful of blood. He had just said that Yi Fan was a half-cripple and was not qualified to sit here, but in the end he was beaten to the point where he could not fight back. You, Gao Linfeng's eyebrows furrowed and his eyes glinted fiercely. He wanted to yell, but after spitting out the word, you, he swallowed the rest of his words. Bam! Yi Fan's large golden hand was like a millstone, crushing down. It could be said to be covering his face, forcefully smashing his words back into his mouth. How dare you? Gao Linfeng was sent flying. He spat out these 3 words while coughing up blood. He was burning with anger and gritted his teeth so hard that they almost broke. Bam! Yi Fan's speed was too fast. He caught up with him, his whole body burning with golden flames. In an instant he was in front of Gao Linfeng and gave him another golden slap. Bam! It could be said that he was like a bolt of golden lightning, catching up to Gao Linfeng who had been sent flying. He slapped Gao Linfeng down in midair and slapped him to the ground. It was not that Gao Linfeng was not strong enough, but that Yi Fan was too strong. He could easily suppress a cultivator at the 4 extremes level with a raise of his hand. Gao Linfeng was called a genius and had grown up surrounded by people's praises. But facing Yi Fan with surging golden blood energy, he felt powerless. Beside him, Wang Chongxiao's expression changed greatly. He had fought fiercely with Yi Fan before and knew how terrifying his cultivation was in the past, but just now, he was even more fearful. That kind of speed was so fast that it gave him goosebumps. Had he not been prepared, even he might not have been able to dodge it. Yi Fan's figure flashed, leaving behind a streak of golden light as he returned to the palace. He sat on the sandalwood chair as if he had never moved at all. However, this made Gao Linfeng feel worse than being cut by a knife. Being looked down at by someone he wanted to humiliate like this, he even had the heart to die. But this made Gao Linfeng feel worse than being cut by a knife. Being looked down at by someone he wanted to humiliate like this, he even had the heart to die. Now do I have the right to sit here? Yi Fan suddenly laughed. Gao Linfeng was so angry that he spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood. He let out a roar and shouted loudly, "Elder Wang! This old servant is here." In the distance, a voice like an owl responded and quickly approached. Swoosh! With a flash of light, this person had already appeared in the palace before he had finished speaking. Seeing Gao Linfeng bleeding from the corner of his mouth and his clothes dyed red, his expression immediately changed. "Young master, what's wrong?" This old man was very fat, but his movements were like lightning as he quickly helped him up. "Elder Wang, go kill him for me." Gao Linfeng's expression was cold and emotionless. After standing up, he immediately wanted to kill Yi Fan. And Miaoyi walked gracefully like a fairy in the wind, her fragrance wafting through the air. She was fairy-like and jade-like, her skin sparkling and translucent, her beautiful hair glossy, and her features flawless. She gracefully stepped forward to mediate. "Farian, step back. None of this has anything to do with you." Gao Linfeng's expression was cold, his eyes filled with killing intent as he stared fixedly at Yi Fan. "Miaoyu nunnery has never allowed people to fight in the palace," and Miaoyi said lightly. "There are exceptions to everything. Today, I have invited some friends here. He doesn't have the right, and I don't want him to sit here." Gao Linfeng's expression was cold. Swoosh! That gray-robed old servant moved. He looked very fat, but was very agile. He moved like lightning and coldly said, You are that saint physique? Since you are already at the half-severance level, why don't you be a bit more thorough? I will help you. He spread the 5 fingers on his right hand, and shot out 5 divine rainbows that pierced through the void. His Tao power surged like a tsunami, and was about to suppress Yi Fan. Yi Fan stood up. His golden fist was like a blazing sun, and ferociously smashed over. A single punch to break through an army of 10,000. How strong was his physical body? It could be said to be shockingly powerful. A single punch was enough to seal the endless Tao power, and the old man couldn't get close to him. This very fat old servant was an elite at the 5th transformation of the dragon transformation. His Tao power was like the sea, growing and multiplying endlessly. His left hand pressed down in the void. Boom! He imprinted an ancient scroll that lay horizontally in the void. Misty wisps of mist flowed out, and rapidly enveloped downwards, wanting to seal Yi Fan underneath. Swoosh! Yi Fan flew out like a flash of light. He didn't use his own Tao power, and was completely fighting with speed and his physical body. Wang Chongxiao had been observing carefully all along, wanting to ascertain whether he had severed his own cultivation level. When he saw this scene, he was stunned, and couldn't make a judgment. This old man will help you become immortal. The elite at the 5th transformation of the dragon transformation had absolute confidence. He was indeed very frightening. He could produce an ancient scroll in the void, and it could seal the heavens and intimidate the earth. However, the current Yi Fan had long broken through to the peak of the 3rd level of the 4 extremities, and surpassed the common understanding of the world. His battle prowess had increased by a large margin, and it was enough for him to resist. Swoosh! Yi Fan returned like a faint shadow. He didn't use any Tao power. He raised his hand and attacked, using the line formula's extreme speed and unparalleled physical strength to attack. This very fat old servant struck out with the ancient scroll. He also knew how frightening the divine physique's physical body was, and he didn't dare to fight in close combat. He used his Tao power to suppress it. However, Yi Fan's speed was faster than he had imagined. In a flash, he dodged the ancient scroll, circled around him, and quickly attacked. Bang! Dong! Chang! The golden blood energy around Yi Fan's body was oppressive. He threw out punch after punch in an extremely rhythmic manner. Each punch contained the power of a barbaric dragon, and it caused the void to collapse continuously. This was a wave of astonishing might. He didn't use his own Tao power, and he only used his physical body to collapse space. The golden blood energy around his body was flourishing, and he was like a divine furnace. This little bastard is quite difficult to deal with. The gray-clothed old servant was astonished. Yi Fan was like the sun of light and darkness. He flickered indeterminately, but his speed was so fast that it was horrifying. He circled around the gray-clothed elder and attacked unceasingly, getting closer and closer. Pop! That ancient scroll was almost unable to stop him. He had already used his pure physical body to break through the overflowing Tao power. He continuously closed in, and like a barbaric dragon, he attacked. The old servant beside him was greatly alarmed. He was an expert at the 5th transformation of the dragon transformation, yet it was so strenuous. The other party was able to threaten him with just his physical body and speed. You want to cut off my cultivation and make me immortal? Can you really do that? Yi Fan's speed became faster and faster, and he quickly closed in on the distance. His fists and palms flickered with golden radiance. There was nothing he couldn't break. He continuously smashed down on the side of the fat elder, and the rhythm became more and more terrifying. Finally, Yi Fan forcefully pressed down, and the void that was struck by him collapsed in all directions. He rushed over, and his palm was pure gold in color as it smashed down like a sky-overturning seal. The gray-clothed old servant activated the ancient scroll and blocked in front of him by a hair's breadth. However, it was smashed into pieces by the large golden seal, and the scroll disappeared in an instant. Yi Fan's palm struck out, but it merely brushed past his shoulder, and the sound of bones breaking rang out. The gray-clothed old servant spat out large mouthfuls of blood as he flew out horizontally. Yi Fan moved later, but arrived first and blocked the gray-clothed old servant's path. His golden finger forcefully shook, and with a pring sound, he smashed the old servant onto the ground. The gray-clothed old man's expression changed greatly. He said that he wanted to help Yi Fan completely sever his cultivation and become immortal, but he never thought that the other party would cripple him instead. Gao Linfeng's face was snow-white, and he continuously retreated. His expression was extremely ugly as he said, "You didn't sever your own." Yi Fan disappeared with a step, and like a ghost, he was inconceivably fast. In that instant, the golden finger pressed down on his forehead. All the hair on Gao Linfeng's body stood up, and cold sweat drenched his clothes. The flesh of a divine physique surpassed divine weapons, and anything could be broken. It wasn't that he didn't want to dodge, but rather, he simply couldn't. At this moment, both of his legs were weak, and he almost couldn't stand because he felt the threat of death. Yi Fan exerted a bit of force, and golden radiance flickered out from his finger. Gao Linfeng immediately went limp on the ground, and with a trembling voice, he said, "Don't kill me." "Brother Yi, just let him go," Wang Chongxiao spoke. In the past, he was incomparably domineering and arrogant, but today he was somewhat low-key. Where it's possible to let people off, one should spare them. A clear voice came from outside the palace. A man dressed in white, without a speck of dust on him, stepped on the moon as he walked in. Yi Fan lightly pushed with his finger, and Gao Linfeng was so shocked that he almost screamed out loud. He fell headfirst onto the ground, and his entire body was drenched in sweat. He was incomparably embarrassed. The other party didn't take his life, but a casual action caused him to lose his composure. This was a type of humiliation, and he wanted to roar out loud, but he could only forcefully endure it. "You're Su Zixuan." Wang Chongxiao's expression froze, as if he didn't expect this person to come here. Central Continent's Su Zixuan. The person who came was delicate and handsome, and his expression was peaceful. He stepped into the palace, and nodded to everyone with a smile. Central Continent's Yuhua King Su Zixuan? And Miaoyi's beautiful eyes shone with a strange light, and she revealed an expression of surprise. "Greetings, Fairy," and Su Zixuan smiled and nodded. From the expressions of Wang Chongxiao and Miaoyi, Yi Fan could naturally deduce that this person had an impressive background. Otherwise, they definitely wouldn't have such expressions. Ascending to the heavens, shedding one's mortal body and changing one's bones. This was a rare physique in the world, and it might not even appear once in tens of thousands of years. It was said to be unparalleled, and was known as the Yuhua King. This kind of physique was extremely terrifying, and had an advantage that other kings couldn't compare to. In the process of cultivation, it was like a divine chrysalis transforming, breaking out of a cocoon and becoming a butterfly. Every time one broke through to a great mystery realm, they would be able to open up a divine treasure within their body. Their potential was boundless, and they could transform into immortals. In the Central Continent, they were known as the unparalleled kings.